Chapter 51. The fishman was drowned. There was a sweet smell in the air. Nami wrinkled her nose and sniffed a few times, and found that the smell was very similar to the drink they drank when she went to steal the tourist boat. Then, she found that the entire sea in front of her was constantly turning black and began to bubble. Nami calmed down and understood. The fishman can breathe freely in the sea water, but it is impossible to breathe in this kind of drink. This must be Lin Bei's new ability. No wonder they are so calm. After hearing her hint, they are still drinking Coke and eating fried chicken leisurely. Well, I have to say that happy water can bring people happiness. When Nami thought of the fishman unable to breathe in the Coke, her face was full of a smile suddenly appeared. This guy is really. Nami looked at Lin Bei, who looked relaxed, and her heart was really complicated. The next second, several fish heads suddenly jumped out of the sea of cola, coughing loudly, with a confused and puzzled look on their faces. What's going on? Why it's so choking? We can't breathe in the sea water anymore. Boss Kroby, what should we do? What can Kroby do? Kroby is almost dead. He was shot 12 times before, and he took the lead in choking on several mouthfuls of cola, and he almost couldn't float up. He looked around them weakly, and finally found that the place they were in was no longer the sea they depended on for survival, but a piece of black liquid. It tasted good, but it was fatal to their race. Kroby roared at Lin Bei. What did you do to the sea? Lin Bei didn't say anything, but took out a loaded pistol, holding the fried chicken in his left hand and aiming with his right hand. Dive down, or I'll shoot you, stupid fish heads. You want us to die? Sure enough. How much more do you want me to say? I just want to kill you. See that pretty chick over there? She stole our boat because of you stupid fish heads, and I lost a very important opportunity. I'm very angry, but I'll just hang her up and spank her, which won't make me completely relieved, so the rest of my anger will be on you. Now, dive down. If I see you show your heads again, I'll shoot you. Kroby gritted his teeth and finally decided to take a chance. Diving down now, they fishermen swim fast, and maybe they can swim out of this area. But if they don't dive down, they will really have no way out. Lin Bei's bullets, he can withstand them because he has practiced fisherman karate and has stronger physical fitness, but these ordinary fishermen can't. Everyone, take a deep breath and dive. Brother Kroby. Listen to me. Follow me later. Kroby didn't believe it. This guy's ability could turn the whole sea into Coke. So, after taking a deep breath, the fishermen collectively dived and shot out like several torpedoes. You have to say that the fishermen are really fast at swimming. But unfortunately, as long as they are still within Lin Bei's sight, they can turn the sea water into Coke. If ordinary people really let them run away, they swim too fast, dive too deep, and their ability can't keep up with what they can see. But who let Lin Bei have a white eye? Once the white eye is opened, he will directly lock the position of several fishermen and just turn the sea area where they are swimming into Coke. In short, as long as they are swimming, it is Coke. They are swimming in a ball of Coke, and Lin Bei really wants to see how long they can last. Luffy, bring Nami up here, let her see how her enemy was killed by Coke. Usopp, start the boat. Luffy stretched out his arms and took Nami up directly, while Usopp raised the anchor and started the boat. The Golden Mary followed a mass of black matter in the sea and continued to move forward. At first, Nami was very worried that she would be punished by Lin Bei. After all, he just said that he would hang her up and beat her. But Sanji firmly opposed to taking action against the beautiful navigator lady, so Lin Bei could only find a time to have sex with Nami alone. Nami, who was no longer worried, sat leisurely on the lounge chair, like everyone else, holding fried chicken and Coke and watching the mass of Coke in the sea moving rapidly. She knew that those fishmen were about to be marinated by Coke. Not to mention, the speed of these fishmen in the liquid was not covered, and the direction was very accurate. These dried fish women directly brought them to Arlong Paradise. After 20 minutes of holding their breath and swimming at high intensity, these fishmen finally couldn't bear it anymore. Lin Bei was too lazy to take action against the first fishman who floated up. He waved his hand and Usopp raised his spear. With a bang, a fish head exploded in the water. Then, the fishmen who floated up one after another were all shot in the head accurately by Usopp. This hunting game made Sanji, who had just joined, feel a little cruel. But when Nami talked about how these fishmen massacred in their village, Sanji immediately became angry and stopped caring, and even wanted to hit these fishmen with a stick. Nami also became more and more angry. Finally, when Krobi floated to the surface, Nami snatched Usopp's spear, aimed at Krobi's head, and shot him with a bang. Revenge. The dense knife wounds all over Jiun's body were all caused by Krobi. She avenged Jiun. At this moment, she suddenly realized that the fishman was not invincible. Even she could easily kill one of the strongest cotters of the dragon pirates, so what else is impossible? Nami's eyes were burning with the rage of revenge. Lin Bei laughed. That's how it should be. Captain, it's time to avenge our accomplices. Luffy's face was gloomy, he couldn't help it. If Lin Bei hadn't wanted to play just now, he would definitely hit that Krobi. You can't snatch it this time, I'm going to hit that Arlong myself. Lin Bei thought, is there such a good thing? The boss of the company he joined always asked him not to work, and severely condemned other employees who snatched jobs from him, because he wanted to do the job himself. Damn, a dream company. Sure enough, this kind of company can only be joined after traveling through time. Because Krobi was the guide, the few people went directly to Arlong's base camp, which they called Arlong Paradise. In front of him was a big door on the sea. Lin Bei didn't know what it was used for, but if he remembered correctly, a large number of fishmen would come through this door. Escape through the door to the sea. So, Lin Bei thoughtfully added some coke for their escape route, well, or there was not a drop of seawater in the coke. I hope they will have fun drinking it when they escape. Chapter 52 We play Pirate Blade Battle, you play Infantry and Artillery Coordination. Captain Luffy is still the same as before. He likes to fly over doors and walls when he sees them, and he also likes to hold a few fighters in his hands and fly in together. Although Lin Bei really wanted to say that they had cannons and could blow open the door, Luffy obviously didn't have time to listen to him, and flew straight in with the big enemies Zoro and Sanji. Lin Bei on the ship looked helpless and could only take Nami to the mast observation deck of the ship. This place is where Zoro often stays, the highest point of the entire ship. Later, when the Sunny was changed, a large room was built here, which became Zoro's exclusive training room. Now, on the Little Mary, this place is still very small, just a simple observation deck, and also serves as a sniper point. Lin Bei took Nami up and directed Usopp to set up the cannon, first blasting open the obstructing gate, so as to facilitate Usopp's subsequent firepower support. After all, this cannon is only a flat-firing cannon, not a projectile, and it is not easy to hit with a door. With a bang, the gate was blasted open, and the howl of war seemed to be blown in Arlong Paradise. A large number of fishmen rushed towards Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. Among them, there were two more eye-catching fishmen, one was Zioba, and the other was a fishman who could spit. Lin Bei couldn't remember what the fishman was called. Zioba rushed towards Zoro with a knife, and the spitting guy rushed towards Sanji. As for Luffy, he rushed back to Arlong who was sitting and pretending to be cool. There were many small fish on the road that disturbed Luffy, so Lin Bei practiced his gun by the way, so that Luffy could go straight to Arlong. After firing a few shots, Lin Bei felt that someone was holding the corner of his clothes tightly. It was Nami. Maybe she didn't even realize that she was holding something tightly. She was too nervous. She kept worrying that if she lost this time, not only would the village be destroyed by the angry fishmen, but even her accomplices who fought for her would be killed. She didn't want to see that scene, so she kept praying in her heart that she must win. Seeing that she was so nervous, Lin Bei handed her a bottle of Coke. When you have negative emotions, Drinking something sweet can make you feel better. Don't be so nervous. Although Luffy looks unreliable on weekdays, he is willing to risk his life for his accomplices. Besides, there is still me, the vice captain. What are you worried about? After Nami drank the coke, there was someone to chat with, and she felt much more relaxed. She had time to roll her eyes at Lin Bei. What's your role? Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji are the ones fighting Hedon. Lin Bei rested his chin on his hand and leaned on the observation deck. I admit that I'm a combat waste. Hey! But my position is not a combatant. I was born to take care of other combat wastes on the ship. This is the duty given to me by the captain. Nami was stunned and quickly reacted. Who are you saying is a waste? Aren't you? Lin Bei handed the gun to Nami. Then go down and join the battle. Nami was silent. I'm a navigator. Navigators from any family also need to fight. So, aren't you still a combat waste? As a combat waste, you must recognize your position and don't blindly send it. It's good enough to lead it here and provide assistance to the desperate fighters in front of you. Lin Bei put away the gun, and ignored Nami, who was angry and had a bun face, and took out a short whistle. First, he shouted to Usopp below to bombard Area A2, and then blew a whistle, a very short whistle. Then Nami saw Zoro, who was fighting with Zioba, looked back impatiently, but still retreated quickly. A large number of fishmen didn't understand why the other party suddenly retreated, but this did not prevent their wise brains from thinking that the other party was afraid, so under the leadership of Zioba, they all went forward to chase. About a dozen fishmen were blown up to the sky the next moment. Among a group of fishmen, only Zioba escaped this shot. Nami looked at Lin Bei in surprise. Did you coordinate this? Well, I was thinking about the battle I was fighting for you. The enemy must have a large number of people, and even the basic minions. The fighting power of the fishmen is more than 10 times that of normal human soldiers. If you can beat the enemy's battle captain, but get killed by the soldiers, it would be so unfair. So you have to come up with some tactics. The so-called A2 area is the first column and second row in a 9-square grid. As an artillery, how can you not divide the entire battlefield into several areas the moment you touch the battlefield? With such a division, when the time comes, which area needs support, just say it, and then Usopp can shoot with his eyes closed. Don't think it seems a bit of an exaggeration now. Such a small place is divided into areas. This is practice. When Usopp develops more powerful cannons, it can shoot farther. Luffy and his friends are on the island, and Usopp doesn't need to go to the island. He just needs to listen to which area Luffy and his friends need fire support, and then he can open the cannon directly. As for the whistle, the short sound represents Zoro, prompting him to retreat. It was also ordered temporarily, not so perfect. After all, it was just a small battle. They just needed to let them know that they needed to avoid the bombardment after the whistle sounded. Lin Bei is not a military expert. I just read a little bit of military novels, which is barely enough. The good thing about the Straw Hat Pirates is that they have a small number of members, all of whom are elites and have strong cohesion. The bad thing is that they have a small number of members, and it is often difficult to deal with situations with many enemies. With Lin Bei, a half-baked guy, it is much better than the original Straw Hat Pirates who were scattered in battle and often ran away. Nami even suspected that Lin Bei's previous identity was probably a navy. Otherwise, how could he be so professional and coordinate infantry and artillery? Then Nami watched Lin Bei help Luffy and Sanji solve the problem of miscellaneous soldiers. Soon, only the 2 Cotters and Captain Arlong of the Dragon Pirates were left on the field. Most of the miscellaneous soldiers and fishmen had their arms and legs blown all over the sky. Only a small number of them were still intact, but they did not dare to get close to Sanji, Zoro and Luffy. They also found that if they dared to join forces to target these 3 people, they would be blown up. There were also brothers who disappeared with a hole in their heads for no apparent reason. They knew it was a sniper and where the sniper was, but unfortunately they were completely unable to launch an effective counterattack. Among the fishmen, there were relatively few who specialized in using guns. They relied more on their own bodies. Seeing that the battle process was basically only a Oneonun-Cotter battle, Lin Bei put away his gun and began to watch the battle. With fried chicken in one hand and Coke in the other, Nami felt uncomfortable watching. Where was the handsome man who commanded the battle just now? How could he switch between the decadent and heroic commanding state so easily? And aren't you nervous at all? What if Luffy and the others can't beat Arlong? Arlong is too strong. Lin Bei was still very calm. Believe in them, and watch. Nami clenched her fists, stared at Lin Bei for a while, and finally looked at the battlefield. She had made up her mind to die with the Straw Hat Pirates if they were defeated. She had been fighting for the Kokosia village for the first half of her life, but this time, she wanted to fight for these people. Even if the price might be death, for her, it was worth it to make friends with a group of people who were willing to fight for her before she died. Chapter 53 Luffy's Jet Shave. The fight between the Cotters finally began. Zoro looked at him, who was covered in wounds, and now only had one Wado Ikimonji left of his best three-sword style. But Zoro still taught Hachi a truth: having too many swords in your hand is useless. This was taught to him by a companion when he was a child. If that companion hadn't died, she might be his wife now. Zoro's one-word style quickly solved Hachi, the weakest fighter in the entire Dragon Pirates. Sanji also quickly solved the guy who spitted randomly. Sanji's kicking was not weak. The reason why he lagged behind Zoro's progress was that Zoro had already realized how to wrap haki around the sword when fighting Hawkeye. Although the amount of haki was still small, it was enough to cut all the swords in Hachi's hand. Sanji joined too late, so he didn't have this extra buff. He could only kick the spitting fishman until he fainted, and Lin Bei shot him in the end. He just couldn't stand people playing dirty. At the same time, it also taught Sanji a truth. If you kill someone, you must finish the knife, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Originally, Lin Bei wanted to teach Zoro this truth, but he didn't expect Zoro to understand it more thoroughly than him, and directly cut it to Xiao Bie. Here, it is indeed a little different from the original work, and I don't know if the plot will change because of this. Finally, it was a battle between Luffy and Arlong. I have to say that Arlong, as the boss, is really strong. Luffy's strength at this time can be said to be not particularly different from Arlong's strength, and if it was in the sea, Luffy's chance of winning would be 0. As a fishman, Arlong is not only resistant to being fucked, but also has skills against Luffy. Luffy is not afraid of blunt weapons, but Arlong likes to bite. The sharp shark teeth had directly bitten the iron shells into pieces. Every time Luffy attacked, even if his fist hit Arlong, he would be bitten hard. Arlong was fighting Luffy with his life for his life. Luffy was so excited that he didn't care about any strategy and just rushed. Even when his body was caught, he even used traditional skills, headbutt. Lin Bei couldn't stand it anymore, so he took out a big speaker and shouted to Luffy. Master Lu, attack his lower body. Luffy. Sorry, I said it wrong. I meant you try to pressurize steam in your body. Your body is rubber. It will become bigger after pumping air, and it will speed up when it leaks. You can try to use the spoon you learned before when it leaks. Here Lin Bei thought of Luffy's second and third gears, but he couldn't remember the specific principles of these two gears of Luffy. But just like a balloon can fly fast when it leaks air, if Luffy can accurately control the location of the leak, then can't he move quickly and accurately? Coupled with the fast movement skills he learned from Kuro before, Lin Bei believes that with the talent of Luffy, the child of destiny, he will definitely be able to comprehend his own set of jet shaving. Sure enough, after Lin Bei finished shouting, Luffy began to cheat. Luffy first pulled away from Arlong, and then took a deep breath. I saw that the breath began to go down along Luffy's stomach. At this time, Luffy suddenly realized that what Lin Bei said was right. It is true that he can accelerate by jet, but there is a problem that he must have an outlet on his body. There are 2 outlets on the upper and lower parts of the human body, and there are none on the hands and feet. If there is, the nail must be pierced. Okay. But you can't stick a nail in your foot every time you fight. If you find a rusty one, you will get tetanus. Then Luffy can only use the only outlet in the lower middle part of his body. The next moment, Luffy lowered his body and aimed at Arlong. Arlong felt something was wrong and became cautious. There was a loud bang. Luffy's body was launched like a rocket. All the members of the Straw Hat Pirates were stunned. Lin Bei, oh my god, Luffy is spraying gas from behind. This guy, like a missile, dragged a long white exhaust visible to the naked eye, and rushed straight to Arlong. The speed was so fast that Arlong couldn't react at all, and Luffy pushed his body, from the first floor of Arlong Paradise Building, through several floors, to the sky. Lin Bei saw it clearly with a telescope, and Arlong rolled his eyes. Luffy was too ruthless this time, and Lin Bei seemed to see the fire cloud evil god in Kung Fu. A Toad Kung Fu sent Star Master flying into the sky. But Arlong didn't have a palm technique that could hit him from the sky, so this one knocked him half crippled. After he fell from the sky, he woke up, but didn't dare to continue fighting Luffy. He was really awake. Even if he was angry that these people killed so many of his compatriots, he couldn't save himself now. Luffy alone was so difficult to deal with. There were also Zoro and Sanji next to him, who each killed one of his subordinates. There was also a gunner with extremely accurate shooting on the ship in the distance. Even if he could kill one person, he couldn't get rid of the rest, so he could only run. Only if he survived, he would have a chance to avenge his brothers. So Arlong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up shakily, and began to approach the swimming pool that led to the sea. The reason for building this swimming pool was to facilitate the fish people to enter the sea, so that they could attack or retreat. Arlong's face was grim. As long as he escaped, he could go to the Grand Line to find the Sea Knight Jinbei. He believed that with the relationship between him and Jinbei, Boss Jinbei would not sit idly by and watch someone kill so many of his compatriots. At that time, these people will all die. With this in mind, Arlong and Luffy switched positions, and Arlong approached the swimming pool. Arlong jumped into the swimming pool. Arlong moved towards the sea at a very fast speed. Arlong swam into a ball of coke. Arlong couldn't breathe. Elbow, go down and see how your old enemy died. Lin Bei took Nami's hand, took her down the mast, walked to the side of the ship and watched Arlong emerge from the sea. Aaron's face was full of disbelief. Why can't I breathe in the sea? It's you. What did you do to the sea? What are these black liquids? On the boat, Lin Bei shrugged. I just heard someone say this, why don't you try to drink all the coke? It's just this little bit anyway, and the rest is seawater after drinking it. Aaron snorted coldly, thinking he was stupid. It was just a little black liquid around him, and there was an endless sea around him. He just had to swim out of this black liquid. Drinking shit. Aaron ignored Lin Bei, took a deep breath, and rushed into the sea. Usopp laughed out loud on the side. Another one. Lin Bei also laughed. Yes, another one. The boat started, and continued to move forward with Aaron, who was swimming fast. Aaron, who dared not open his eyes and breathe in the sea, was very puzzled. Why didn't the sticky feeling on his body dissipate, and he hadn't swum out of the range of the black liquid? It's impossible, it's obviously very short. Aaron floated up and planned to take a look at what was going on. As soon as he showed his head, he saw Lin Bei and his boat again. Everything was the same as before, as if he hadn't swum. Chapter 54. This is a pirate woman, not a vase. Aaron was a little upset. How could this be possible? He didn't believe it, so he went down again and continued to swim. When he came up again, it was still the same, Lin Bei, the boat, and the coke. Aaron roared. Why is it still like this? What did you do to me? Lin Bei took a cup of Coke and drank it leisurely. This thing is really delicious, why don't you try it, maybe you can really finish it. Anyway, if you don't drink it, you can't get rid of it. Aaron's fangs squeaked. If there was anything more shameful than him being played like this by humans, it must be Nami, who was used as a toy by him before, and now watched him being played. You want to treat me as a plaything, don't even think about it. After I came out of the Tianlong prison, I, A Long, swore that even if I died, I would never bow to humans again. Ka. The muzzles of 2 guns were pointed at A Long. A Long looked at the black muzzles. The caliber of one of the guns was even as big as his fist. If it hits him, he will definitely die. It's just drinking something. I just drank it because I was thirsty. It's definitely not bowing to humans. A Long gritted his teeth and began to drink the black liquid in big gulps. After a few sips, it tasted really good. But why do I feel like I can't finish it? A Long drank tons of it, but the coke around him never decreased. It was also a joke. As long as Lin Bei wanted, the sea he could see could become coke. If A Long wanted to finish all the coke, he had to drink the sea. Unless he suddenly eats a black hole fruit that can suck the entire ocean in, there is only one end for him. Being stuffed to death. Lin Bei raised his gun and turned to ask Nami. Are you satisfied with his ending? From just now, Nami's face was not only smiling, but also tears of joy. At this moment, no words can express Nami's mood. Excitedly, Nami threw herself into Lin Bei's arms. Then Lin Bei pushed him away with his head supported by his hand. This is another price. Nami. Are you allergic to being touched, you bastard? Gulp. Aaron in the sea water found that this stuff can't be finished, and after drinking too much, burp. I can't stand it anymore, my stomach will burst if I drink more. But if I want to escape, I can't run away. It's a dead end now. Unless he can grab Nami and take her as a hostage, he may still have a chance of survival. Hey! Nami! Hearing A Long's shout in the sea, Lin Bei and Nami leaned against the side of the ship and looked down. What are you barking about? Have you finished drinking? Don't lie to me, I know, you can't finish drinking. Hey Nami, how about we make a deal? Just when the fight started, I asked several of my crew members to go to Kokozia village. Now I think the entire Kokozia village should be under my control, including your sister Nakago. If you still want your sister to live, let me go. A Long is gambling that Nami dare not gamble. Of course, this thing does not exist, but Nami's appreciation of Kokozia village and Nakago makes her dare not gamble. And this devil-like man is very fond of Nami, and it is impossible for him not to listen to Nami. In this way, he has a glimmer of hope. Of course, Lin Bei saw through this clumsy situation, which is an open conspiracy. Nami will definitely worry about Kokozia village, so... Bang! Before Lin Bei had finished thinking, he suddenly heard a gunshot. JJ.BR. Aaron's brain exploded. Lin Bei turned his head in disbelief and looked at Nami. What are you doing? Nami's hands were shaking a little. She snatched Usopp's shotgun. The recoil was terrible, and her wrist hurt. But she still kept steady. Nami returned the gun to Usopp and turned her head to grin a little ugly. If he sent people to Kokozia village, then we will go back and kill all those fishmen. Lin Bei was shocked. He thought Nami would be confused because of worry. Who knew that this woman had a clear mind? You are worthy of it, Nami. This is a qualified pirate woman, not a vase on the ship. It's a pity that the mission requires that Aaron be fed to death with coke. Now, Nami shot him. The gun was fired too decisively and too quickly, and he didn't have time to stop it. Looking at Arlong's body below, Lin Bei was worried. What should he do? He would have no coke to drink in the future. Forget it, let's just leave it like this. Let's go back first. Luffy and the others are still in Arlong Paradise. Usopp heard this and hurried to start the boat. Nami was sitting on the overtime job, feeling a little lost. Suddenly she had achieved her life goal and avenged her great hatred. It was normal to be confused suddenly. Lin Bei passed by her and rubbed his head angrily. You are confused, idiot. Do you know what it means to avenge your great hatred with your body? From today on, you will sell yourself to the Straw Hat Pirates. You will be busy in the future and have no time to be confused. Nami rolled her eyes at Lin Bei. With her intelligence, she certainly understood that Lin Bei was just helping her get out of the period of confusion. But what he said was really poisonous. Couldn't this guy be a little more compassionate? Nami smoothed her messed up hair and stood up. Just when he was about to say something, he looked behind Lin Bei and frowned. Seeing this, Lin Bei also frowned. What does this mean? Could it be that Eren is alive again and standing behind him? As long as he turns his head, he will break his neck. Isn't this a plot from a horror movie? It shouldn't appear in the comic world of One Piece, right? Thinking of this, Lin Bei didn't turn his head. It's not that he is afraid of being killed by turning his head, he just thinks Nami is pretty and appreciates her. Turn around, Nami said. Lin Bei felt his neck was a little stiff. No, I have a stiff neck. There are Navy. Hey! Lin Bei turned around with relief. Compared to turning around to kill, the Navy is nothing. Turning his head and looking over, Lin Bei narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he didn't know who the Navy ship belonged to, the only one who could appear at this time was a rat. This was not good. The combat power of his ship was not enough. In order to avoid being hit by the Navy soldiers' bullets in close combat, Lin Bei immediately ordered. Usopp, sink them. Usopp skillfully picked up the cannon. This was not the first time he had done such a thing as bombarding the Navy warship. He was very good at it. After firing a cannon, the Navy warship in the distance sank. Done, set sail, return. Chapter 55 I am a scum among scums. Well, Lin Bei, it seems that it is not over yet. The warship sank, but there is still a small boat. Usopp had already started the Mary to return, but he subconsciously looked back and found that there was still a small boat left on the Navy side. Lin Bei picked up the telescope and looked over. Sure enough, there was a small boat, and there was an officer dressed in justice on the boat. Looking at the wretched appearance, it was not surprising that it should be the rat. It is said that the rat shit fell into the pot of porridge of the Navy. However, Lin Bei thought about it and thought that this person might not be useless. As the saying goes, scum must cooperate with scum, so that they can achieve long-term success. He did have an idea, maybe he could let the mouse realize it. Usopp, go back, let's go for humanitarian aid. Usopp looked at Lin Bei strangely, he didn't know when Lin Bei was so kind. You played those two fishmen before, it looks like a demon. Although it is very satisfying, can the inner core of a demon change? Usopp drove the boat closer to the boat. Because there were only 4 Navy soldiers and the officer mouse on the boat, Lin Bei was not afraid of any counterattack they could make. He leaned on the side of the boat and looked down at them from above. Hey, are you Mouse? At this time, Mouse was completely scared. He was just a salary thief. He occasionally engaged in corruption and cooperated with pirates, but he didn't think of really going against pirates. He was blown up by a cannon and lost his boat. He was scared to death. Yes, yes, I am Lao Shu. Sir Pirate, do you know me? Who on this sea hasn't heard of Lao Shu's name? I think there may be some misunderstanding just now. Our Straw Hat Pirates are launching an annihilation war against the Dragon Pirates. Coincidentally, you came. I thought you were the helper of the Dragon Pirates, so I fired a shot out of fear. By the way, you are not here to help the Dragon Pirates, right? Lad immediately looked like I can't live with gambling and drugs. No. Of course not. I, Lao Shu, have always disliked those stinky fishmen in the dragon pirates. Do you know how hateful they are? They forced a little girl to be a thief and asked her to redeem her village with 100 million baileys. Then they asked someone to rob her of 100 million baileys when she had collected 100 million baileys. Such a sinister fishman should have died long ago. Hearing this, Nami beside Lin Bei trembled with anger. Lin Bei sighed and stroked Nami's fur. Yeah, it's so hateful, so we killed A Long. Look, A Long's body is still floating over there. The mouse shuddered when he heard this. My God, these people actually killed the dragon pirates. Well done. You are so righteous. If you can join the navy, you can be an admiral. Alas, it's too late for me. I'm on the pirate ship and can't get off. However, I think you still have a lot of potential and can do a lot. Lin Bei smiled and looked at the mouse. The mouse knew that his way to survive was on this sentence. Whatever you want, just say it. The mouse was a smart man, otherwise he would not have cooperated with A Long before. Before, it was to make money, and now it's to survive, which is not shabby. Lin Bei nodded, a teachable kid, he likes to talk to these corrupt elements, and he can understand them at a glance. In this world, there are two forces that dominate the sea. One is the navy, and the other is the pirates. If you control both, you will be the overlord of the entire sea. Now, I am a pirate, and I want to go further. What do you think I should do? Mouse understood immediately. I am willing to be your insider in the navy. Very good, but Lin Bei looked at the 4 navy soldiers around Mouse. Mouse said nothing, drew out his knife and gave the 4 men a chill. It is impossible for him to become the current military commander and command a warship without any force. Even if he looks like a bunch of trash, he is not comparable to a few soldiers. Well done, you have pledged your loyalty. Don't worry, I won't let you do anything that will get you killed. On the contrary, I will give you a lot of benefits. Take away the body of Arlong later. You can also take away the cotters of the dragon pirates in the entire Arlong paradise as your achievements for promotion. From now on, we will cooperate, you will be promoted and I will profit. Is there a problem? The mouse originally surrendered out of fear, and after surviving, he would definitely turn against me. But now that there is benefit, everything is different. No problem. Well, from now on, I'll give you the first task. Let the Straw Hat Pirates name the names, and remember to add a bounty to each member. But, except me. You have to hide me. Everyone can have a bounty, but I can't. I'm an invisible person, understand? I understand, but what's the charge? The charge is that after you annihilated the dragon pirates, because your troops suffered heavy casualties, you couldn't resist, and your warship was sunk by the Straw Hat Pirates. The mouse gave a thumbs up. Great, really great. Then, sir, how can I contact you later? Lin Bei looked at the sunken Navy warship and felt a little sorry. If the warship hadn't sunk, maybe he could get to Den Den Mushi. Now, we are going to the Grand Line, and we will definitely pass through Rogue Town. Take the achievements of the dragon pirates and climb up as soon as possible. Wait for us in Rogue Town, and hand over the Den Den Mushi to me when you get it. Understood. Lin Bei did not look back this time and left by boat. On the way back to Dragon Paradise, Usopp and Nami looked at him again and again, and it was clear that they wanted to ask something. After being looked at several times and getting tired, Lin Bei waved his hand. Ask if you have anything to ask. Usopp stepped forward first. Why should we cooperate with the Navy? Aren't we pirates? Aren't pirates and the Navy irreconcilable? Too young, this world is not black and white, there is another layer in between, which is grey. In fact, there are more grey people in this world. Forget it, you may not understand after saying so much, you just know the image on our wanted poster later, and you can be as handsome as you want. And every time the Navy takes any action against us, we can also know it at the first time, the first it is enough to avoid this for a while. Nami, I just have one question, what if he turns around and brings the navy to fight us? People's hearts are unpredictable. Good question, if it is someone else, I am not sure. But as for Mouse, I still know this person, as long as there is interest, there is no problem. Of course, if he dares to betray me, no matter where he goes, I will be responsible for dealing with him. Chapter 56 Lucky Color Hacky. Take a boat back to Dragon Paradise, take Sanji, Zoro, Luffy and Arlong's entire property, a total of 80 million Baileys. Linbei and others returned to Kakosia village and told all the villagers the good news. The villagers did not believe it at first, but after someone went to see and confirm it, all the villagers in Kakosia village went crazy. The Straw Hat Pirates were directly regarded as their saviors, and the people who held the banquet to celebrate were so crowded that red flags were flying, and they took turns pouring wine directly to Linbei and Zoro under the table. And so on. When he woke up the next day, it was already noon. Linbei slapped his head hard. This headache was so severe that the unruly people yesterday would not let him drink fake wine. Helpless, he could only drink 2 more glasses to clear his mind. After clearing his mind became much clearer. When he found everyone, he found that he was the last one to arrive. Usopp woke up before him. What kind of a jerk is he? Don't look at your vice-captain like that. It's rude. Do you understand everyone has weaknesses? Zoro's deep and sinister way. Of course people have weaknesses, but they can't be all over the body, vice-captain. Linbei grinned. Wait, I'll see what it is today. If I can get the ability of that day, I will make you the king of the gold man. Linbei checked today's random superpowers. Everyone gathered around and looked at him curiously. This is almost the source of happiness for the Straw Hat Pirates every day. Today's superpower, Lucky Color Domineering. No need to introduce it, this is the foundation of Buggy's fame. Who would have thought that one of the future 4 emperors would have a seat for Buggy, a little rookie? He really relied on his own luck and hard power to step up to the position of the 4 emperors step by step. Linbei got excited and ignored the small friction with Zoro. He wanted to see what today's mission was. It's probably not too easy, but as I said, if you can win one ability, one. Today's mission, find the owner of the Lucky Color Domineering and kill him, you can permanently retain the superpower Lucky Color Domineering. Linbei. What nonsense! Where can I find this? It's like drawing an exam outline for him before the exam, and then telling him that the whole book is the key points. Like now, can Linbei not know that Buggy is in the East China Sea? But, where can I find him? Yes, he will definitely go to Rogue Town, but it will take at least a few days from here to Rogue Town. This task is almost impossible to complete. Hey, Linbei, what fun ability is today? Luffy was quite interested in yesterday's cola superpower, and kept asking Linbei if he could randomly get an ability that can turn everything into delicious meat. Linbei sighed. Today's ability, I can't show it, I can only say that I may be lucky today. Baki can become one of the 4 emperors by relying on his Lucky Color Domineering. It's not too much for him to get some benefits, right? Seeing that there was no excitement, everyone dispersed and began to pack up and prepare to set off. Linbei was looking forward to encountering some lucky things the whole time. But, until he got on the ship and left, nothing lucky happened. Linbei directly turned into a stone waiting for his husband, and sat on the deck, waiting blankly. He didn't believe that this ability would not bring him any benefits today. Luffy and Usopp were very excited to play on the deck, running around Linbei, but they couldn't arouse Linbei's interest. Nami said worriedly. Will this guy's ability today be petrification? What if he keeps petrifying like this? Zoro, who was sleeping with his eyes closed in the sun, suddenly opened his eyes. Are you worried about him? No. I just wonder if I can manage the money on the ship if he keeps petrifying like this. Nami's money was not taken away by the rats, so the situation on the ship now is that she has more than 90 million baileys of her own private money, and Lin Bei, as a management-type vice-captain, manages the ship's public account of more than 100 million baileys. Nami has been coveting the baileys that Lin Bei seized from Arlong for a whole day. At this moment, the petrified Lin Bei suddenly turned his head. "You wish? Even if I die, I won't let you manage the money." Nami was about to say something with her eyes wide open, and suddenly saw Luffy, who was playing with a human slingshot, shooting her towards the sky directly above. The next moment, Luffy fell from the sky and smashed a big hole in the deck of the ship, and there were continuous cracking and water sounds inside. Lin Bei covered his head. "Another repair fee. The captain is in the animal type, dog fruit, husky form, and he destroys the house every day." Lin Bei was puzzled. Was it the lucky color Haki or the unlucky color that he got today? Why didn't he get any luck at all? Instead, he lost a piece of the deck. And wait. Under the deck that Luffy smashed, there seemed to be a storage warehouse with food and buckets inside. Damn it! Lin Bei rushed towards the hole in the deck, and Nami and Zoro on the side reacted quickly. After a brief moment of helplessness towards Luffy's playfulness, suddenly I realized that was the place where the water was released. I rushed over to take a look, and sure enough, the buckets were almost all broken, and the drinkable water was scattered all over the ground. Seeing this, Lin Bei quickly instructed everyone to collect as much water as possible on the ground. After that, they must find the next island to replenish water resources, but if there is no such island nearby that can replenish water resources, then the collected water will be the last water. How long will it take to rely on this water? No one knows. Lin Bei fell into a breakdown and confirmed that this is not the lucky color domineering, but the unlucky color. After collecting as much of the lost water as possible, it is probably enough for a boat of people to drink for 2 days. Lin Bei looked at Luffy, who was pitifully curled up and knew he was wrong, and sighed helplessly. "What a naughty child!" "Nami, where is the nearest island where we can get water?" Nami said quickly. "We can actually go back now. We have only been out for half a day, so we still have time to go back. But there is an island very close ahead, so there is no need to go back." Nami said this because she had stolen all the wallets given to the villagers before she left. If you can avoid going back, it is better not to go back. Moreover, there is indeed an island very close ahead. Even now, you can see the outline of the island in front. Lin Bei thought to himself, finally this lucky color domineering is not completely useless. Then keep going forward, land on the island in front, and after replenishing water, we will go to Rogue Town. Okay. The ship went at full speed and soon landed on the island. After Lin Bei and his party landed, they carried the large and small buckets that Usopp had temporarily repaired and were about to enter the jungle to start looking for water. And at the moment of entering the jungle, Lin Bei inadvertently raised his head, which made him stunned. Chapter 57 Nami, don't take my money. Let's go, Lin Bei, why did you stop? Is there any danger? Because Lin Bei has the super detection superpower of the Byakugan, the crew on the ship know one thing. If Lin Bei says there is a problem, then there must be a problem, and they must be alert immediately. No, this time, it's not dangerous. Ha ha ha, my lucky color domineering finally took effect. Zoro and Usopp looked at each other. What lucky color domineering? Isn't it said that there are only 3 types of domineering? Where does this lucky color come from? Also, what makes Lin Bei so happy? Several people followed Lin Bei's gaze and looked online, and then they saw a very strange fruit growing on a tree, covered with spiral patterns. Luffy's eyes widened immediately. Devil fruit. Sanji looked at him in shock. Is this the devil fruit? Is this the devil fruit that is known as the secret treasure of the sea and auctioned at 100 million? Nami's eyes also lit up. Luffy nodded. Yes, it tastes terrible. Nami stared at Luffy in disbelief. You actually want to eat it? This is 100 million Baileys. Bang! A sound broke the discussion here. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Lin Bei who fired the gun and knocked down the devil fruit. Nami was heartbroken. Don't break it, or you can't sell it for money. Lin Bei reached out to catch it and rolled his eyes. The value of this thing is that you can gain magical power after eating it. Even if it is broken, it's okay. Nami muttered. If it's good, it can sell for at least 3 to 5 million Baileys. Lin Bei ignored Nami and rubbed the devil fruit in his hand. Finally, he saw the most magical thing in the pirate world. This should be a superhuman fruit. The animal type is banana, the natural type is pineapple, and only the superhuman type is a cantaloupe-shaped one. As long as you eat one bite of this thing, you can gain a permanent superpower. However, there will also be a side effect. Compared to his own superpowers without side effects, Lin Bei really doesn't like this. Unless you eat something really powerful like the float fruit or the tremor fruit, it would be a bit of a loss if you eat a rubbish ability and get a permanent negative state. Lin Bei made up his mind not to eat this fruit, but to use it to enhance the strength of the crew, so as to avoid the crew being captured again. So the weakest one now is him. No. Absolutely not. The weakest one should be Nami, at least he still has some combat power. Nami doesn't have a weather stick yet, and can't fight with the help of celestial phenomena. But the same goes for Usopp. This guy only has long-range combat capabilities, and he is a weak chicken in close combat. Then, who should I give it to? While Lin Bei was thinking, Nami kept nagging beside him about selling this fruit for a good price. Lin Bei replied, "Don't think about it. This fruit will definitely not be sold. It must be digested internally. The challenges in the future are still very severe. We must strengthen the team's strength." Nami screamed immediately, "This fruit was discovered by everyone. If you want to give it to someone, you must divide it equally. Give me 15 million Baileys." Nami is a miser. How could she just sit there and watch the money go away in vain? But her shouting made Lin Bei very upset. This little girl has no team spirit at all. Don't you understand that yours is collective, and collective? The key is that the collective property is controlled by him, the deputy captain. Understand? Lin Bei was annoyed and raised his hand to put the devil fruit in his hand into Nami's screaming mouth. Nami subconsciously took a bite, and her eyes widened immediately. She stepped back repeatedly, and kept spitting something in her mouth. Unfortunately, the devil fruit is only if she eats it, the power will remain in her body, so no matter how much she spit, it will be useless. Lin Bei. You actually feed me shit. Lin Bei stepped forward and patted her shoulder, showing a smile as bright as a little sun. Not only will I feed you shit, but according to the price you just calculated, it's 85 million Baileys. Nami. Look, you said it yourself, whoever eats it must give 15 million Baileys to everyone. As the vice captain, I must respect your opinion. I think this is a good idea, so that we don't have to fight over uneven distribution of spoils. Now that you have eaten it, we will take your 90 million small treasury later. Don't worry, we won't take a penny more. After saying that, Lin Bei smiled and turned to Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp and said, "Go to Nami to get the money later, 15 million Baileys each. Luffy, you can buy as much food as you want. Zoro, you can buy 2 good swords in Rogue Town. Usopp can buy more materials, and then try stronger firearms. And Sanji, didn't you say that the kitchen utensils were not easy to use before this time? Just buy the best ones." Woohoo! This is the cheering of the boys. The atmosphere of the Straw Hat Pirates has to be said to be really good. JJ.BR. None of them thought there was anything wrong with Nami eating the devil fruit. On the contrary, if Nami could protect herself, they would be happy from the bottom of their hearts. And Nami, this little grandette, took away a huge sum of 85 million from her, which was undoubtedly a knife stabbing her heart. What devil fruit? I can still vomit, you still want it. Don't take my money. Wow! Looking at Luffy and Zoro, who had happily run back to the ship to get her money, Nami cried out. She wanted to stop it, but because she was the one who proposed this matter, she had no way and no position to stop it. Even so, Linbei was still stabbing her heart beside her. What do you think actually, if you didn't say that, no one would realize that there is such a thing as sharing the money. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and the others don't care who gets the money. Even if they sell it for money, they may not be interested in the money. They didn't go to sea for money in the first place. Only you are a little money grubber. Don't you feel sorry for it? Nami nodded with tears in her eyes, and Linbei stabbed her again. It's right. I will also take 15 million from you later, ha ha ha. He was so happy. Nami cried even louder with a woof, grabbing Linbei's arm sleeve and not letting him go. Don't take my money, don't take it. Then a magical scene appeared. Nami's hands seemed to be smeared with lubricant, and she couldn't grab Linbei's sleeve no matter how hard she tried. This made her anxious, and she stretched out her hands to grab Linbei's sleeves again and again. Linbei didn't realize it at first, and thought Nami was playing. When he found that Nami was really anxious, he realized that she really couldn't catch his sleeve. Slippery fruit. Chapter 58. Today's superpower. My world. Linbei raised his eyebrows. It can't be such a coincidence. He quickly asked Nami to test her ability, in simple terms. I suggest, slide and walk. Nami cried and begged Linbei. As long as you don't take my money, I can do anything. That's impossible. Wow! Nami cried again, very loudly. But still, according to what Linbei said, test her ability. After the test, Linbei can be sure. This is the slippery fruit. I understand, Alrita sent him to the sky in the first chapter, so she had no chance to get this fruit. And his lucky color domineering first affected Luffy, smashed the bucket, and had to come to this island to get water, and finally found this fruit. One thing after another. But, what about this fruit that is said to increase the appearance? Is it because Nami is crying now, so it doesn't look obvious? But she does look tender and tender, which makes Linbei unable to help but pinch her twice. Okay, stop crying. Do you know how much you have picked up? There may be less than 2,000 devil fruit users in this sea, and you are one of them. First of all, Linbei didn't know how many devil fruit users there were in this world. Second, don't argue. I would rather have money. I will give it to you. Can you give it back to me? You wish. Unless you die after eating it, you don't have to think about spitting out this fruit ability. But you can look at the bright side. After eating this fruit, you will have combat ability. As long as you have combat ability, you can collect a lot of Bailey in future battles. Nami's eyes lit up. Really, is my ability very powerful? Can I collect a lot of Bailey? Linbei didn't have the heart to tell this little girl at this moment that her ability basically had no combat power. If you want to have it, you have to develop it well. Otherwise, it is just an auxiliary ability. It is also a good thing that he did not eat this fruit, otherwise it would occupy a skill position. It depends on personal development. Some people have said that there is no useless fruit ability, only useless fruit ability users. As long as it is developed in place, even the most useless fruit ability can exert unexpected abilities. For example, there is a fruit ability called the meatball fruit. Guess to what extent this fruit ability can be developed. Nami thought about it. This name is so low. Can it turn people into meatballs? No. The meatball in the hand can hit people and send them to other islands, and even hit away the pain and fatigue on people's bodies. It can be called a perverted ability. Think about it, yours sounds much better than the meatball fruit, and it is not easier to develop than his. For example, sliding away crow's feet. How many noble ladies would do this? Please help me make them younger. Just slide gently and you can get millions of berries as reward. Of course, you can also try your navigation skills, such as making the boat slide while it is moving. By then, our boat will be the fastest in the world." Nami nodded repeatedly. "I will definitely develop my abilities well." Lin Bei was very relieved that Nami finally listened to him. "You said that when I developed the ability to slide away wrinkles and crow's feet, it would be appropriate to charge millions of berries." She listened to the fuck. This is falling in love with money. Lin Bei shook his head helplessly, went on board to Nami's room and took away Nami's 15 million baileys, saving it as his own private money. Afterwards, the ship replenished water resources on this inconspicuous nameless island, and continued to set sail to Rogue Town. That was the last town before the upside-down mountain. Originally, according to Nami's calculations, it would take 3 or 4 days to reach it by normal sailing. But Nami still tried to develop her ability in navigation. When she continued to reduce the friction between the ship and the sea surface, a gust of wind blew the sails, and immediately Huangjinmei the Li was moving at a particularly terrifying speed. The original 3 or 4 days of sailing were shortened to 1.5 days by Nami. After 1.5 days, the ship could already see the shadow of Rogue Town. Zoro had to admit that this fruit was indeed the most suitable for Nami. And Nami was very happy to receive such praise and asked, "I can do better, so can you give me back the money?" Zoro also replied very kindly, "No." Nami hugged her only millions of baileys and became depressed again. Seeing that the ship was about to approach the port of Rogue Town, Lin Bei stood up. "Okay, we are almost at Rogue Town, we have to prepare supplies as soon as possible. Food and water will be left to Sanji. Zoro, you go buy a new sword, Usopp go buy good materials, and then we will study the development of new sea cannons together. Caliber is the truth. Luffy, you just don't run around." Lin Bei had just finished speaking when the ship docked at the port and Luffy ran away. Lin Bei felt helpless standing on the deck. Who has ever seen a hands-off boss? He has. Let's do it this way. Each of you do your own thing. I'll go find the captain. The crew nodded and dispersed on the dock to do their own things. Lin Bei did go to find the captain, but he was just sightseeing, eating, drinking and having fun along the way, asking for directions on the way to the execution platform. He also came with a mission today, so he had to go to the execution platform. Because only there can he find Luffy and see Smoker. His ability today is My World. Don't be fooled by the name, as if it is to give Lin Bei a portable world, but in fact it is just a game, an ability of the protagonist in My World. Hand rub blocks. As long as you keep rubbing an object, you can rub it into blocks and then put it in your backpack. Lin Bei got this ability. He had tried to rub the boat planks on the way here and got the wooden blocks. And in Usopp's murderous eyes, he put the wooden blocks back and the board became intact again. Then he tried a creature, a certain fish, which would explode into a cube of fish meat after rubbing it a few times. There is no way to restore a creature to its original state when it was alive. In addition, Lin Bei tried seawater and obtained seawater blocks. He even let Luffy bounce him into the sky and obtained cloud blocks. This ability is not too strong, but as long as he has this ability, he has an extra backpack to place these hand-rubbed blocks. 16 grids, the same block can be repeatedly stacked. It is a very strong logistical ability. Moreover, it also has a certain combat ability. Imagine fighting with Akainu. Akainu erupted a magma to drown him, and he quickly rubbed off his magma and turned it into a block. To put it bluntly, this is a bit restrained for those with natural abilities. Chapter 59 Meeting with the Mouse. By the way, this ability also has a certain restraint on those swordsmen holding weapons. During the fight, Lin Bei suddenly rubbed his hands and rubbed the knife in your hand into an iron ore block. Isn't this a drop in combat power? It is said that there are no useless abilities, only useless people with abilities. Lin Bei is very interested in the superpowers he got randomly today. The key is that the tasks of this ability are not particularly difficult. Today's task: seize the bowl of Smoker. This task looks a bit strange, but Smoker often turns into smoke when fighting. Use the rogue elementalization of the natural system to fight the enemy. As long as it is smoke that turns into non-life, then Lin Bei will can I rub it now. As long as I find the right opportunity, I can rub the position of Smoker's ox and rub away the smoke. Then Smoker will lose his ox. But at the same time, he has not lost it completely. Because as long as he continues to turn into elemental smoke, Lin Bei will return the smoke block representing his ox, and he will be a normal person again. This is a bit like the meaning of the surgery fruit. People can even cut out the heart as jelly to try the feel, so why can't the ox? Lin Bei was eating and walking around, thinking that he would be a bit of a fool first, and when Smoker completely appeared, he would take the ox with one move. Just as he was thinking about it, someone suddenly patted his shoulder and motioned him to follow. Lin Bei didn't he knew what the route was, but it didn't matter. If he followed, there must be a destination. He would know it after a look. In order to avoid attracting attention, Lin Bei took out his sunglasses and put them on his eyes, then turned on his white eyes. He scanned the surroundings and passed through countless buildings. He found a familiar old fellow in a building waiting for him in a cloak. It turned out to be a rat. Scary, I thought it was Luffy's father who was going to test the crew. That is to say, in my impression, Luffy's father was not so nosy. In addition to sending his son away at the end, he didn't do anything extra. It was much easier to know who was looking for him. Lin Bei ignored the guy who just took a photo of him leading the way, mixed into the crowd, took another road, and went straight to the building where the rat was. The guy who led the way looked back and was stunned. Fuck. Where's the target? He was paid, so this target was too cautious. He didn't have any bad intentions, but he ran away directly. What should I do? He won't make any commission. The guide sighed and went back to report to Mouse helplessly. But when he opened the building where Mouse was, his eyes widened. You are not, no, you. The young man actually saw Lin Bei here. His target. How could this man be like a ghost? He didn't even lead the way, but he found his employer directly. To be honest, Mouse was also very frightened. Lin Bei is really weird. He can get rid of the guide and find him directly. He is capable and smart, and is indeed a good partner. You know, before he came, he did consider whether to escape directly from the East China Sea and stay away from Lin Bei. Now it seems that it's a good thing that he didn't run away, otherwise Lin Bei could catch up with him. He gave some Bailey and sent the guide away. Mouse hurriedly took Lin Bei to move again. After all, he was going to sell out the navy, so he should be cautious. You know, there are gangs in Rogue Town. Most of the unemployed vagrants like the guide are gang members. Maybe the things here have reached the ears of the gangster boss. Although Lao Shu and Lin Bei are not afraid of the gangsters, it is good to avoid accidents. In the final analysis, the reason why Lin Bei chose to cooperate with Lao Shu is because the two are very similar in terms of caution. Of course, it can also be called cautious because of the heart. Arriving in a new house again, Lao Shu took off his cloak. Handed Lin Bei a paper roll tied with a rope. After Lin Bei opened it, he found that it was a few wanted orders. The first one to bear the brunt was Luffy's, a full 30 million Baileys. The main achievements were the attack on Shields Town and the killing of Monka. Then defeated the Clown Buggy, Crow, Creek, and Arlong. Because these people are basically the leaders of the East China Sea pirates, the rest of the East China Sea pirates only have a bounty of a few million Baileys, and even the pirate hunters are starving to death. Then came Zoro, and the 8 million bounty can be said to be an extremely low existence, which will make Zoro very unhappy. But there is no way. Zoro's known achievements are not many. The battle with Hawkeye is a very praiseworthy record, but being severely injured by Hawkeye's 2 swords, in the eyes of the Navy, Zoro is a rubbish swordsman. The bounty of 8 million is because they came out of Shields Town together and then walked all the way, so there is such a bounty. Lin Bei sneered, the Navy will regret it. Usopp's bounty has not been increased. 25 million is already the highest bounty below Luffy. Lin Bei didn't expect that helping Usopp at the beginning would make him the second master on the ship. Finally, it's Sanji and Nami. Sanji is 2 million, Nami is 500,000, together they are idiots. But there is one thing, their bounty wanted posters are really handsome. Sanji's face is finally not painted. As for Lin Bei's wanted poster, as Lin Bei requested, it did not appear, and deeply implemented the code of conduct of Lao Lu on the ship. Well done, Mouse. Lin Bei praised him. Mouse rubbed his hands and laughed. You taught me well, sir. Thanks to you, the victory of the Dragon Pirates was attributed to me, and it was announced to the public that I ended the Dragon Pirates. So I can be transferred to the Navy headquarters, and I can provide more convenience to you in the future. Lin Bei could hear that Mouse had something else in his words. What he meant was that if I provided you with convenience, you should also provide me with some merits, so that we can benefit each other and cooperate better. Of course, Mouse would not say it so clearly. Now his status is still below him, very humble. Maybe one day when Mouse gets the position of Vice Admiral with the merits he gave him, he will kick him. But if that day comes, Lin Bei will get rid of this guy without hesitation. For now, he should treat him kindly. Don't worry, we are mutually beneficial. As long as you can provide what I want, I can provide combat results to facilitate my continued climb. Lao Shu immediately laughed. Thank you, thank you. Then what are your instructions for the next step? Lin Bei thought for a while. Not in a hurry yet, but if you go to the Navy headquarters, you can try to get close to the Science Corps. Lao Shu's strength certainly cannot make him a lieutenant general in charge of battle. Only a naval civilian can have hope. And the Science Corps is a good place that Lin Bei has to think about. Chapter 60 East Sea Rog Street Ask Who is the Father? Farewell to Lao Shu, Lin Bei start looking for Luffy. This time, Lin Bei didn't have the leisure to go shopping, because according to the calculation, Luffy was almost on the Nako's guillotine at this point. Lin Bei couldn't remember exactly how Luffy was defeated in the original work, and then he was stuck on the execution platform and was about to be killed by Buggy. It shouldn't be the case at all, after all, every battle of Luffy's was a big commotion. But when he used his white eyes to check, Luffy was already on the guillotine. Buggy stood arrogantly on the execution platform, and a group of minions had been replaced around him. After all, the original circus troupe was killed by Lin Bei. Even Onishi Jaliki was slapped twice and stewed and eaten. Now Lin Bei can only suspect that Luffy didn't resist at all, and wanted to feel the feeling of Pirate King Roger before his death, so he let Buggy hold him there. Now we have to rush over there and rescue Luffy. Who knows what this guy's reaction would be if his brain went crazy. If no one came to rescue him, he might really be chopped by Buggy. On the way, Lin Bei found that the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. This is not the Grand Line, and the weather is not so changeable. There may be only one reason for such a sudden change, that is, Luffy's father came to see his son off. Now he is relieved. Even if he can't get through, with this boss helping in secret, even if a vice admiral comes at this time, they can easily escape. Of course, the one called Garp is an exception. When arriving at the execution square, Lin Bei found several other crew members, and they all seemed to have gained a lot. Zoro turned into 3 swords again, and obtained the 3rd generation of Kaititsuo and Snowsuke. Sanji was accompanied by a full set of top-level kitchen utensils and a super large fish. Usopp pulled a trailer with a large amount of materials on the trailer to facilitate the manufacture of weapons on the ship later. Nami looked the most ordinary, but she had a lot more bags, and it seemed that she bought clothes. Is that our idiot captain? Why was Luffy trapped on the execution platform by Buggy? Wasn't Buggy thrown into the sea in several parts? How did he reassemble himself? The Straw Hat Pirates had many questions, but if we don't save Luffy, his head will be gone. Luffy has started to say his last words. Lin Bei shouted. Luffy is unreliable. Lin Bei is now completely sure that this guy just wants to experience the dying feelings of the Pirate King in person. This guy actually smiled and closed his eyes. What a joke, how could I let you die here? After I crossed over, I finally joined a promising company. It's okay if the boss dies first. Lin Bei rushed forward and rubbed it 6 times in 1 second. In a very short time, he rubbed the entire execution platform, the only attraction in Rogue Town, into several iron cubes. Luffy fell to the ground at a very fast speed, and the shackles on his body broke into pieces. Buggy the Clown also fell with him. Buggy had not yet reacted to what happened. When he saw Lin Bei, his eyes widened and he subconsciously took a few steps back. To be honest, the one he really wanted to avenge today was not Luffy, but Lin Bei. This guy was the culprit who caused the destruction of his pirate group. However, his ability was really feared. He must not get too close, otherwise if he expressed his love for him in front of so many people and his subordinates, or knelt down and cried in front of so many people, his second half of life would be completely ruined. Real social death. Hey! Don't think you can control me so easily this time. I have seen through your ability. As long as I am far enough away from you, I will not be affected by your ability. I have been preparing for today for a long time. Just die for me, Lin Bei. Beiki shouted loudly with a fierce look on his face. On one side of the square, a man with a big back hair and 2 cigars in his mouth just arrived and frowned. He has seen all the bounties and even dealt with Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. But he didn't see that there was a guy named Lin Bei in the bounty. And from what Buggy said, this Lin Bei seemed to have joined the Straw Hat Pirates a long time ago. Why is there no information about this? Smoker frowned and thought, and Dashiki standing next to him couldn't help asking. Aren't we going to take action? It would be bad if the fight between pirates hurt civilians. Smoker exhaled a long puff of smoke. Dashiki said a lot, and now he can't think so much. The safety of the people is the most important. Everyone, get ready. This time we will take down the Straw Hat Pirates and Buggy Pirates in one fell swoop. The soldiers responded vigorously, and everyone went out. The Navy soldiers quickly surrounded the entire square, and then began to evacuate the people in the square in an orderly manner. Before, the Buggy Pirates hijacked a large number of people in the square, but their number was still too small, and they were all scums that Buggy had just recruited. If it were the original camp, the Buggy Pirates could still hold out, but now the scums. As soon as the Navy went out, the defense line was immediately broken. Soon, only 3 forces were still confronting each other in the square. Beiki, who wanted to avenge Lin Bei Luffy, the Straw Hat Pirates, and the Navy who wanted to capture the former 2. Smoker, holding a cigarette in his mouth, strode forward and looked at the 2 pirate groups with a contemptuous expression. You are surrounded. If you don't want to die, surrender. You may be sent to the underwater prison. Otherwise, you will die in my hands. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a particularly strong gaze focused on him, which made him very uncomfortable. Smoker frowned. Looking over, he found that it was Lin Bei that Buggy had just mentioned. This guy who had never appeared in the intelligence and didn't even have a penny of bounty seemed to be very interested in him. Strange, why did he always stare at his second brother? Could it be that this perverted pirate had some special hobby? Smoker was being looked at with hair all over his body, and Luffy spoke first. Sorry, I refuse. I still have to continue to the Grand Line and can't stop here. Buggy didn't take Smoker seriously either. How could Lord Buggy be left here by you? This simply formed a very unreliable alliance, and the enemy of the enemy is a friend. Even if the 2 pirate groups were hostile before, they could temporarily form an alliance in front of the Navy. In this regard, Smoker still looked disdainful. The natural fruit is invincible in the East China Sea. This is the source of his confidence. He will use facts to let these two groups of pirates understand who is the real father in the East China Sea. Chapter 61. The bumpkins you thought were actually a bunch of second generations. Relying on his confidence in the natural system, Smoker calmly waited for the Straw Hat Pirates and Buggy to attack him first. Buggy saw that the situation was not good and thought that it seemed that he could not take revenge today. It was better to retreat strategically first. So, he took the lead. He fled in pieces, seemingly attacking with all his body, and attacking Smoker in pieces. In fact, a pair of unnoticed feet ran fast in the crowd. As long as his feet could run to the port, his body could fly to the port at any time, and then go out to sea directly by boat. As for the newly recruited subordinates, they were just a group of scum with no fighting power at all, and he didn't care. Therefore, when Smoker took Buggy, the devil fruit user, very seriously, Buggy's broken body did not attack Smoker, and flew away around Smoker. Smoker's face turned black, and he knew that he was being fooled. He was so angry that he turned into a big smoke net, and stopped all the flying body fragments in the air. Buggy's head showed a terrible expression in a human way. He wanted to escape, but this time he couldn't escape. He was completely trapped by the smoke net. Even if he was torn into pieces, would there be smoke fragments? He was completely shrouded in a cloud of smoke and trapped. Lin Bei, who was not far away, stood behind Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro, who drew his sword, and reminded the three of them in a low voice. This is a natural ability user. They can transform into elements. Normal physical attack methods, whether fists or swords, cannot cause effective damage to them. Only domineering can hurt them. You have practiced the armament color for so long, you can have a real combat exercise. Unlike the panic escape of Buggy's pirate group, although the Straw Hat group had fewer people, they were not panicked at all. Well, or rather, the combatants were not panicked at all. Nami and Usopp were still a little scared when they first saw the natural Smoker. Usopp's upper body was stiff and motionless, his face was indifferent to life, but his legs and feet in the lower body were shaking at a super high frequency. This was already very good, and Lin Bei had no choice. He had tried his best to strengthen Usopp, but a timid character was indeed not so easy to overcome. Fortunately, Usopp was not needed in this battle. This was a practical test of the Straw Hat Pirates' combatants. Before coming to Rogue Town, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji had all felt the armament haki. The former two could already master the armament haki as big as a fist, while the latter Sanji was slightly weaker. After all, he came late, but with Lin Bei's auxiliary training, the armament haki was enough to cover the toes. Before Rogue Town, both Arlong and Crick were too weak. And Hawkeye was too strong. Only Smoker is an equal opponent who can fully test the real combat power of the Straw Hat Pirates at this stage. Lin Bei wants to see whether the three children of destiny who have mastered the primary armed color domineering can beat the natural system. I will guide you to attack, let's start. With Lin Bei's order, the three major forces of Luzu Mountain rushed forward in unison and rushed towards Smoker. Smoker thought it was funny. How ignorant, you don't really think you can beat me? White Fist! Smoker shouted and attacked, and Lin Bei watched, and inexplicably grabbed the ground for Smoker's toes. 2nd year. But, I can understand why he shouted the name. After all, if you hold 4 twos and 2 kings in your hand when playing cards, don't you shout and throw the cards. But the next second, Smoker taught Luffy and Sanji a lesson. Luffy's Nico pistol, the finger bone position covers 4 points as simply as possible. As we all know, the more concise the armament haki, the greater the power or defense. Luffy punched Smoker in the face as if he was holding a brass knuckle. At this moment, Smoker's face was replayed in slow motion, and it can be seen that the flesh moved first, then the bones moved, and finally the neck also moved. Smoker was stunned by this punch, and it seemed a little unbelievable. How could Luffy, a country bumpkin from the East China Sea, hit him? There are two possibilities to hit him, either sea stone or armament haki. But these two are impossible. Where can a countryman from the East China Sea learn haki? Where can he get sea stone? Excluding these two possibilities, there is only one possibility left. Luffy was lucky and hit him on the face before he could transform into an element. This was really his carelessness. Next time, he won't be so lucky. While he was reflecting on his mistakes, the next wave of attacks arrived. Sanji kicked him with a superb kick. Smoker was fully focused, with a large cloud of smoke coming out of his body, and he entered the elementalization. Then the next second, Sanji's toes covered with armed color kicked Smoker's waist accurately and elegantly. Lin Bei called this move the redemption of the kidney cutter. If Smoker's physical fitness was not really good, this one move alone would have helped him break a kidney stone and a kidney at the same time. Smoker, who was in a V shape due to the pain, quickly retreated. The first time was an accident, but the second time he confirmed that he had fully transformed into an element, and he could still be kicked, which could only prove that these people either had sea stone technology or armed color domineering. Damn, I underestimated these country bumpkins from the East China Sea. He had always thought that haki was something that could only be used in the second half of the Grand Line, and there was no need to learn it just to guard the East China Sea. But now he had been taught a solid lesson. After Sanji and Luffy, Zoro also took a new sword and prepared to sacrifice it with Smoker's blood. After the first two, Smoker was no longer careless and drew out the 10 hands on his back to resist Zoro's attack. Sure enough, this man's sword was also covered with armament haki, and he cut off the 10 hands with one sword. His weapon only had a sea stone on the top, and the rest of the material was just harder. It's interesting to say that Zoro has not yet learned to cut iron, but he can already use armament haki to cut steel. The smile on Smoker's face completely disappeared. And according to the law of constancy of smiles, this smile was transferred to Lin Bei's face. It seems that this mission is stable. When he finds the right time, he can take away Smoker's bull. Just as he was thinking, Lin Bei suddenly saw Smoker's female adjutant, Tashigi, rushing towards Zoro with a knife. She looked like she was ready to fight him. Lin Bei quickly drew his gun, but did not do anything. He turned around and motioned Nami, who was also a woman, to go up and fight Tashigi. Usopp was well trained, and he was not afraid as long as he did not face Smoker. With a gun, no Navy soldier dared to get involved in the battle over there. Now it was time to train Nami, because fighting was inevitable. But Nami certainly didn't want to do it. She was just a navigator, and she had to fight even if she said she had never seen a navigator. 1 million berries, daily payment after the fight. Okay, boss. Nami rushed up with a slither, and she touched the ground with her hand, and saw Tashigi, who was attacking Zoro not far away, slipped and fell. After standing up, the glasses girl Tashigi was actually confused. Just now, she seemed to be stepping on ice. Chapter 62 Smoker, Lin Bei and I are sworn enemies. Tashigi turned her head and saw a girl quietly sliding behind her, holding a stick in her hand, as if she wanted to gently wake up her sleeping soul. Tashigi combined her inexplicable sliding just now with Nami's sliding way. How could she not know who did something to her? She stabbed Nami with her backhand. Nami subconsciously wanted to dodge, but then she remembered that when she fed her the fruit, Lin Bei had said that this ability could slide away all attacks. Giving her this fruit was to save her life. In the blink of an eye, Nami chose to believe Lin Bei and closed her eyes waiting for the knife to come. The next second, when Tashigi's knife chopped Nami's neck, it slid past very smoothly, and Nami's neck was not even scratched. Tashigi, who was holding the knife, was stunned. She kept sliding over. This was the first time she had chopped someone so smoothly. But, it seemed that she didn't hit him. Why didn't this woman's neck have any scars at all? Nami opened her eyes, quickly touched her neck, and laughed. Lin Bei, that bastard, was finally reliable for once. In fact, Nami was very grateful to Lin Bei, and even had completely different feelings for him from the other crew members. But because of her tsundere nature, she couldn't say anything good. And coincidentally, Lin Bei didn't like tsunderes. If they were friends, they would be friends. If they were tsunderes, they would be friends. So Lin Bei knew that he would have a chance to take Nami down if he took Nami to revenge and beat along, but he didn't bother to do it. After crossing over, couldn't he meet a girl who would come up and do it himself? Of course, Lin Bei didn't think about these things at this time. His eyes were fixed on Smoker's dick. He had been waiting for Smoker to turn into smoke, and then he would go up and rub off his dick and complete the task. But, what exactly did Smoker develop his abilities to? He can use his fists to hit people, his legs to hit people, and he can turn smoke into snakes to attack. This fruit that can be compared to natural disasters is completely wasted. If Lin Bei were to develop it, he would definitely develop AoE, which means area damage. Damn, my smoke covers the entire island, and every breath you take is filled with my smoke. Just like Tezaro's golden fruit, as long as people inhale the gold powder, they can directly control the powder and it's over. People who inhale the smoke can't even move, and the smoke is controlled to explode directly in the lungs. That scene is as weird as it can be. Think about the war at the top, when Smoker developed his fruit correctly, and a smoke covered the entire Whitebeard pirates. Except for the cotters, everyone was directly controlled to explode after inhaling the smoke. Then the Whitebeard pirates were all fireworks delivered to your door. Such an awesome fruit, let Smoker play with it. The key is that this idiot may not be forced into a desperate situation, and he can't maintain the whole body into smoke at all. Lin Bei's superpowers: if you want to take the bull without injury, you can only wait for Smoker's whole body, at least the lower half of his body, to completely turn into smoke, so that you can take his bull without injury. Luffy and the others have to increase their efforts. Luffy. Nami said it's going to rain soon, and it's not good to go out to sea later. Let's end the battle as soon as possible. Hearing Lin Bei's words, Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro immediately stopped trying to attack and used Smoker as a whetstone. Instead, they started to attack with all their strength. 3 children of destiny, that is, 3 guys who can explode. The key is that they have armed color domineering and can still hit Smoker. This battle itself has no suspense. Smoker, who could barely hold on, fell into a disadvantage in an instant. Some of the Navy soldiers he brought were very jumpy and wanted to come forward to help, but they were shot by Usopp one by one. Several Navy soldiers were dissatisfied and shot at Usopp. Usopp then changed to the cannons he bought and began to inflict large-scale casualties on the Navy soldiers. If nothing unexpected happens, at the end of this time, Usopp, who has killed the most people, will have his bounty increased again. Without the disturbance of the Marines and Tashigi, Smoker finally transformed his entire body into an elemental form, turned into a cloud of smoke and began to attack Luffy and his 3 companions. At this time, Luffy and his 3 companions also discovered one thing: their armed color could not hit Smoker. In fact, when this type of natural ability user actively transforms into an element, even if it is covered with domineering, it cannot hit. Their domineering can only hit when Smoker is not fully transformed into an element. However, this full-body elementalization consumes a lot of physical strength, and Smoker cannot open it often. He must get rid of these 3 pirates as soon as possible while he still has physical strength, and then go to support his soldiers. JJ.BR. Just thinking about it, Smoker suddenly felt that something had disappeared. There was a feeling of emptiness. Looking down, he found that in his elementalized smoke giant state, the lower middle part of the giant had become a hole. And not far behind him, a fleeing man was holding a smoke cube in his hand. This is his own body, how could Smoker not know what he had lost? That bastard pirate actually stole his calf. And the most important thing is that he actually succeeded. How on earth did he manage to steal his calf in the elementalized state? Even he himself couldn't do this kind of thing. It's even more awesome than painless surgery. Smoker was furious and gave up attacking Luffy and the other two, and rushed towards Lin Bei. At this time, Lin Bei's mission had already been shown to be successful. Ability My World is permanently retained. This is his second superpower, Woohoo Take Off. Throwing the smoke cube in his hand into the non-existent backpack, it just took up a grid. Then Lin Bei turned his head and confronted Smoker Hedon. With this ability, Lin Bei is sure that he can completely defeat the natural ability users. In fact, Lin Bei already has a bold idea. Perhaps he can collect the ox seeds of every natural fruit ability user he sees. Anyway, they are all in the elemental state, so there is nothing disgusting about them. Maybe he can develop his own power at that time, hehe. By then, all his subordinates will be natural ability users. Oh yes, natural ability users who have lost their ox seeds. The power they formed may be called Chickenless Talk, or simply called West Factory. Now, Lin Bei turned around and said to Smoker easily. Do you still want your things back? The face of the smoke giant Smoker showed human rage. Give me back the ox seeds. Smoker raised his huge smoke fist and smashed it towards Lin Bei. As a result, the next second, Lin Bei's hand speed was extremely fast, and he rubbed the huge smoke fist into several small cubes 6 times in 1 second. Now Smoker's right fist and forearm are in his hand. Lin Bei suddenly realized that this was a bit like a card in Yu-Gi-Oh!, which was a sealed left foot, a sealed right foot, and so on. I don't remember the details, but isn't it the same as now? Smoker's body parts were sealed by him. Chapter 63 I'm threatening you, so what? Lin Bei was like a big villain. Hehehe, you should understand that your attacks are useless to me. Smoker gritted his teeth and asked. Who are you? Why are you not on the wanted list? With this trick, you should be the most terrifying person in the Straw Hat Pirates. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes, and suddenly a small loophole appeared. He asked Mouse to hide his identity for him, and now he had to take action for the mission, but Smoker found out. There are 2 ways now, one is to kill him simply and rudely. But the consequence is that it may directly cause Old Man Garp to come to the East China Sea to find Da Sun, and directly shake the Straw Hat Pirates apart. Another one is to use Smoker's bowl to threaten him and tell him not to tell anyone. The former is too risky. This guy seems to have a relationship with Old Man Garp or Aokiji. We can't lure the Admiral and Old Man Garp who surpasses the Admiral in advance. Let's maintain stability. Thank you for your compliments, but it's a pity that you can't leave today. I deliberately kept a low profile, but you found me. Do you think you should die? Smoker's face changed. This was the first time he retreated in this battle. Lin Bei, hey, this is boring. As a navy, seeing a pirate like me, shouldn't you arrest me and put me in the underwater prison? Just like when you first appeared, your unruly look, recover a little. What do you want? What do you want? Lin Bei smiled, and then his true intentions came to light. I want you to be mine. As a natural ability user, you have the potential to become an admiral. I am very optimistic about you and want to invest in you. What do you think? Smoker frowned. If that's the case, just give up. I would rather lose my right hand and my penis than betray the Navy and justice. Lin Bei could feel that this was Smoker's true words. Although this guy is not very smart, his persistence in justice is indeed beyond words. As he said, even if he took away his penis, he would never give in. But, as the saying goes, if you want to open a window and people don't let you open it, then you threaten to lift the roof, so that everyone can accept you opening the window. Lin Bei changed the subject and said, it's really troublesome. I've never seen someone bargaining with his penis in the hands of others. But since you insist so much that you don't even want Niu Zi, I have to give in. Who made me think so highly of you? Okay, if you help me keep my existence in the Straw Hat Pirates' secret, I will return your right hand to you. In this way, you won't be considered to have betrayed the Navy and betrayed justice, right?" Lin Bei smiled and persuaded him with the look of a good old man. But Smoker was as stubborn as a bull and a stubborn person. "This is still a betrayal of the Navy." Lin Bei's face darkened. "In fact, I have a simpler and more brutal way, which is to kill you directly. You know I have this ability, and your elementalization is of no use to me. Who are you pretending to be a hero with? Come on, say a word of rejection to me again, and I will kill you now." Smoker was silent. No one wanted to die. He was sure that Lin Bei could kill him. His ability was simply the nemesis of natural ability users. Compared to completely betraying the Navy, it didn't seem so difficult to accept just to help Lin Bei conceal his existence. The key is that with the Straw Hat Pirates' ability to cause trouble, Lin Bei couldn't completely hide himself. Even if he deliberately hid, he would always be discovered by the Navy. Thinking about it this way, Smoker felt that this matter was much easier to accept. For Niu Zi in his right hand, he would just pretend that he had never seen Lin Bei. "Okay, I promise you, give me back my right hand and Niu Zi." Lin Bei heard this and immediately smiled like a sunny big boy. "Look, it would be great if it was done earlier. If you have to be so unruly, don't you still have to bow your head in the end? This is your right hand, remember to connect it after it is elementalized." As he spoke, Lin Bei threw out a few smoke cubes. Smoker quickly took them, and after elementalization, he connected them to his body. Strange. There is no trace of being broken. Smoker could also breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that his Niuzi can still be connected. But where is my Niuzi? Why did you only return my right hand to me? That's not how business works, Smoker. How do I know if you will sell me out directly when you come back? I have to keep a trump card. I feel relieved when I hold your most important thing in my hand. Smoker frowned. When will you return it to me? Well, it depends on when I can't hide it anymore. JJ.BR. On that day, remember to come to me, I will return your things to you. If you don't come, don't blame me for not leaving it for you. The handle of a natural ability user should be quite valuable, you can try to auction it. You dare! Smoker roared angrily. What are you barking at? Lin Bei was not tolerant of him at all. As long as I am here, your life is in my hands. Do you want to die? Smoker. This was the most aggrieved moment in his life. Lin Bei saw him shut up, snorted, put his hands in his pockets, and returned to everyone with an arrogant step. At this moment, the crew members were relieved to see Lin Bei, who was so arrogant just now. In fact, Smoker was deceived by the information gap. Lin Bei is a cheater, he can target Smoker's state after elementalization, but if Smoker does not use his ability. If he is beaten with physical skills, within 3 punches, Smoker will have to kneel on the ground and beg Lin Bei not to die, and return his cow to him before he dies. So Lin Bei was just bluffing. Fortunately, this trick frightened Smoker. After returning to everyone, seeing Luffy, Sanji and Zoro surrounding him to protect him, Lin Bei was completely relieved. Now, even if Smoker came to kill him alone with physical skills, he was not afraid. Lin Bei became more unscrupulous, made a goodbye gesture to Smoker, and walked towards the dock with the Straw Hat Pirates. Smoker looked at the Straw Hat Pirates swaggering away, clenched his fists, and his teeth were about to break. Next time, I will never let you go. Just as he was whispering, he saw Lin Bei and his men coming back again. By the way, where is your rogue town naval base? Smoker was stunned, not understanding what Lin Bei meant by asking him about the naval base. But soon, Smoker saw a sack carrying all the military expenses of his rogue town naval base, a total of 60 million Baileys. He clenched his fists again and gritted his teeth. Lin Bei, I will never reconcile with you. Chapter 64 Launching Ceremony. Taking advantage of the storm, the Straw Hat Pirates officially set off for the Grand Line. Under the influence of the storm, the terrifying waves shook the ship violently. But everyone on the boat was very excited, only Linbei and Usopp were a little worried about whether the boat would capsize. The others, led by Luffy, 3 reckless men, brought a wooden barrel and carried out the famous scene of the Straw Hat Pirates. The launching ceremony before entering the Grand Line. In his opinion, this behavior is very romantic, in short, it's a wave. The boat was shaking almost more than 45 degrees, and Linbei was a little seasick. These people actually found a wooden barrel to hold the launching ceremony. Linbei refused, but Luffy smiled and pulled him to force the launching ceremony. These people said their ambitions one by one, drawing a world map, becoming a great swordsman, finding all blue, becoming the Pirate King, and becoming a warrior on the sea. When it was Linbei's turn, Linbei was a little stuck. Maybe this is why Linbei didn't want to do this launching ceremony, because he didn't have the same firm ambitions as these people after traveling through time. In this way, he would be directly exposed as a salted fish without dreams. But after thinking for a moment, he still shouted out his dream loudly. I want to live a wonderful life. In his previous life, he lived an ordinary life like the general public, but who hasn't dreamed of having a wonderful adventure one day? Reincarnated, Linbei wants to live a wonderful life. The Straw Hat Pirates, the initial team was formed, and officially set off for the Grand Line. 2 days later. Hey, Nami, when can we reach the Grand Line? Luffy sat on the sheep's head at the bow, shaking his body from side to side in boredom. Nami held a sea chart in her hand. Why rush? We have only traveled for 2 days. It will probably take a few more days to reach the Grand Line. Linbei and Zoro were training on the side overtime. After Linbei determined the goal that day, he trained harder. After all, if he encountered something interesting, he could only stay on the ship because of his lack of strength. What kind of wonderful life would that be? That should be called all members' adventure. I'm a salted fish on the boat. He is trying to improve his physical skills as much as possible, and with the auxiliary ability of the Byakugan, he has tested many useful acupuncture points on the crew members. In this way, even if his body is not so strong, he can accurately point out the enemy's flaws like the sword girl, and defeat the weak with strength. When thinking of this, Linbei thought about whether he should also learn a sword. But after asking Zoro to teach him for 2 days, which made Zoro angry, this matter was put on hold. Hey, what is that? Usopp's voice suddenly sounded. He is now a sniper on the ship, watching every day, alerting whether there are enemies. Just now, he suddenly saw a lot of birds staying in one place and circling. Sanji looked over, he couldn't see clearly, but he had some theoretical knowledge. It may be a big fish, I remember that birds sometimes land on the heads of big fish. Hey Luffy, why don't you catch it for lunch? Luffy smiled and agreed, a fruit would no harpoon, and threw his hand over. Linbei glanced over here, didn't care, turned around and continued to do strength training. He wanted to practice finger guns to match the acupuncture techniques he studied. If he succeeded, he could directly kill people by hitting the deadly acupuncture points. Accurate and elegant. Hey! Linbei was so tired that he was panting, and in the next second, Linbei, who was holding 2 barbells in his hands, suddenly felt that his waist was blocked by something soft. It was like a big rubber rope, very elastic. Wait, it's elastic. Are you big? Luffy. Linbei, who was holding the barbell, was swept away by Luffy, and Zoro, who was doing strength training next to him, was also swept away. And Luffy said calmly and asked for a beating. Sorry Linbei, sorry Zoro. There was no apology in his words. But for the time being, Linbei and Zoro couldn't care about Luffy. Both of them were holding heavy barbells in their hands. After falling into the sea, they sank very quickly. The most annoying thing is that Lin Bei's superpower today is to transform into metal. As long as he wants, he can become a metal man. But it is not useful at this time. Once he becomes a metal man, there is no need to think about it. He sinks to the bottom directly. Lin Bei threw away the barbell in time, and then kept rubbing it. After rubbing the seawater around his and Zoro's faces, he left a chance for the two to breathe, so as not to choke on the water unexpectedly. After taking a deep breath, Lin Bei stopped rubbing the seawater, adapted to the seawater, and floated to the surface of the sea. Lin Bei and Zoro both had black lines on their faces. "Zoro, I will definitely chop that bastard if I have a chance. I'll hand you a knife." The two were pulled onto the boat by ropes. Just when he wanted to pin Luffy to the ground and beat him up, he suddenly saw a little thing on the deck. When he got closer, it turned out to be a pale little girl. The clothes she wore were very herdsman style on the grassland. Lin Bei frowned, took the towel from Nami and wiped his head. Did he not watch this part of the plot? Why did he remember that after Rogue Town, there was the upside-down mountain? Shouldn't they enter the Grand Line directly? Why is there still a plot? Sanji lit a cigarette. "I thought it was a fish, but it turned out to be a little girl. What should I do? Should I release it?" Luffy asked stupidly. JJ.BR. Nami banged him and punched him. "I told you it's not a fish, how can I release it? Now, I have to feed her something. She looks pale as if she hasn't eaten for many days." Sanji threw away the cigarette and picked up the little girl. "Leave the job of filling her stomach to me." As he said that, he entered the kitchen, which was also the place where everyone ate together on weekdays. Luffy followed him in and said with Sanji's handsome look just now, "The job of following her to eat is leave it to me." As a result, Nami woke up his sleeping soul again, dragging Luffy with 2 bags on his head and throwing him to the deck. Because the girl didn't wake up, Lin Bei didn't remember the plot he had seen had this little girl, so even Lin Bei, a cheater, could only wait for the girl to wake up. He and Zoro went to change clothes and then continued training. In Rogue Town, Lin Bei expected that he might have to stay on the ship for many days, and precious drinking water could not be used to wash clothes. So he bought a lot of clothes and threw them away. Soon the training lasted until the evening, and it was dark. Sanji prepared a few big dinners, and the girl woke up because of the smell. The girl was a little startled, but when she saw that there were only a few of them, she was relieved. After all, the images of these people were handsome men and beautiful women, and they were young, and they didn't look like bad people. So the girl thought they were just a merchant ship or something, and after carefully negotiating, she learned that they were a pirate ship. The girl was petrified. Chapter 65 Today's Superpower Sea King. But fortunately, the girl soon understood that although this ship of people were pirates, they were also a ship of funny people. Soon she found that this group of people were funny, and they were not as fierce as the pirates she had imagined. But she also suspected that this group of people might know her secret, so they pretended to be so kind. So she was still vigilant and didn't eat or drink, and she was vigilant until midnight. She finally couldn't help but sneak towards the refrigerator, intending to steal something to eat. And just as she stretched her evil little hand towards the refrigerator at this moment, a huge clamp came down with a bang. The huge noise attracted the attention of everyone on the ship. After Lin Bei arrived at the restaurant, he and Usopp skillfully opened the giant mousetrap and released Luffy. Obviously, this was not the first time for Luffy. Even this mousetrap was made by Sanji at the request of Lin Bei and Usopp. Lin Bei called it a special treasure for Luffy. Every night, Luffy would be caught by this thing, and then Sanji would come to the kitchen to give Luffy a meal. Every time Sanji would say, you call me, I'm just cooking for you, why do you have to do it secretly?" Now, Lin Bei suspected that Luffy was used to it. Anyway, it didn't hurt for him, a rubber man, to be pinched, so he was too lazy to call Sanji, so he just came up to pinch it, and Sanji heard it and came up to make him a midnight snack. This thing can also be regarded as Luffy's order phone. After being pinched, call the chef to cook at home. So the meaning of this mousetrap is Twaway, and it is also quite magical. Sanji made a midnight snack and let Luffy and the girl eat it. The girl, satisfied with Sanji's superb craftsmanship, finally believed this boatman a good person. In her words, someone who can make such delicious food cannot be a bad person. But when Lin Bei asked her why she was drifting alone on the sea, the girl did not answer. He only knew that the girl's name was Abis. She didn't want to say, so Lin Bei didn't continue to ask. But he also confirmed that this girl was definitely a plot character and had a story. But when he watched One Piece at that time, he might have skipped and didn't watch this part, so he only remembered that after Rogue Town was the upside-down mountain, and then to the Grand Line. Since there is a plot, Lin Bei has to be vigilant. He discussed with Zoro, Usopp and Sanji and took turns to watch the night to avoid any emergencies. The three agreed, and Lin Bei was the first to stand guard. He was also a little lazy. As we all know, the first shift is the easiest to stand. The more time passed, the more uncomfortable it became. But to Lin Bei's surprise, that night, it was calm and nothing happened. However, in the early morning of the next day, there was a sudden explosion. Lin Bei sat up in shock from his sleep, rolled his eyes, and looked at the source of the explosion. As a result, he saw the small figure of Abi staggering in the kitchen, and the kitchen was full of black smoke. Lin Bei broke out in a cold sweat. Did this girl want to blow them up with a bomb, or was she making breakfast and ended up blowing up the kitchen? By the way, what kind of breakfast could blow up the kitchen? Was the material used high explosives? Lin Bei packed up and rushed to the kitchen. As the saying goes, for humans, the unknown is terrifying. Lin Bei didn't know what kind of person this little girl was, so of course he had to be vigilant. After checking, he found that she was really making breakfast. And she really blew up the kitchen while making breakfast. Lin Bei was convinced. Whoever marries this little girl will be blessed. She can use food to make explosives. She has a future. Lin Bei even suspected that this girl had eaten the explosion fruit. After seeing the delicacies made by this girl, Lin Bei decisively returned to the cabin and prepared to take a nap. If nothing unexpected happens, Sanji will not waste food, and given the character of the Straw Hat Pirates, they will eat it and not hurt Abi's heart. Just like Zoro ate the rice ball that fell on the ground before. But, sorry, you have morals, just eat it, I don't have such morals. That thing reveals a sense of despair at first glance. Sure enough, Lin Bei just returned to the cabin and lay down, and heard screams from the kitchen. Lin Bei shook his head, sure enough. He closed his eyes and wanted to continue sleeping. But the food just now was like offerings to Thulhu, lingering in Lin Bei's mind, and he couldn't sleep at all. Helplessly opening his eyes and sitting up, Lin Bei was bored and remembered that it was a new day, and he should have new superpowers. Take a look. Today's superpower, Sea King. This power is easy to be misunderstood by its name, but it is not a serious power. The specific function of this power is to allow people to command and communicate with marine life. Awesome! Another Bug level power. Or, this is a real-world destroying power. If it were in another world, this power would be useless, after all, it is all played on land. But in the pirate world, it is full of various terrifying sea kings as huge as land. A medium-sized sailing ship like the Mary is not even as big as someone's eyeball. And he can directly command such a terrifying sea king and do things for him. If he can have this, to be honest, Lin Bei will be rampant in this world. Let's see what the task is. Lin Bei estimates that it is impossible to complete it. Today's task, marry Shirahoshi. Puff. Although this task is deeply in Lin Bei's heart, how can he get there? He is not only separated from Mermaid Island by the sea, but also by the Red Earth continent. Even if it's over, how can I marry someone? Robbery. Forget it, just have some fun. Lin Bei seemed to hear his system prompting in his mind. Ding! Get a Oneta experience card for the Sea King. Then let's have some fun. Lin Bei listened attentively to the voice under the ship, and soon, he got a response. In the sea area where he was, only a few could be called Sea Kings. The rest could be called sea beasts or big fish at most. However, just to the left of his sea area, there were a large number of responses. One was more powerful than the other. Lin Bei quickly found Nami, looked at the sea chart, and finally confirmed that to the left of his position was the doldrums. No wonder, Lin Bei murmured. On his face, he gradually showed the smile of his motherland, his ancestors. It was also a coincidence that at this moment, Usopp, who was looking forward, suddenly shouted. I saw a naval fleet. Lin Bei's eyes lit up. Isn't this fun that came to his doorstep? Get over here. Chapter 66. Let the bullets fly for a while. Are you crazy? Nami rushed over and gently woke up Lin Bei's sleeping heart, with a bang. Does it sound good? If it sounds good, it's a good start. The other side is a whole fleet, with 7 warships. What can we do to fight them? Nami roared. Zoro said it didn't matter. I'll kill them randomly, and you guys just take care of it. Luffy also said he could fight, that is, he took Zoro and Sanji and flew directly over, and then started a group battle. After that, we can give some firepower support here, and we will definitely win. Luffy praised his wit. How about it, Lin Bei? I can also arrange troops. Bang! Nami retracted her fist. I wonder what's wrong with you all. The way to solve problems is always to rush up and fight without thinking. Don't you even think about whether you can win? Lin Bei stood behind Nami and said faintly. Isn't that how we help you get revenge? We don't know how strong Eren is, but we still rushed up. Nami was speechless and hesitated for a while. This is different. The Navy didn't provoke us this time, right? As soon as the voice fell, the sound of the cannon sounded, and the Navy flagship fired 3 shells. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows at Nami. Now, they declared war. Nami felt very uncomfortable. Is the Navy responsible for the sea area so righteous? See the pirates and attack directly. Abi's raised her hand weakly at this moment. Well, they may have seen me. I escaped from them. Lin Bei heard this and he knew that this girl had a story. Okay, after dealing with the Navy, I will slowly listen to your story. Lin Bei frowned, and began to concentrate on commanding the Sea Kings in the comm zone to come to the rescue. With the huge bodies of those Sea Kings, they can arrive in about 10 minutes. He casually called 7 or 8 of them, which was enough to solve the small trouble in front of him. Lin Bei relaxed his brows and just waited. Nami, who was beside him, saw him like this, as if he frowned and farted hard, and did nothing else. Suddenly anxious. You said you wanted to solve that naval fleet, you solve it. What about your ability today, use it. Lin Bei looked at the naval warships over there calmly, and said without turning his head. Don't worry, let the bullets fly for a while. Seeing that the naval fleet over there saw that they did not surrender, Nami began to cover the ground with artillery fire, and she was so anxious that she didn't care about Lin Bei, the pretentious dealer. Commanding Zoro and Usopp. Drive the ship, get out of their shooting range. Most of the Navy is reliable and well trained. Compared to the low-level pirates who can only fight with firearms, they are very high in terms of weapons and design accuracy. For example, the Navy warships on the opposite side, the first few shots did not hit, but they were just adjusting. Wait for the next round of shooting, and they will definitely hit the ship. Nami didn't know what Lin Bei, the lunatic, meant by letting the bullets fly for a while, but she knew that if she didn't run, she would be sunk. She let Zoro and Sanji control the ship, and she let the ship slide and run at high speed on the sea. At the same time, let Usopp fire back. She still believed in Usopp's ability to operate the gun. As usual, Usopp, familiar with the route, understand. Usopp fired back at the chasing Navy warships while the Mary was driving at high speed. The Navy was all confused. What kind of ship is that? Is it the long-lost Black Pearl? Why is it running so fast? I recognize that flag. It's a Grass the Hat pirates. They just came out of Rogue Town 2 days ago, and they should be heading for the Grand Line. Why are they here? It is said that the people on this ship are very strong, and they can even beat Colonel Smoker, the natural ability user. Not only that, there is also a terrible gunner. It is said that he is a demon, and every shot can send people to hell. Even if it is, don't worry. Their ship is so fast, how can they aim? The next second after these words were said, there was a sound of pong, and the mast of a warship was broken. The protruding captain's room and dining room of the warship were completely penetrated by this shot. It's the demon gunner. It must be him. Too terrible. On the main ship, a branch colonel looked very ugly. Damn, we can't catch up at all. And the other side has a gunner who is very accurate in shooting. If we continue to chase, we will be easily consumed. This is an extremely good kite fighting method, but there is no such saying in the pirate world. Next to the colonel, a man with a weird hairstyle and straight sunglasses said viciously, even if everyone is killed, you have to chase her. That little girl is the one the admiral wants. If he knows that you let her run away, do you think you can survive? That's right, this sea area is the territory of the admiral of the navy. The East China Sea is too big. In comparison, the Grand Line is just an equator. The truly vast is the four seas. The quality of the pirates in the East China Sea is poor. It has been peaceful for too long, so it is easy to breed a large number of naval borers. Like the North Sea and the South China Sea, it is impossible for them to be at ease. There are too many pirates and the wind of fighting prevails. Only here, the admiral of the navy is so fat that he is like a local emperor. He even wants to enjoy eternal life and asks to capture ABIs to get clues about the Millennium Dragon. The colonel has no choice but to continue the pursuit. However, he doesn't. Maybe he had to watch his own troops being lost, so he thought of a compromise. He could continue to chase, but they couldn't hit the other party, but the other party could always hit him. Isn't that a big injustice? So the colonel ordered to keep a distance and chase from a distance. Their ship couldn't always maintain that speed. Even if it could keep it, it couldn't catch up. They tried their best. The admiral couldn't blame him for not trying hard. This is called the upper policy and the lower countermeasure. On the Straw Hat Pirates' side, Usopp soon discovered. I can't hit them. They just chased from a distance. It seems that they don't want to get hurt, but they don't want to give up. Nami gritted her teeth. Maintaining the high-speed operation of the ship requires her physical strength to maintain the ability of the fruit, and it can't be like this forever. Linbei, has the bullet you said arrived? Do we have to wait any longer? Linbei narrowed his eyes slightly, felt it for a while, and said with a smile. You can stop. Are you sure? Sure, stop, I'll show you a show. JJ.BR. Nami looked at Linbei suspiciously, but finally chose to believe this guy. Although this guy often played tricks on her, he didn't fail at the critical moment. The Mary gradually stopped, and the captain on the Navy side was happy. I said they couldn't always maintain such a high speed. Catch up at the fastest speed. The next second after the colonel shouted, the Marines were running to execute the order. But suddenly they felt that they took off. Chapter 67 Millennium Dragon Millennium Bird. Sea Kings. There are Sea Kings attacking, so many Sea Kings. The 7 warships were played with by the Sea Kings and sent directly into the sky. The captain and the sunglasses weirdo on the Navy side had a blank mind when they flew into the sky. After a while, they had an idea. They are dead. The Navy fleet composed of 7 warships was wiped out by the Sea Kings as if playing. Basically no one can survive. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates watching here is an expression pack. Stunned. Nami looked at Lin Bei in disbelief. Is this what you said, Bullet? Lin Bei laughed and pretended to be powerful without any concealment. That's right. This is my power, a natural disaster level power that can destroy the world. Zoro, who was shocked just now, ruthlessly pointed out. It will disappear tomorrow. Lin Bei. We can still be friends if we don't say it out loud. Nami came back to her senses and asked Lin Bei. Can this ability also be given as a gift? Lin Bei nodded. Yes, do you want it? At this moment, let alone Nami, Usopp and Sanji came up. Only people like Zoro who only recognize their own blades will ignore such terrible power. It is also because of this that Zoro can be pure and powerful later. Let me see what price you have to pay if you want it. It was the first time that Lin Bei chose to give the ability to his teammates. The system asked him to choose the teammates he wanted to give it to. He chose Nami first, and then the task was to earn 1 billion Baileys. Hey! It turned out that if he gave the ability to his teammates, the task issued by the system was not the same as his. Lin Bei didn't rush to tell Nami the task requirements, and chose to give Usopp this ability. The displayed task was, Tadpole looking for his father. That is, Usopp set out by himself to find Jesus Bulletin. Sure enough, if you want to get superpowers, everyone's task is different. And like him, if you want powerful abilities, you have to complete a difficult but not completely hopeless task. Nami, are you sure you want this ability? Nami nodded without hesitation. In her opinion, no one could beat those Sea Kings who even played with warships. As long as she could get this ability, she would dominate the world. Well, give me 1 billion Baileys. Hey! And collect 1 billion Baileys in one day. How is this possible? Nami looked like she was drowning in money. Although she knew that this ability was definitely worth 100 or 1,000 times more than 1 billion, if she really had 1 billion, she would not be able to pay this money. What a joke, that's 1 billion. Are you kidding me? Lin Bei rolled his eyes. Do you know what price I need to pay to get this ability? What? Find the Mermaid Island and marry the Mermaid Princess. As soon as the words fell, the voices of both of them became hoarse. What? 2. Lin Bei looked and saw that one was Sanji and the other was Nami. Sanji's eyes lit up and he grabbed Lin Bei. You mean Mermaid Island? Is there really a Mermaid Island? Is there really a mermaid with a human head and fish body instead of a fish head and human body? Lin Bei nodded. Of course there is, but I don't recommend you to go, Sanji. It's harmful to your health and I'm afraid you don't have enough blood. If Lin Bei remembered correctly, Sanji started to bleed from his nose as soon as he went to Fishman Island. The nosebleed was like rocket fuel burning, pushing Sanji to fly into the sky. But, Sanji is Sanji. If there is really a mermaid island and the island is full of mermaids, I will go there even if I die. Even if I die there, my life is worth it. Sanji's eyes turned into a heart shape. He didn't care that Lin Bei wanted to marry the mermaid princess. He only cared that he could see the legendary mermaid. Zoro silently complained about the perverted cook. Nami suddenly narrowed her eyes suspiciously. I think this is the price you want to pay. How could it be that I have to give 1 billion berries, but you have to marry someone else's mermaid princess? How can you say you paid a price? You obviously made a lot of money. Lin Bei was about to say this. Actually, the word price is not particularly accurate. To be precise, as long as you can achieve a certain goal, I can give you the ability. Nami pouted. I still feel that you are lying. How can someone marry a mermaid princess and gain the ability to control Sea Kings? Lin Bei sighed. Don't mention it. Even if I don't have this ability, I can still gain the ability to control the Sea Kings after marrying the mermaid princess. Ren Shirahoji is the Sea King of this generation. Whether it is true or not, you will experience it later. Now we have to deal with this little girl. You must have a big secret that can make an entire navy fleet chase us at the risk of being sunk. ABIs, shocked by Lin Bei's methods, has been diving silently for a long time. But still Yui. Sorry, I can't say it. Lin Bei sighed. If that's the case, then I won't force you to say it. Come with me, I'll give those sea kings a little snack. ABIs glanced at the sea kings who were still playing the happy boat over there, and was immediately scared and cried. She wanted to ask for help with her eyes to her brother and sister who were very kind to her last night, but she found that both Nami and Sanji turned their heads away. It's good that the Straw Hat Pirates are kind, but there are times when they scare people to achieve their goals. Of course they can see that Lin Bei is scaring this little girl. They even passed the Navy fleet just for this little girl, and you still say you can't say it. Are you a little confused about your position? Lin Bei's attitude is very simple. He has helped, and he must get the benefits he can get. The little girl saw that she couldn't hide anymore, so she could only tell her secrets, but she still concealed something. I'm from Gunkanjima, where we have the legend of the Millennium Dragon. The Navy thought I knew where the Millennium Dragon was, so they captured me. But, I really don't know where the Millennium Dragon is. Millennium Dragon. Lin Bei frowned. It seems that it is a matter of interest, not a secret of the Navy. Nami, why does the Navy want to know where the Millennium Dragon is? Because it is said that the dragon bones of the Millennium Dragon can be made into an elixir of life. Many bad guys covet the Millennium Dragon. Is that so? Lin Bei roughly understood what the plot was. ABIs knew the whereabouts of the Millennium Dragon. The Navy knew about it and wanted to find ABIs to ask about her whereabouts. They took her away, but she escaped by herself and he met her. If nothing unexpected happens, the following plot should be that the little girl wanted to protect the Millennium Dragon from being obtained by the bad guys, and the Straw Hat Pirates helped with their sense of justice to fight against the evil Navy. Finally, they successfully protected the Millennium Dragon. This should be the plot. Now there is only one question. Luffy, do you want to see what the so-called Millennium Dragon looks like? JJ.BR Chapter 68. Once upon a time there was a mountain, on the mountain there was a temple, in the temple there was an old monk and a young monk. The thing that Abizi was most worried about happened, they still coveted the Millennium Dragon. Sure enough, no matter who knew that the Millennium Dragon bones could be made into the elixir of immortality, they would want to get it. Abizi hurriedly said. Even if you go to Gunkanjima, you can't see the Millennium Dragon. I really don't know where the Dragon Master is. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows. There are a lot of loopholes in your words. Let me think about where to start to get you to talk. Who is the Dragon Master? The Dragon Master is my answer to the Millennium Dragon. Gaia. Ah, it's simpler than Lin Bei imagined. ABIs, a child who lies will swallow 1,000 needles. ABI's face turned pale. Just then, Luffy stood up. Take us to sea, don't worry, we just want to take risks, we won't do anything to your Dragon Lord. ABIs still trusts Luffy, a little silly big brother. Luffy is born cute and has a kind of temperament that makes people believe. But ABIs doesn't believe Lin Bei. This guy is very bad. Not only does he scare her, but he also tricks her. No. I won't take you there. Lin Bei shook his head. Children are naive. If you don't tell me, I won't know. A simple analysis, the little girl has lived on the island since she was a child. It is impossible for her to go to sea at such a young age, so where did she see the 1,000-year-old dragon? It's very simple, of course it's on the island. So where is the island she is on? Nami, navigation, we go to Gunkanjima. ABI's face suddenly changed. How did you know that Lord Long was on Gunkanjima? Lin Bei turned his head and looked at ABI's, revealing a smile. You are really the most tight-lipped woman in the world. There was no need for ABI's to say anything more now. Let's go to Gunkanjima and see the legendary 1,000-year-old dragon. As long as it's a fresh adventure, it's what Luffy and the people on this ship want. The key is that the journey to the Grand Line is too boring. It's been 2 days and we haven't arrived yet. Who wouldn't want to encounter something new to change things up? As soon as the ship started moving, the Straw Hat Pirates became busy. Only ABIs hid in a corner on the deck and silently drew circles and cursed Lin Bei. Lin Bei caused serious damage to the little girl's young heart. It was a question whether she would dare to answer others in the future. Nami's navigation skills were very powerful, and the ship itself was not far from Gunkanjima, so they arrived at Gunkanjima on the same day. Nami, don't say it, Gunkanjima really looks like a huge warship from a distance. Lin Bei, put it here. Nami. The residents on the island all wore clothes like ABIs, with the nomadic style. After discovering the pirate flag of the Straw Hat Pirates, they immediately issued a warning, gathered a lot of young men with spears, and surrounded the docked ships. Lin Bei saw this and took ABIs away. After some negotiations, ABI's grandfather came, and he was also the village chief here. Thank you very much to the Straw Hat Pirates for bringing ABIs back. Then the old man welcomed the Straw Hat Pirates to his home and entertained them very warmly. It's just that the old man has a problem, he likes to tell stories. Before eating, he started telling stories to several people. That story can be called an old lady's foot binding cloth, smelly and long. JJ.br. In a nutshell, you can feel it. The first king of the Lost Island, Iskantank Bojbo's king, had 3 children. The eldest son was Bojots, the second son was Bojbapako, and the third son was Bojbajibo. One day, the king told the 3 children to look for the legendary star tree that only existed in Dragon Valley. So Poj and Tess, Boj Poko, Poj Poban. Then when it came to the 317th generation, Ingrid Mowgli Ii's child, Ingrid Mowgli. Lin Bei admired this old man very much. How did he remember these names that were like a string of words? At first, the Straw Hat Pirates were still listening to the story seriously, wondering if this legend would be interesting. The result? It can only be said that it was worse than death. Halfway through, ABIs couldn't stand it anymore and ran out secretly. She thought she was not discovered, but Lin Bei was just too lazy to follow her. Maybe she would still run around in circles self-righteously, trying to shake off the people who might catch up with her. The result is true. She wanted to rely on her familiarity with the terrain to shake off all those who caught up with her. However, Lin Bei did nothing. When Nami and Zoro found that ABIs ran out, they offered to follow her. Lin Bei simply waved his hand at them, indicating that it was not necessary. Just like that, he rolled his eyes and watched ABIs run away. A person struggled with the air, wandering around until he was almost dizzy, then he found a bun shop, bought a big bag of buns and walked towards the back mountain. And at the moment when she bought the buns, the fragrance of a large number of buns coming out of the cage made Luffy, who had listened to the story of 317 generations of kings but had not eaten yet, stand up directly. Luffy was like in Tom and Jerry, a scent came over, pinching Luffy's nose and walking forward. Luffy was drowsy because of what the old man said, and he didn't even open his eyes. He walked out with his eyes closed and was hooked by the fragrance. Lin Bei was stunned. Because in his white in the perspective of the eye, Luffy completely closed his eyes and walked along the path that ABIs walked with the buns. In other words, he didn't even need to roll his eyes, Luffy could find ABIs by smelling the smell. Lin Bei was really shocked, and rolled his eyes to see that ABIs had stopped. He apologized to Grandpa ABIs, saying that they had something urgent to do and were leaving with everyone on the ship. Grandpa ABIs was a persistent person and couldn't leave until he finished listening to the story. Even if only one person stayed. The old man said. It's almost over, and now we have talked about the 422nd generation of kings, and there are only 1,200 generations of kings in total. Everyone on the ship staggered when they heard this. Lin Bei deeply admired this dynasty. It was really awesome to be able to pass on 1,200 generations. Is there no one who wants to usurp the throne? Lin Bei. They wanted to ignore the old man's persistence, but as soon as they left, the old man covered his heart, as if he would die if you didn't listen to me. Alas, the Straw Hat Pirates are too kind. In the end, they decided to stay and listen to the old man's speech, and the others withdrew. Lin Bei immediately said democratically that those who wanted to stay should take a step back. Sanji thought that this group of people would definitely not retreat, and he didn't want to listen to Tang Seng's chanting, so he didn't retreat either. Unexpectedly, this group of old six who had been together longer than him actually took a step forward in unison. This made him seem to take a step back. Lin Bei nodded democratically. I know, Sanji, you like to listen to these stories. Listen more, and tell us when we come back. Sanji stared at the running bastards with wide eyes, turned around, and it was the old man who smiled and began to tell the legendary story of the 423rd king. Sanji covered his chest, feeling a little stuffy and a little dying. Chapter 69. Listening to the voice of everything. Lin Bei rolled his eyes and quickly found Luffy, who was walking with his nose as a guide, and threw 2 cubes to him. When they fell on Luffy, they turned into 2 basin-sized hamburgers. This was the reserve food that Lin Bei had specially asked Sanji to make before, as an experiment. The second superpower that was permanently retained was actually equivalent to giving him a space backpack. As long as the things rubbed were of the same type, they could be infinitely stacked in one grid. So now there is no need to worry about food and drinking water on the ship. When leaving this island, Lin Bei will directly stack thousands of drinking water cubes. Lin Bei will also ask Sanji to make thousands of convenient foods like hamburgers that can be eaten directly and taste good. In this way, even if they end up in a wasteland with no birds or shit, the Straw Hat Pirates will not starve to death. Ah! Luffy opened his mouth wide, swallowed 2 basin-sized hamburgers in one gulp, and instantly woke up. Hey, wasn't I just listening to some old man telling a boring story? Why did you suddenly come here? Lin Bei thought to himself. Wow, Luffy is really moving with his body without any consciousness. No wonder he was able to separate his body and consciousness when fighting Enel, and even the mind net couldn't predict his actions. The old man has finished telling the story and told us that the Millennium Dragon is in the cave over there. Do you want to go and have a look? Of course. Everyone present, except Luffy, knew that Lin Bei found the Millennium Dragon by following ABIs with his Byakugan. However, this little lie is harmless, because Lin Bei rescued them. The story told by the old man was too cruel. The entire Straw Hat Pirates were wiped out directly. Lin Bei led the way, and soon, the group found a cave that didn't look secret at all. There was a faint sound coming from inside. Lin Bei wanted to complain. That group of Navy could come to the island to catch ABIs, couldn't they use their brains to search the island a little bit? They are willing to sacrifice their lives for the Millennium Dragon, but they don't even have the time to search the island. They have to capture ABIs, interrogate, and then come back to this island. The Navy in the East China Sea doesn't seem to be very smart. Walking into the cave, it was a bit dark, but there was still light coming through. After walking for a while, the group saw ABIs and a huge bird. Lin Bei rolled his eyes when he saw this thing. How can this be called a dragon? It has green feathers all over its body, and even a bald head. This is a green vulture. The key is that this so-called Millennium Dragon has a very smart look in its eyes, and it looks like it has Alzheimer's disease. What do you want to do? Don't go any further. Seeing that they were still chasing after them, ABIs stopped in front of the Millennium Bird. Luffy saw this and walked straight towards ABIs. ABIs was very nervous, and Luffy looked very gloomy. The Straw Hat Pirates on Lin Bei's side were also a little confused. Lin Bei thought this guy was going to say something again, just like what he said when saving each of his companions. Unexpectedly, Luffy walked straight to ABIs, then bypassed ABIs, stood in front of the Millennium Dragon, and picked up a bag of jelly. He took out a bun from it and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Ah, that's the taste. It's been this taste since just now, so delicious. Plop 6. A group of people were fascinated by it. Luffy, this guy, turned out to be running for the food that ABI's brought to the Millennium Dragon. ABI's was also confused. Is this a humiliation? After eating the buns, will they kill her and Lord Long and take away the Millennium Dragon bones? She used the darkest thoughts to speculate about this group of pirates, but the fact is that Luffy couldn't walk after eating the buns. Although he was shocked by the Millennium Dragon, it turned out that food was more important to him. After the novelty of seeing the Millennium Dragon disappeared, it turned out that food was eternal. When the Millennium Dragon saw Luffy eating his rations, he got anxious and opened his mouth to grab Luffy's head and swallowed it. ABI's was terrified. Long Ye hurt the pirate captain, and his crew would be angry and kill Long Ye and her. But... ha ha ha, Luffy, you idiot. I bet the captain will be bitten by this bald stupid bird. Come on, take the money, 50 Baileys. ABI's. She finally realized that this group of people were stupid. Thinking of this, ABI's felt relieved for some reason. After all, what bad intentions could a stupid person have? She quickly talked to Long Ye and made him open his mouth. Luffy pulled his head out and laughed. What a wonderful feeling. Do it again. A slow blow hit ABI's head. A question mark. Lin Bei stepped forward and flicked the little girl's head at this time. Just say we won't do anything to you and your Lord Dragon. ABI's covered her head and pouted. Who knows whether you are good or bad, you are pirates. As she was talking, ABI's suddenly glared and looked at the Millennium Dragon with an incredible expression on her face. Because at this moment, Luffy was sitting in front of the Millennium Dragon and chatting with it. So, you want to go back to your hometown? Lin Bei also widened his eyes. Here it comes, the ability to listen to the voice of all things. The first time I saw it, the scene was inexplicably weird. I saw Luffy and the Millennium Dragon staring at each other, and then they communicated. What's more ridiculous is that the little girl ABI's can actually communicate with the Millennium Dragon. Lord Long said he wants to be friends with you. He can see that you are a good person. Can you also listen to the voices of all things? Lin Bei asked Abizi. Abizi then explained. Actually, I am a whisperer who ate the whisper fruit. What a weird description. What the hell is a whisperer? I can communicate with animals, so I made friends with Lord Long. Luffy, you can actually understand Lord Long, how strange. Lin Bei rubbed ABI's little head. This is a unique trait, listening to the voices of all things. Hey, is there such a person? ABI's suddenly felt that her ability was useless. The only ability given to her, but she could have it without eating a devil fruit. Zoro yawned at this time and sat on the ground leaning against the mountain wall. I have a hunch that you and this dragon must have a story. Although I have heard enough stories, I still want to tell your story. Finish it early and solve it early. Zoro felt that he was more suitable for adventures with real swords and guns. Listening to stories all the time was not suitable for him. I hope that the Navy can find him later, otherwise he will be bored to death. This adventure is too plain. Chapter 70. I watched Zoro dancing for me with feathers in the pirate world. ABI's told her own story. This is a story about a lonely little girl who met a lonely old dragon, and the two lonely things eventually became friends. The Millennium Dragon wanted to return to the Dragon Cave, and Abyss had been helping her with all her might, and even asked the Navy on the island. It was a coincidence that the Navy was also looking for the Millennium Dragon. After Abyss asked, she was kidnapped by the Navy. Of course, she couldn't be blamed. Anyone who heard the word Navy would first think of the 4 words protecting justice instead of kidnapping and torture. Now things are clear. So the goal now is to send Lord Long back to the Dragon Cave, right? Zoro stood up. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Abyss shook her head. I can't find it. I thought there might be clues in the legends my grandfather told me, but I didn't find any clues after listening to them. Instead, my mind is full of names like Bo, going around and around. This is true. Everyone has a deep understanding and is still scared. Lin Bei stroked his chin. Long Ye should know, right? Abaizi nodded. Well, but Long Ye is demented, and he hasn't been able to remember where the dragon cave is for so many years. But if the dragon cave can be found, Long Ye's dementia can be cured. Lin Bei. What a vicious circle. Lin Bei frowned. Have you tried to awaken Long Ye's previous memories? Alzheimer's will forget many memory fragments, but if you encounter strong stimulation, it is possible to recall some key ones. Some small things are hard to say, but the location of the dragon cave that you are obsessed with will definitely be remembered. Abaizi is a child, and she lives on an island that is basically isolated from the world. It is normal that she doesn't know these. But Lin Bei knows these little knowledge. I just don't know if dragons with dementia are the same as humans, but this method is indeed worth trying. Abaizi's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? It should be possible. If not, think of other ways. As he said, Lin Bei looked at the 1,000-year-old dragon. But, I have to borrow something from Lord Long. Abi's suddenly became nervous. It won't be a dragon bone. Is it okay? Abi's. Just kidding, just pluck a few feathers. Lin Bei thought that this Millennium Dragon was the one that fell behind before, so if there was something that could definitely stimulate his memories, it must be his companions. So, I need a few people to pretend to be a Millennium Dragon now. The Straw Hat Pirates were very kind and willing to help others, and they immediately said they could help. Then Abi's communicated with Lord Long, plucked some feathers, and disguised Luffy, Nami, Usopp, and Zoro as Millennium Dragons. What? Why didn't Lin Bei go up? Just say what's the difference between this and pretending to be the chief of an indigenous tribe before. Lin Bei would never die again. Because he came up with the idea, no one forced him to dress up like this. Lin Bei was very pleased, and then he sat in the corner, with the Coke in his left hand and a hamburger in his right hand, watching Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp running back and forth with green feathers on their bodies like the Millennium Bird. He was so happy that he laughed, and Zoro's face turned black in an instant. He felt as if he had fallen into some trick of Lin Bei. But the Millennium Dragon did open his eyes wide, as if he was searching for memory. Zoro thought about helping people to the end, and sent Buddha send it to the west, and when Lord Long regains his memory, kill that bastard Lin Bei. Then, continue playing music and dancing. Lin Bei almost couldn't stand up straight with laughter. Really, it was worth it. Even if he was hacked to death, it was worth it. JJ.BR. How could he be so worthy to see the future Pirate King and the world's greatest swordsman twisting and turning with chicken feathers in front of him? Ha 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 ha. Zoro finally couldn't help it and stopped. Bastard! Are you kidding us? Abi's whispered at the right time. Lord Long said that he had some impression, but still couldn't remember. Zoro began to draw his sword. Lin Bei hurriedly stepped forward and waved his hand. No, 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 don't be impulsive. I don't think this method is wrong, but you guys are not good at pretending. Zoro, fuck you, you can still blame us. Lin Bei hurriedly said. Think about it, 1,000-year-old dragon flies in the sky, what's the point of you messing around on the ground? Zoro's face darkened. You don't want us to find a cliff and jump off. Can I? Swish. Zoro drew his sword out of its sheath. No, no, I'm just joking. Zoro snorted and sheathed his sword, and at this moment, Luffy suddenly said. Okay. Zoro, poof. You still believe his nonsense? Luffy scratched his head cutely. But I think it makes sense, don't dragons fly in the sky? Zoro suddenly became alert. What do you want to do? The next second, Lord Long was carried to the jungle outside. Luffy acted as a slingshot, holding two big trees with his left and right hands, and then let Zoro hold him, and he slingshot Zoro into the sky. Lin Bei was also very seriously suggesting on the side. Remember to flap your wings in the air. Zoro, He didn't want to, but Luffy was a captain, and Lin Bei was a vice-captain of course, it was useless. The main reason was that Abi's blinked her big watery eyes, hugged his thighs, and begged him. Zoro had a cold face, but he was an angel in his heart. His face turned slightly red, and he agreed to cooperate very proudly. This time, Zoro went up to the sky, flapped his green feathers and passed in front of Long Ye, and finally completely activated Long Ye's memory. Memory retrieval, success. Great. Long Ye said he remembered it. Abi's clapped his hands happily. Zoro came back from a distance in a mess. Of course, he didn't suffer any injuries, but his clothes were torn to pieces by branches. But seeing the little girl so happy, Zoro sighed and temporarily spared the life of Lin Bei, who had been paying attention to this. Where is the dragon's lair? Abi's pointed to the east. Lord Long said it's just east of Gunkanjima. Luffy shook off the hair on his body. Let's go. Zoro was in charge, cutting down a few trees and making a wooden cart to transport Lord Long down the mountain. The wooden cart can also be used as a raft, so it can also be used on the sea. However, when everyone just pushed the Millennium Dragon to the shore and prepared to go to the Eastern Sea to find the dragon's lair, the navy appeared. And this time, there were more ships. It looked like there were 17 or 18 ships, and they also used iron chains to connect the boats, surrounding the entire Gunkanjima island. Guaranteed that no ship can escape. And outside this encirclement, there is a giant navy warship. On it sat the Admiral of the East China Sea, Nelson. A fat waste who can't even walk and can only be carried by people. It's also strange, the more this kind of waste with a strange shape, the more powerful he is. I don't know what's going on. Nelson's face was very gloomy at this time. The fleet I sent out and Eric disappeared so quietly. If there were no people left on this island, not only would they have found the little girl, but also the traces of the Millennium Dragon. They would have missed it. Damn the unruly people, dare to snatch the things I like. Tell those pirates to hand over the Millennium Dragon, otherwise I will bombard this island and let them all die here. Chapter 71 God Usopp. Accompanied by the Navy's call to hand over the Millennium Dragon, Lin Bei couldn't help but look at Zoro. Your mouth is blessed, just say the Navy and the Navy will come. Zoro also smacked his lips. I didn't expect my words to be so effective. Usopp's pupils shook subconsciously at the side, and then he quickly thought that Lin Bei's superpowers today were not super strong. These Navy warships, you can do whatever you want. So, Usopp picked up a loudspeaker directly. Hey! Forget about the Millennium Dragon. Don't you know who I am? I am the Usopp ship with 80 million subordinates in the sea. Halfway through his words, Usopp suddenly felt Luffy's eyes and quickly changed his words. I am Vice Usopp. This time he felt Lin Bei's eyes again. I am Usopp. The Navy whispered to each other about Usopp's shouting. Who is this Usopp? I don't know, is he a very strong pirate? I know, he is the demon gunner Usopp with a bounty of 28 million. That's right, after the commotion in Rogue Town, Usopp's bounty has increased again. to 8 million, so what we have a fleet of more than a dozen warships. Even the Demon Slayer order is about this size. No matter how strong he is, he can't beat us. Ha ha ha, that's true. After a discussion within the Navy gave it to Wu directly. Thorpe finally replied. I've never heard of Usopp in the East China Sea. Hand over the Millennium Dragon quickly, or we'll bombard him. This is a murder. How many pirates with more than 20 million soldiers can there be in the East China Sea? Usopp, Lin Bei. Beat them. Lin Bei wanted to play with Usopp, so he rolled his eyes and made a surprised expression. Oh my god, it turns out that I can only use my superpower once today. Usopp, who told you to mock the navy? We definitely can't get out with so many navy warships. Usopp's legs softened instantly. From the tough Usopp to the mud Usopp, there was only this one sentence difference. Don't joke, at this time, it will really kill people. Lin Bei saw his look and smiled. It's not illegal to be arrogant, but remember to be arrogant next time. As he said, Lin Bei communicated with the Sea Kings who came to the East China Sea on business again. Because they were close, they could arrive in less than 10 minutes. After the communication was completed, Lin Bei looked at Usopp, and Usopp asked cautiously. Is the bullet flying? Well, it will fly for a while. The muddy Usopp immediately transformed into God Usopp again, holding a loudspeaker and started to have a verbal battle with the navy. When it comes to verbal battles, who can beat Usopp? The admiral of the navy in the back, Nelson, was already impatient. Why haven't you seen the Millennium Dragon sent over yet? Report to the admiral, the enemy is having a verbal battle with us. Nelson was furious, slapped the armrest of the seat, and his flesh was shaking with waves. Asshole! What are you talking to these pirates about fire? There is no difference between a dead Millennium Dragon and a living Millennium Dragon anyway, as long as you can get the dragon bone. Yes. The messenger immediately went down to give orders. Then Usopp found that the navy was no longer fighting verbally with him, they started to fire real guns. The warships directly surrounded the battleship island and then directly covered it with firepower. This guy directly gave them a demon-killing order-style treatment. The situation on the Straw Hat Pirates took a sharp turn for the worse. Nami hurriedly said. Lin Bei, stop playing, hurry up. Lin Bei rolled his eyes. Can he hurry up just because he wants to? The Sea Kings swam over, not teleport. However, it was almost time. Lin Bei received the information from the Sea Kings, and they were already in place. Lin Bei rolled his eyes and hurriedly said to Usopp, who was avoiding the bombardment. Hurry up. Go show off. Usopp. Now is it appropriate? It couldn't be more appropriate. Just say the line you just said. Usopp confirmed several times that Lin Bei was not joking, and then he walked forward, his legs trembling, pointed at the navy's warship, and shouted loudly. I am the great pirate Usopp who has 80 million subordinates in the sea. The marines on the navy's warship lived in Bungbu. It was obviously a serious war moment, but there were always people who wanted to make them laugh. But in the next second, the navy warship in the direction of Usopp's finger suddenly went up to the sky. A huge Sea King emerged from the sea and began to easily destroy the navy's encirclement. The navy was dumbfounded. Does he really have 80 million subordinates in the sea? Fuck, this Sea King won't be called 80 million. The other one must be called subordinates, right? That's right, the second Sea King also surfaced, and with a shake of its head, 2 warships were scrapped. Then, the third head, the fourth head. Usopp was like a great summoner. Wherever he pointed, a Sea King would appear and destroy the navy's warships easily. The mentality of all the navy was broken. It was completely broken. If the name of Usopp could be spread today, he would be famous all over the world. A person who can control the Sea Kings will definitely attract everyone's attention. It's a pity that the news here can't get out. Because this matter is not glorious, for the Millennium Dragon, the navy bombarded civilians. This is unjust. So Admiral Nelson took away all the external den mushi in advance, leaving only those that can communicate internally. As a result, he couldn't even send out a distress signal, and was suffocated by the Sea Kings. He was also unlucky, because his ship was the largest and the most noticed by the Sea Kings. ABIs, no matter how many times you watch it, this scene is so shocking. Lin Bei also felt so, but it was a pity that this ability could not be retained. Otherwise, he would just kill them randomly. From now on, he was responsible for killing randomly, and the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates were responsible for quacking. Obstacles have been cleared, we can. As Lin Bei was speaking, his brows suddenly furrowed, and he looked at the Sea Kings who had not yet dispersed not far away. Just like ABIs was communicating with Long Yet, he was also communicating with the Sea Kings. Just when the Sea Kings were about to leave, they told Lin Bei a piece of news. There are many fossil statues on the seabed around Gunkanjima, and those fossil statues look like Millennium Dragons. This dragon cave, wouldn't it be the place where the Millennium Dragon will go when it dies? Just like an elephant will go to a place to wait for death before dying, the Millennium Dragon will also go to the Dragon Cave to wait for death. Perhaps when Long Ye was not demented, because he fell behind the main force, he knew that only the Dragon Cave was the place where the main force would definitely come, so he simply waited in the Dragon Cave. But after he became demented, he forgot about it, and he was actually near the Dragon Cave. He thought he was going to die and couldn't go back to the dragon's lair, so he asked Tabizi for help. But in fact, the place under his feet was the dragon's lair. It's just strange, why is the Dragon Cave in the sea? Does every 1,000-year-old dragon have to sink to the bottom of the sea and become a fossil? Chapter 72 officially heading to the Grand Line. The East China Sea chapter is over. It's a bit dragged, but to be honest, there's nothing I can do about it. Who made the current recommendation drag on for 7 days? These 7 days are basically written in vain. But it won't be like this later. After entering the Grand Line, the plot will be as compact as possible, and the protagonist's abilities will be further increased and enhanced, and he will no longer be a salted fish. Thank you for your support. The author will try his best to write a good plot. Lin Bei told everyone the news he got from the Sea Kings. After listening to it, Long Yi's eyes suddenly changed, and he looked more wise. ABIs couldn't accept it, and couldn't accept Lin Bei's idea that the Dragon Cave was a cemetery at all. But she confirmed from Long Ye that Lin Bei's idea was right. Long Ye remembered everything. The reason why they are called 1,000-year-old dragons is not because they can live for 1,000 years, but because they migrate to Gunkanjima once every 1,000 years. At this time, Gunkanjima will rise, and the Dragon Cave below will rise above the sea level. At this time, some dying 1,000-year-old dragons will stay here. JJ.BR. The little girl was stunned by what she heard. Children nowadays can only watch beautiful stories and endings. How can they hear such a tragic ending? Ultraman was reported for fighting monsters. No, it's impossible. Lord Long, this is fake, right? You said that as long as you can return to the Dragon Cave, you will get better. Everyone couldn't hear the 1,000-year-old dragon calling, but from Lord Long's wise eyes, it can be seen that he should be comforting ABIs. After a long time, ABIs lowered her head and said, "It's about to start." Everyone didn't understand what it meant to start, and suddenly felt a shaking under their feet, as if there was an earthquake. At this time, Gunkanjima began to rise. And in the distant sky, you can also see a large area of green coming at a very fast speed. Lin Bei saw clearly that it was a 1,000-year-old dragon. A 1,000-year-old dragon that is not bald. Just say, how can a dragon be bald? The Millennium Dragon is still quite handsome when he is not bald. When he is bald, he looks like a vulture. Just like the old man in the comic book Nura, he was so handsome when he had hair when he was young. When he is old and bald, it is shocking. How did this old man find his partner? Is his partner blind? He married an alien. I am back. I can feel it. I am back. ABIs faithfully translated what Long Ye said. Then I saw Long Ye, who clearly said that he could not fly anymore, spread his wings and flew towards the dragon cave that had turned into land. But this was also the last swan song. Long Ye, handsome for less than 3 seconds, fell head first. ABIs shouted to Long Ye to chase him, and saw a dragon egg breaking its shell not far from Long Ye's body, and a little millennium dragon came out of it. Lin Bei, who was following behind ABIs, looked at ABI's in surprise as she talked to the little Millennium Dragon. The little girl's face was full of tears. After the incident, she, who was originally full of sorrow, actually laughed. Not sad. ABI's nodded with a smile. Lord Long is not dead, he is just reborn. Lin Bei and the Straw Hat Pirates immediately looked at the little 1,000-year-old dragon. Good guy, not only is his reincarnation speed extremely fast, but he doesn't even drink Meng Po soup. The local ghosts are really too unruly. However, this is in line with the romantic color of One Piece. Lord Long, in the end, returned to the Dragon Cave and got better in another form. From this point of view, Lord Long did not lie. It is true that as long as he went to the Dragon Cave, everything would be fine, but he just needed to reincarnate again. Lin Bei had always thought that this was a hell joke, but he didn't expect that it would actually come true here. Having fulfilled her wish, ABI's returned to her grandfather's house with the Straw Hat Pirates. It was at this time that everyone suddenly realized that, fuck, they said that there was one less person, and left Sanji here. Sanji was almost going crazy at this time, muttering, bo ge bo, bo. When he saw Lin Bei and others, he rushed over excitedly. You finally came to save me. The fierce battle and the island floating just now could not wake Sanji from the hypnotic state, which shows how much he was upset by Grandpa ABI's. Fortunately, Lin Bei and others finally came back. Sanji couldn't wait to set sail, but saw Lin Bei's sunny smile. Don't worry, I'll make some supplies, you listen for a while. Grandpa, which generation of kings are you talking about? The old man said seriously. The 828th generation king, Yggdrasil lied, and his 3 children are respectively. Sanji, ah. An hour later, the Straw Hat Pirates went out to sea again. Lin Bei originally wanted to replenish more water and food, but Sanji really couldn't stand it. He said that he might even hear bo ge bo in his nightmares. Seeing that he might really have mental problems, Lin Bei hurriedly set sail and officially headed for the Grand Line. At this time, it was already dark. There were only 7 or 8 hours left before the next superpower was replaced. But it was still 3 or 4 days away from reaching the upside-down mountain. Even if they used the slippery fruit to travel, it would take at least 1 day. After all, ships now have to use wind power to sail, so it's already good to be so fast. Lin Bei thought about it and made use of the last bit of time to let the Sea Kings pull the boat for them. The speed of the Sea Kings is extremely fast. It only took 10 minutes to travel from the windless zone to such a long distance. It would be a pity not to use it while it is still controllable. Summon it directly, and then the Sea Kings will swim against the boat. It took 3 hours, and we are here. In the remaining time, let the Sea Kings go as far as possible, and the Mary officially entered the upward seaway of the upside-down mountain. Everything went smoothly, and everyone felt the speed of the wind. There was just a small problem, because the upward current was too fast, causing the ship to be a little out of control. And the angle of entry was not right, the ship was about to hit the mountains on both sides. With such a fast current, as long as it hits, it will be dead. Everyone's face turned pale. Lin Bei was also, he was really helpless. After all, the Sea Kings could not be called over now. Even if he called, he would not be able to catch up in such a short time. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Luffy took a deep breath, turned into a huge balloon, and directly cushioned the mountain wall that was about to hit. The ship hit it as expected, but it hit Luffy, squeezing him until his face turned blue, and then the ship bounced off. Luffy reached out and grabbed the sail and got back on the ship. The ship finally returned to the right path. Lin Bei was overjoyed. So, this is how Luffy really uses it. Grand Line, here we come. Chapter 73 Today's Superpower 6 Story Immortal Thief. Through the upward current of the upside-down mountain, the Mary quickly rushed through the clouds and reached the top of the upside-down mountain, then flew over the upside-down mountain and reached the Grand Line. Now it was only 1 or 2 hours before 12 o'clock, and Lin Bei's superpower would become the next one. Looking at the companions around him who all looked relaxed, Lin Bei was still concentrating. Because if he remembered correctly, there would be a whale blocking the way at the entrance to the Grand Line. If they hit it, with the speed of the current going downward, their entire group would be gone. Even if it stopped as in the original book, it would be suffocated by Mary. So while he had the last hour left of this ability, he had to avoid this as much as possible. What can't be discussed outside, but must be discussed in Lei Bu's stomach. He didn't believe that the whale's stomach was really that beautiful. Apart from anything else, could there be no despairing smell in the stomach? The downstream current was very fast, and in the dark night, no one noticed that there was Lei Bu like a wall at the entrance. Lin Bei quickly used his ability to make Lei Bu clear the way, avoiding a group annihilation. When the ship completely entered the Grand Line, everyone could feel that the ship was no longer moving fast. Although nothing could be seen clearly in the dark night of the sea, everyone was very excited. Sanji cooked, and the whole ship ate and drank a lot, holding a banquet. Luffy and the others didn't know that not far from Mary, there was an island whale looking at the bright lights on their ship. Lin Bei didn't remind everyone that Lei Bu usually wouldn't attack the ship unless someone attacked first. Like the original, Luffy punched Lab in the eye because his special seat, the sheep's head, was knocked off. At that time, everyone on the ship, including Zoro, lost control of their expressions. Now it's fine, both sides spent the whole night in peace. The next morning, Lin Bei was woken up by Usopp's scream. "Damn it, it's screaming! Can't let me sleep!" Usopp ran to the cabin in panic. Yes, there is a whale. It's so big. Very big." Lin Bei was still thinking, "That's it. Don't make a fuss. This whale has been with us all night and didn't attack us. It's still pretty cute." Usopp's expression management failed. "You call that whale with scars all over its head, which is obviously a fighting whale, cute? Wait. You knew it a long time ago." Lin Bei rolled his eyes. "What do you think? I didn't want to disturb everyone's fun last night." Listening to the conversation between the two, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji became interested and rushed to the deck without sleeping. Then there were exclamations one after another. Lin Bei yawned, got up, and went to the deck with a cup and toothbrush to listen to Luffy and the others' exclamations, and brushed his teeth calmly. If there were no girls on the ship, he would definitely pee 3 feet in the sea breeze. Looking at Lab, who was still standing there, Lin Bei checked today's superpowers. Today's superpowers: 6-story immortal thief. Fuck. Lin Bei was startled and swallowed the toothbrush foam in his mouth subconsciously. The next second he found that the toothbrush foam was absorbed and digested by him. Is this ability so powerful? If he remembered correctly, this ability can continuously seize the vitality of other lives to strengthen himself, and at the same time, the digestion ability directly surpasses Luffy. Luffy at least can't digest impurities. With this ability, no matter what he eats, he can digest it 100%, even impurities can be absorbed. It's awesome. With this ability, physical fitness can be raised to a terrifying level in a short time. Lin Bei looked up at the sky. This time, I must keep it. In this way, I will never be called a weak little vegetable or a useless little garbage again. However, with such a powerful ability, Lin Bei is also mentally prepared that the task will be difficult. After a long breath, Lin Bei began to check today's task, hunt a sea king. You can permanently retain today's superpowers. Tisk, it's really difficult. With the current strength of the Straw Hat Pirates, even if all the members fought hard, they couldn't beat a Sea King. Could it be that this ability can only watch it slip away? If this ability had appeared yesterday, he would have used the Sea King ability to order a Sea King to crash to death on the spot. Now, Lin Bei frowned and thought for a long time, until Nami reminded him. Did you drink all the toothbrush water? Oh, no. Lin Bei quickly rinsed his mouth, and then found that the toothbrush water had been digested long ago. The water he drank was also digested and absorbed in an instant. I'm going to do it. Jesus can't stop it, I said. Lin Bei finally set his sights on Lab. If there is anything that can beat the Sea King at this stage, it must be the whale in front of him that is bigger than the island. Lab's size is not much different from that of ordinary Sea Kings. As long as he finds a small Sea King and lets Lab bully him, he can complete this mission by collecting heads. This is also the only solution that Lin Bei can think of for today's mission. As for how to get Lab to help him, Lin Bei also has an idea. If I remember correctly, Lab can understand human words. If he uses the news he cares about most in exchange for his help, it should be possible. Hey, Lin Bei, don't be in a daze, we have to keep moving forward. Nami shouted again. Nami was very puzzled. What happened to Lin Bei today? He stood there stupidly looking at the whale for a long time. Could it be that he was interested in such creatures? Lin Bei turned around and handed the cup to Nami and said, I'm going to find that whale. Nami's eyes widened. You're crazy. I have a reason to go. Zoro stepped forward at this time. Is it because of your ability today? Lin Bei nodded, and Luffy laughed immediately. Since Lin Bei wants to go, then go. I also want to see the whale up close. Lin Bei was really touched. If it was in another pirate group, as soon as he said he wanted to see the whale, the people on the boat would throw him into the sea and let him swim over by himself. After all, everyone would be afraid of such a huge and terrifying creature. But in the Straw Hat group, as long as the crew wanted, the captain was willing to accompany the crew to go crazy. Nami and Usopp both had a headache, but they still went to drive the boat. The Mary drove straight towards Leibu. And at this moment, a door suddenly opened at a position beside Leibu. An old man with hair on his head walked out. The old man just stretched his old waist and saw a ship not far away actually heading towards Leibu. This is really strange. On weekdays, those pirates don't have time to run, but someone actually took the initiative to find Leibu. The old man has been alone for a long time, and he likes such a fearless pirate group. Chapter 74 Crocus Who Killed Zoro and Sanji. Am I seeing things? Why do I see a door open on the side of that whale? Usopp had been staring at Leibu nervously, so he found Crocus the first time. Others came up to him and asked for his telescope to see. Really? That old man can open a door on the whale, is he also a devil fruit user? Hey, he seems to be calling us over. Nami exclaimed. After saying that, she looked at everyone. Should we go? Obviously, she was still a little afraid of Leibu. This island whale is so big that it can't be stewed in one pot. A burp can blow them away. But Luffy was determined. Lin Bei wants to find that whale, so let's go. Lin Bei.bb. Captain. Mary sailed carefully to Leibu's side and saw Crocus. But the moment they saw this old man, everyone was stunned by his fierce aura. Crocus said nothing, but his fierce aura alone made all the Straw Hat pirates break out in cold sweat. Usopp ran to the kitchen with shaking legs and shouted at Crocus. Don't think we're afraid of you just because you can control this whale. We have cannons on our ship. Have you ever heard of the name of the demon gunner? That's me. Lin Bei glanced at Usopp. Really, if he said this while standing on the deck or the bow, it would be more convincing. After Usopp trembled and declared a battle, Crocus's eyes were also fierce. Sanji and Zoro were both ready to fight by his eyes, and Zoro had already put his hand on the knife. And at this moment, Crocus said with a terrible aura. Stop it, it will kill people. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Is this old guy very strong? Sanji was a little nervous, after all, he didn't know the details of Crocus. But as combatants, they can be nervous, but they can't be cowardly. Who do you think will die? Crocus, me. Sanji was stunned for a moment, and instantly turned into a shark face. So you are talking about yourself again. This made him angry. He thought the battle was about to start. Lin Bei was amazed. This is the legendary saying the most cowardly words in the most tough way. Crocus is quite interesting. Seeing that the atmosphere suddenly changed from tense to strange, Zoro pulled Sanji, who was complaining, and walked forward himself. Okay, don't be so excited, let me do it. Hey old man, can you tell us who you are and what's going on with this whale? Kurika still used the most ferocious expression and said. Before asking others a question, shouldn't you first report your name, so that it's polite? Zoro was stunned. That's true, I'm really sorry, my name is Luo Luo. Halfway through the words, Kurika seemed to be deliberately teasing Zoro, and directly began to answer Zoro's previous questions. My name is Kurikas, and I'm the keeper of the Gemini Lighthouse. Age 71, Gemini, of type blood, still unmarried. Zoro also turned into a shark face. You are just kidding us, right? Who wants to know your blood type? Can I chop him? This time, Sanji pulled Zoro. The old man didn't care about the outbreak of Zoro at all, and continued to talk to himself. You ask what's going on with this whale, his name is Lab, this is a story with a long time span. Sanji's face changed instantly, another story, and the time span is very long. Die, let him die. Just when Sanji wanted to find an opportunity to jump into the sea and the old man was about to start telling a story, suddenly a man and a woman appeared abruptly. The man wore a crown and the woman had a single ponytail, which was a very dangerous hairstyle. He jumped out inexplicably, then raised the two cannons he carried with him, and laughed. See you again, stinky old man. Don't try to stop us from whaling this time. We're going to kill this whale. He was about to fire at Leibo. Lin Bei was speechless. He had a lot of complaints in his heart, but he didn't know where to start. First of all, the difference between the style of Princess Vivi and the later ones is too big. Secondly, why do these two bastards think their shells can kill Leibo? To them, a shell the size of a head is not even a nose in Leibo's eyes. Besides, Leibo is banging his head against the wall every day for the Rumber Pirates, and he is crazier than the craziest fans. This strength is completely different from that of a normal island whale. Even if one of them comes here, it will be killed by Leibo. The two of them, holding a toy that is the size of a nose for Leibo, are trying to kill Leibo. The key is that old man Crocus seems to really think that these two people can hurt Leibo. Harming Lab. This. Damn, it's because his superpower today is not the energy of complaining. If there is a superpower of complaining energy, he will be full of energy and start to destroy the world. The two guys still fired at Lab, and Crocus blocked the two shells with his body in a standard football goalkeeper's attack. Lin Bei sighed, worthy of being the ship doctor on the Pirate King's ship. It's because he retired, otherwise he would have been killed by these two idiots. These two idiots don't think about it. Can a normal person withstand two shells? Can the two of them withstand two shells? After the fight, seeing Crocus fall into the sea almost unscathed, the two idiots were still laughing. If you want to protect this whale, try to block our shells again. We will kill this whale today. Even God can't stop it. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy suddenly jumped up, opened his arms and hammered the two little Kurami together. With just this one move, a flat attack, without any skills of Gomu Gomu no, knocked the two people unconscious. After the fight, Luffy raised his head and said confidently, I don't know why, I just want to beat them. Lin Bei started to applaud loudly. Well done. Princess Vivi's current state is really hateful. When the two jumped up, just as they were about to speak, Lin Bei almost said to them. Since you asked sincerely, I will tell you mercifully. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to maintain world peace, to implement love and true evil, cute and charming villains. These two people really can't do well as positive characters, and they can't even do well as villains. In short, they are nothing. The only role they play is to make Crocus and Leibo's favorability towards the Straw Hat Pirates plus 10,086. From this perspective, Lin Bei still has to thank them. After all, if he doesn't get closer, how can he trick Leibo into helping him complete the task? Chapter 75 Deal with Leibo. Crocus boarded the Mary, and the two idiots were tied up and took a boat to the twin lighthouse together. Thank you for helping me, but why did you do it? The old man may believe that there is no gain without early rise, but Luffy is not the same as a normal person. I didn't help you, I just didn't like them. Nami, by the way, who are these two people? Crocus found a recliner and sat down, then slowly said. They are villains in the nearby town, and their goal is the meat of this whale. Because if we catch Leibo, it will be enough food for the town for 2 or 3 years. Lin Bei's desire to complain came up again. If I remember correctly, the town was Whiskey Mountain. Are all the bounty hunters so poor that they can't even eat Nami? Leibo, it's the name of this whale. It lives in the West Sea and is the largest whale in the world. How can we let this guy become food for that group of people? Leibo is still waiting for someone. Waiting for someone. Crocus nodded, and then began to tell the story of Lab and the Rumber Pirates. Sanji subconsciously wanted to escape, but he didn't expect the story to be so short. The Rumber Pirates brought Lab here. The pirates on the ship knew that the Grand Line was dangerous, and because they didn't want to see Lab follow them and lose his life, they made an agreement with Lab to let Lab stay here and wait for them to come back after the adventure. But the Crocus people found out that the Rumber Pirates had escaped from the Grand Line and returned to the West Sea. But even if Lab was told this news, Lab didn't believe it. Lab wanted to see that group of people in person, and it even became a deep obsession. So in the end, they began to hit the Red Earth continent, trying to open up the Grand Line and return to the West Sea. But this is undoubtedly an impossible thing to do. Lab was smart and knew it was impossible, but for him, he was too big to return to the West Sea. He only had the group of companions who promised to wait for him. So, knowing that it was impossible, he still hit the Grand Line day after day. During the conversation, Lab also started the feat of hitting the Red Earth continent again. Old Man Crocus cursed, because in this case, he would have to enter Lab's body to inject Lab with a sedative. You just wait here, I'll be back soon. Maybe, there are other possibilities. Crocus set his sights on Lin Bei. In fact, he knew the Straw Hat Pirates and had seen the supernova in the East China Sea in the newspaper. It's not easy to come up with a supernova with such a high bounty in a place like the East China Sea. But there is no one like Lin Bei in the bounty. I don't know if he just joined recently. What do you want to say? I think I may know the real whereabouts of that pirate group. If I tell Lab, he should not continue to hit the Red Earth continent. Kurika's eyes widened. You are kidding. That pirate group is called the Rumba Pirates, right? Kurika's looked at Lin Bei in disbelief. You know, when he was telling the story just now, he didn't mention the name of the Rumba Pirates. He used the adjective a group of heroic pirates. It seems that Lin Bei really knows that pirate group. What are they doing now? Didn't they return to the West Sea? Lin Bei shook his head. The story you told actually has a happy but not happy ending. The Rumba Pirates never gave up their agreement with Lab, but they can never come back. Everyone knows what this means, that is, the group is wiped out. Nami said worriedly. Are you sure Leibo will believe this news? This is not much different from everyone escaping the Grand Line. Lin Bei smiled. No. It's much different. Uncle Crocus, help me stabilize Leibo. Next, I want to talk to him alone. Crocus did not hesitate. Although it was a bad fate, he and Leibo have been friends for 50 years. Even if there was only a little hope, he hoped to see Leibo stop hurting himself before he died. Okay, I'll help you. Crocus set off immediately and quickly stabilized Leibo and let Leibo lean on the shore. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates wanted to come over to listen to what Lin Bei was going to say to Leibo, but they saw Lin Bei climbed onto Leibo's head and then directed Leibo to turn around and leave the twin lighthouse. Nami said worriedly. What is he going to do? Doesn't he know that he is so weak that Leibo can kill him with just one sneeze? Luffy hugged his shoulders and laughed. I believe Lin Bei can do it. In fact, Luffy was about to take action just now, and used a very shocking way to force Leibo to stop. He wanted to fight with Leibo. Then force a tie and make an agreement. When he comes back after the adventure, he will continue to fight and decide the winner, but the condition is that he cannot continue to hit the Red Earth continent before that. On this point, who dares to say that Luffy is stupid? He is a smart guy. After diverting Leibo's obsession, Luffy is very confident in himself anyway, and he will definitely come back to fulfill the agreement with Leibo. But, he also believes that Lin Bei, the deputy captain he appointed, who seems to be smarter than him, can definitely solve the problem. In fact, Luffy did not trust the wrong person. Lin Bei's words made Leibo listen and stabilize his emotions. The Rumba Pirates did not escape the Grand Line, nor did they give up their promise to you. Labo was so human that tears welled up immediately. His huge body shed tears like a waterfall. Labo, do me a favor. I will tell you the current situation of the Rumba Pirates and where they are after this. But I will also tell you in advance that their current situation is not good, if you don't want to. Before Lin Bei finished speaking, Labo chirped. Lin Bei inexplicably understood what he meant. Okay, since you are willing, let's go and find a Sea King to fight. After it's over, I will tell you everything. Labo chirped again, and the fighting whale was officially online. Just like the street killer whale in the ocean, it began to carry Lin Bei everywhere to find Sea Kings to fight. On the way, he met an innocent little turtle, a small sea beast, etc., and they were all mischievously pushed into the sky by Labo. 50 years is very long for humans, but it is actually very short for Labo. Now he is just a child. This was the first time in 50 years that he showed such a naughty character. Because life had a new purpose, he gradually relaxed a little. Soon, he found a Sea King that was considered the smallest. Not all monsters in the sea can be called Sea Kings, such as the king of the coastal sea that Luffy fought when he went out to sea, which can only be regarded as a sea beast. The same is true for Moo Moo. Only the one in front of Lin Bei, whose body size is about the same as that of an island whale, can be regarded as the lowest level of Sea King. And even the lowest level is not something that humans can match. If you want to kill it, you must be at least a vice admiral. If it were only Lin Bei himself, even if he brought all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, it would not be enough to fill the gaps between people's teeth. This task is simply unsolvable. Fortunately, there is also Leibo. Chapter 76 I Cried Leibo. The Sea King encountered was a Sea King with an ostrich head and a snake body. It looked slender and thin. Long. But it is a big lump when rolled up. In order to get the news of the Rumba Pirates, Lab rushed to the Ostrich Sea King without hesitation. Lab's advantage is that he has a bloody mouth when he opens his mouth. And he practices iron head skills every day. This head is not ordinary iron, and the impact force is very terrible. First, he hit it head-on, trying to kill the Ostrich Sea King. The Ostrich Sea King had a substantial confusion on his face. Generally, Sea Kings of their size would not attack each other. It consumes too much energy. You have to eat dry food for a few days after a fight. It's okay to kill the opponent, so you don't have to look for food everywhere. If you can't kill him, you will be tired, injured, and hungry, and you have to find food. These days, it's not easy for Sea Kings. As a result, Lab hit him directly. When he doesn't attack easily, does it mean he won't attack? The Ostrich Sea King twisted its body and shook the sea, trying to tie up Leibo like a dragon rope. The fight between a Sea King and an island whale that is as big as a Sea King, a casual touch will cause a storm. Lin Bei stood on Lei Bo's head and could only hold Lei Bo's body tightly to prevent being thrown out by Lei Bo in the fight. It's not that he doesn't want to hire Lei Bo to work directly, he won't participate, and will collect the head directly in the end. The main reason is that this task is vague, and he doesn't know how the system judges it. What if he lets Lei Bo kill a Sea King like this, tells him the news of Brook, and then Lei Bo goes to Brook, but the system tells him that the task is not completed, where can he kill another Sea King? Although it is very dangerous at the scene, it is much safer than directly fighting a Sea King. He follows Lei Bo, even if he spits a few mouthfuls of saliva, it is considered an assist, so it is also considered participating in the hunt. If this doesn't work, then Lin Bei will admit it directly. It is impossible for him to hunt Sea Kings alone. Ah! The ostrich Sea King successfully wrapped around Lab with its slender body, and Lab also bit the tail of the ostrich Sea King with its bloody mouth and was biting into its stomach. The tighter the ostrich Sea King wrapped around Lab, the tighter it wrapped. It was like a belt tightening its stomach, and Lab had to open its mouth. But this opening of the mouth allowed the ostrich Sea King to free up its body and continue to wrap around Lab. How snakes swallow their prey, this ostrich Sea King may swallow Lab today. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Bei decided to help Lab. But he was too weak, and the two skills on his body were not particularly strong. In my world, if you want to rub a creature, you must kill the creature before you can rub it. Or, you have to turn yourself into non-living smoke like smoker, that is, elementalization, before you can rub it. Smoker was stuck with a bug. Now there is only the 6-story immortal thief left. If he remembers correctly, the inheritor of this ability in one person is called Baron. That guy was besieged by some strange beasts, and then he spit out a lot of saliva and digested the strange beasts directly. His saliva or all his body fluids may have similar abilities, so everything he eats can be digested instantly. The 6-story immortal thief is known as a saint thief who can steal even the vitality of the world. I wonder if he can digest the Sea Kings after coming to the other world. Looking at the ostrich Sea King whose head is dozens or hundreds of times larger than the Mary, Lin Bei's breathing is extremely rapid, and adrenaline is secreted crazily at this moment. This is the second craziest thing he has done since entering the pirate world. The first one is to turn my hawk into a red panda. The second one is to participate in the war between Sea Kings and digest a Sea King. Damn, I have become much braver after crossing. Hey! Have you ever risked your life for yourself in your life? Lin Bei let out a long breath and rushed towards the ostrich Sea King. Because it had to lock Labo tightly, the ostrich Sea King could not relax after wrapping around Labo, and could only keep tightening its strength. Otherwise, if it raised its head and relaxed its strength, Labo would break free. So this was the best time for Lin Bei to attack. Lin Bei ran towards the ostrich Sea King, and felt that this scene was very similar to the protagonist in the game of Sekiro fighting the white snake and the cherry dragon. But the ostrich Sea King was much bigger than the white snake and the cherry dragon. Lin Bei ran for several minutes before he arrived. After arriving, Lin Bei made a move. Hitui! 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 3 consecutive shots, each shot was spit at the most vulnerable eyes of the ostrich Sea King. The next second, the 6-storehouse fairy thief was launched. As soon as the saliva touched the eyeball of the ostrich Sea King, it quickly began to digest it. It was as if Lin Bei spit out sulfuric acid instead of saliva. The huge eyeball was digested by 3 mouthfuls of saliva in an instant. The ostrich Sea King, who was in great pain, screamed loudly, but his body was still tightly locked on Lab. Seeing that it was effective, Lin Bei's mouth began to rise. You can't move, but I can hurt you, so I'm so happy. I can directly digest your brain. Lin Bei excitedly jumped into the half-digested eyeball of the ostrich Sea King and began to spit continuously. All the places sprayed by saliva were digested and disappeared. Lin Bei moved forward like a gold miner. In just a few minutes, Lin Bei made a channel from the eyeball to the brain of the ostrich Sea King. Although the large amount of blood and strange liquid produced by the corrosion made Lin Bei soaked all over and felt particularly uncomfortable, compared with the joy of completing the task, this bit of disgust was nothing. With this ability, he is a true Sea King killer. As long as if he is not killed by the Sea King in 1 second, he can digest the brain of the Sea King step by step. Ostrich Sea King, dead. When Lin Bei walked out of its head, he felt that the world was beautiful. Because the mission was completed. He has permanently retained the ability of the 6-vault Immortal Thief. This ability can perfectly digest everything and transform it into its own strength. In short, no matter whether Luffy is getting more and more awesome as he eats more, he is really getting more and more awesome as he eats more. This hunting mission, Lin Bei thought it was lab, but unexpectedly, he was driven crazy by a little idiot. Lab, are you okay? Ah. Don't get me wrong, this is not Lab saying that he is good in human language. On the contrary, he may be cursing in the street. If you want to translate it, it may be. You human with a brain on your ass, don't you see that I am still tied up? This dead ostrich is still tied so tightly after it died. Of course, Lin Bei didn't understand what it said, but he also discovered this. Long worm-like creatures like this seem to have this ability, and they will not let go even after they die. Even if their heads are cut off, they can bounce again. Sorry, I'll help you untie it, just hold on for a while. Chapter 77 It's full, about to overflow. What Lin Bei has to do is also quite simple. The Ostrich Sea King is dead, so he can just rub it. 1 rub, 1 meat cube, 1 rub, 1 meat cube. Soon, the first entanglement of the Sea King was rubbed off. There is only one problem, the more Lin Bei rubs, the hungrier he feels. He is secreting more and more saliva. You know, he usually hates this kind of raw and bloody eating, and steaks must be cooked whole. Now, there is only one idea left in his mind, just chase and bite it. It's best to bite it raw. Lin Bei suppressed this desire to eat with difficulty and continued to help Lab untie the entanglement of the Ostrich Sea King. When the 6 circles were all untangled, Lin Bei's backpack was already stacked with tens of thousands of blood and flesh cubes. Lin Bei finally couldn't bear the desire for the flesh of the Sea King. He bit the Ostrich Sea King that was not yet completely cold, and the bitten piece of meat was digested instantly and then absorbed by Lin Bei. At this moment, Lin Bei felt a surge of energy coming from the 6 internal organs, which was particularly huge. He could feel that his body was getting stronger. His physique was improved, and he was heading towards the most talented person in the world. His strength was also increasing. No wonder he was so eager to eat the meat of the Sea King, the energy was too full. It felt like his body was almost full and about to overflow. In the world of under 1 person, there is no such huge creature as the Sea King. If there is such a huge creature as the Sea King, it should be called a monster. And eating a bite of monster meat, you can imagine how strong the energy contained in it is for ordinary people. The key is that Lin Bei has the ability of the 6 treasury Immortal Thief, and he can also perfectly digest and absorb it to enhance himself. In under 1 person, using the 6 stored Immortal Thief to eat people is the fastest way to improve, but here, there is no need to eat people. How can humans be as powerful as Sea Kings and various powerful creatures? Lin Bei started to eat the meat of the Ostrich Sea King like a bulldozer. Feeling his body getting stronger, Lin Bei became more and more motivated. If he could eat all the Sea Kings, his physical fitness would probably surpass Sanji directly. No, it is possible to reach Zoro's level. This directly saves at least 10 years of hard training. However, Lin Bei was not able to eat all the Ostrich Sea Kings, because Leibu also took 2 bites. This guy took 2 bites, and half of the body of the Ostrich Sea King disappeared. After Leibu finished eating, he was dissatisfied and pushed Lin Bei, meaning, "I've helped you, it's time to tell me the news." Lin Bei wiped the blood from his mouth and panted for a while. He never thought that one day he would eat so much raw meat, but this kind of sea king meat does taste good. The Rumba pirates you are waiting for have been wiped out because of the disease. Lab's eyes widened, and the whole whale began to get irritable, as if he wanted to find something to hit. Lin Bei hurriedly said. But it's not completely wiped out. There is a guy named Brook on the ship. He ate the Yomiuri fruit, so he came back to life and now he has become a skeleton. You can still find him if you go to find him. He has never forgotten the agreement with you, but he is trapped in that sea and can't get out. Lab slowly calmed down, but his eyes were full of sadness. This guy is really a whale with human emotions, too rich in emotions. I told you long ago that their situation is not very good. Whether you can accept it or not, this is the fact. But Brook is still there. If you go to find him, he should be very happy. For 50 years, he has been trapped in one place, surrounded by the corpses of his companions. Lab, he is just like you, only left with himself. If you find him, then you still have each other. Yet. Lab shouted. Lin Bei understood what this guy meant again. He is in the Devil's Triangle. I only know the name of that place. Next, it's up to you to find it. Yet. Go back and say goodbye to old man Kulokas. Yet. Your head is on your ass. Come back and look at me. Don't you feel like you missed something? Because Lin Bei was standing on the floating body of the ostrich sea king at this time, Lab was excited, swam away with a flick of the tail. Lin Bei suddenly became an emoticon. I didn't get on the bus. I didn't get on the bus. Leibo heard the voice and turned back embarrassedly to pick up Lin Bei again, and then, at Lin Bei's request, picked up the body of the Sea King and returned to the twin lighthouses. When he and Leibo appeared, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was relieved. Lin Bei has always been steady, but the key is that his strength is relatively weak. So everyone was surprised and worried about his somewhat shocking behavior. However, when they saw Lin Bei coming back with Leibo and holding the trophy Sea King, everyone was stunned. What is that, a Sea King? Did Lin Bei go to hunt a Sea King with Leibo? They all saw when Lin Bei summoned the Sea King yesterday. The terrible Sea King directly played with all the Navy warships as balls. And at this time, Lin Bei actually went to hunt a Sea King with Leibo. This guy. Ha ha ha, Luffy laughed. Lin Bei, this guy, really did something amazing. Labo came ashore, and Lin Bei came down and said to everyone. The problem has been solved, Labo will no longer hit the Red Earth continent with his head. Crocus was overjoyed. Really? Yes, but at the same time there is bad news. Labo is leaving, he came back to say goodbye to you. Crocus was stunned for a moment, and then quickly understood. I know, there are still people from the Rumba Pirates alive in the Grand Line, right? You tell Leibo this news, and Leibo will give up hitting the Red Earth continent. Because he wants to find his former partner. Lin Bei, sorry, old man, I accidentally let your old partner run away. Otherwise, you can go with Leibo, and take care of him on the way. Crocus glanced at Leibo and shook his head. I'm old. How can I toss around like you young people? It's not bad for me to spend my old age here. I don't have to spend time taking care of Leibo, so I can live a more leisurely life in my old age. Luffy, after hearing this, he said very straightforwardly. But in this case, no one would know if you died in the tower. Crocus immediately turned into a shark face. Can you speak, kid? I can live at least 100 years. Humph. Get out of here quickly, I get angry when I see you, I need to talk to Lab for the next period of time, you are affecting my blood pressure here. Luffy was scolded but still had a smile on his face. Hee, let's go, old man. Crocus looked at Luffy again. Wait. Do you have a record pointer? What is that, Nami said? The navigator asked immediately. Crocus snorted and took out a small crystal ball with a pointer inside. This is it. In the Grand Line, because of the chaotic magnetic field, compasses and other things will lose their function. Only the record pointer can guide you all the way. When the magnetic force is full at each island, it will guide you to the next island. You don't even know this. Are you looking for death in the Grand Line? Nami hurriedly smiled and took it. She thanked Kuroko's on the surface, and thought to herself, what a cold-faced old man with a warm heart. Chapter 78 I Can Eat All Day. Set sail and set sail. Go to the first island pointed by the record pointer, Whiskey Mountain. When the boat was sailing, Lin Bei found out. Where are the two people tied up? Nami, hey yes. Luffy said indifferently. Let them run away. There is no point in tying them up anyway. As he was talking, Luffy kicked his foot and suddenly a round object rolled out. Nami picked it up and looked at it. Record pointer. Nami only had one of this thing, and it was given by Crocus, otherwise they didn't even have a record pointer. Lin Bei, it should be dropped by the two people who were tied up. I wonder which island this pointer points to. As he said, Lin Bei compared the one he picked up with Nami's. It was found that the one he picked up was in another direction. The original plot didn't seem to say where it specifically pointed to, because it was crushed. But Lin Bei estimated that it might point to Alabasta. Lin Bei looked at Luffy. Do you want to keep it? Luffy walked up and grabbed the pointer. Well, I already have a pointer, so I don't need another adventure route. As he said, he crushed it directly. Nami felt so distressed. This thing can't be sold in the East China Sea, it must be worth some money. If you don't want it, I'll keep it and sell it later. A wasteful thing. But except Nami, everyone else looked indifferent. After all, this is Luffy's character. After the boat sailed not far, Vivi and Point 9, who had escaped before, suddenly climbed on board. Zoro frowned and was about to draw his sword, and the two men were also very happy, and they came up to wish everyone a happy new year. Knocked their heads. Please, let us take your boat to the next town. We ask for your help not for other reasons, but because we think you are good people, great good people. Listening to their nonsense, Lin Bei suddenly found that the two men had a telescope hanging around their waists. Lin Bei looked at the broken record pointer, and suddenly picked it up and said. We are indeed good people, so you can get on board. But what if this record pointer is broken, do you have a spare one? The two people who were knocked their heads just now suddenly changed their faces and sprayed directly. Asshole, it turns out that you didn't remember it either recording pointers. Damn it, we even kneeled down to admit our mistakes, you. Nami showed a little devilish smile. Although one was broken, Mr. Crocus gave us another one. The two guys who were cursing the previous second knelt down again the next second, kowtowed very hard. We boarded the ship not because of anything else, just because you are all good people, big. Zoro rolled his eyes, what the hell are these two? Hey, Luffy, just chop it off and throw it down. At this time, I don't know if Luffy saw something from Vivi, or if Luffy is just kind, he actually said. Well, just give them a ride. Zoro took his hand off the knife after hearing this. Then he turned around and sat on the deck silently and began to sleep. When he was not training, he was resting to ensure that he had enough physical strength to deal with danger at any time. Lin Bei didn't care about these two people anymore. These two guys were so weak that even he could kill them with his bare hands. So don't worry. What's more, he has more important things to do now. Sanji. Would you like to make a challenge to see if you, as a chef, can fill my stomach? Sanji narrowed his eyes after hearing this and lit a cigarette. Are you challenging me? Don't you dare. Okay, I accept your challenge. Where are the ingredients? Lin Bei began to put pieces of sea king meat into the kitchen. His goal was to eat up the ostrich sea king meat in the shortest possible time and improve his strength. Luffy happily participated, as did Usopp and Nami. It was mainly because it was almost time for dinner, so Sanji just cooked for them. Soon, Usopp and Nami finished their fight, and they didn't eat much. The next step was the duel between Linbei and Luffy, to see if Sanji, the cook, could be exhausted. Big chunks of delicious meat were stuffed into Linbei and Luffy's stomachs, and Sanji's forehead was covered with sweat, and his spatula was swinging. A phantom appeared. If there was only one, he could still supply it. What was wrong with Linbei? How could he eat so fast, even faster than Luffy? His cooking speed could not even keep up with the speed of Linbei and Luffy eating. In the middle of the meal, he was particularly helpless and wanted to make some staple food to see if the staple food could fill the stomachs of the two people. As a result, it was in vain. The two people ate more happily. After eating countless meats, Linbei suddenly ate staple food and suddenly understood what the happiness of carbohydrates was. Nami, who was watching from the side, was stunned. Luffy, at least the food he ate can be seen on his stomach. Linbei, on the other hand, ate longer than Luffy, and his stomach was not big at all. Usopp, this is not his ability today, can he eat? Nami sighed. I feel that these two people have eaten at least several tons of meat, and also took in the dry food of several thousand biscuits stored on the ship. The battle lasted for a long time, and Luffy finally couldn't stand it anymore. This was the first time he ate meat and felt it stuck in his throat. Without fighting, he couldn't digest it. And Linbei was still the same as before, with no fluctuations in his figure. He was still eating the Sea King meat prepared by Sanji in big mouthfuls. Sanji was swinging the spatula in the kitchen until it smoked, but he still didn't hear Linbei say that he was full. This was the most difficult battle Sanji had encountered since he became a chef. After Luffy fell, the battle continued for several hours again. Finally, when Sanji was completely exhausted, Linbei put down his chopsticks. Eat until you are 80% full. Sanji staggered and fell directly to the ground. Linbei hurriedly stepped forward to help Sanji up, and said very seriously, "Pulling you on board was the most correct decision Luffy has ever made." Although Sanji was exhausted, as a chef, he was very satisfied to see Linbei eating so happily. I was just a little worried that things like this would not happen every day in the future. After this, people will tell others that I can fight with you all day. But he has to tell others that I can cook for a whole day. Linbei saw his worry. Don't worry, it won't be like this every day. The main reason is that the meat of the Sea King I just ate is too beneficial to me and can quickly improve my strength. The Grand Line is too dangerous. I have to get stronger as soon as possible. I don't want to be the weakest one on the ship. After all, I am the vice captain. Sanji breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and Usopp's eyes lit up after hearing this. Can you get stronger just by eating? Not exactly, you have to eat powerful creatures, such as sea kings and those strange beasts. I can digest and absorb their powerful vitality by eating, and then strengthen myself. Now, my strength should be almost catching up with you, Sanji. Chapter 79 Luffy, I'm numb. Sanji's face was full of disbelief. You're kidding. If you don't believe me, wait until you've rested, and then let's have a fight. Just as Sanji was about to say yes, the ball-shaped Luffy suddenly bounced up. Fight? Okay. Let's fight. Luffy obviously came here with the idea of digesting food, but Linbei just wanted to try to see how much his strength had increased. So, it doesn't matter who you fight with. As long as you don't fight Zoro, that guy plays with knives, not fists and feet. Linbei's combat experience is still relatively lacking. He can still rely on his Byakugan to cheat with fists and feet, but he can't do anything with a knife. The two came to the deck and set up their positions. Luffy made a sumo move, which was very consistent with his current body shape matching. Linbei thought for a moment, and then made a Wing Chun Zhongtianzi gesture. Luffy came up and made a tentative attack. After all, Linbei's weakness before was well known, and he was afraid that he would be beaten to death with one punch. As a result, the punch hit Lin Bei's abdomen directly. Lin Bei did not dodge. However, he was unharmed. It still hurt a little, but when he looked into his body with his white eyes, Lin Bei was extremely happy. He finally found the shadow of domineering in his body. Sure enough, when the physical fitness improved, the armed color domineering also appeared. Lin Bei felt a little tearful. It was not easy. Recalling that he was hit by a stick but couldn't even see a fart in his body, and now he was hit by Luffy and directly hammered out the armed color domineering. This is a qualitative leap. Hey, Lin Bei, are you okay? Why did you beat him up and make him cry? Lin Bei wiped his tears. I am crying for joy. Don't worry, I am fine. Next, I will show you how I fight. Luffy laughed. This was not a mockery, but a smile from the heart for his partner's progress. Come on. After discovering that Lin Bei had indeed become stronger, Luffy was finally able to let go a little. He can use the Gomu Gomu no pistol. Luffy swung his fist back, and then the elastic force hit Lin Bei at a terrifying speed. Lin Bei's eyes turned white in an instant, and then he met it with his fist. This was also a qualitative leap. His body finally caught up with what he saw. Bang! Lin Bei took a few steps back. His strength was still not as strong as Luffy's, and because Luffy also used rubber elastic force to increase his strength, there was still a big gap between him and Luffy. But, this does not mean that he will definitely lose. When Luffy fired another round of the Gomu Gomu no pistol, Lin Bei turned sideways this time, and then made a sword-like gesture with his index and middle fingers, and fiercely tapped Luffy's tendons. Oh my god! This is the quintessence of Chinese culture that Luffy learned from Lin Bei. Luffy, I'm numb. I'm really numb. Anyone who has been pinched on the tendons knows that at that moment, the whole arm is numb and can't move. And that was just a normal pinch. Lin Bei used at least 10 times more force than ordinary people to tap, so you can imagine how painful it was. The people next to him looked at him with question marks on their faces. What happened to Luffy? Lin Bei just turned around and tapped him lightly, so why did he howl? Luffy swung his arms. Although, Lin Bei apologized. I can't help it. When I was experimenting with Luffy before, I accidentally hit his weak spot and almost killed him. After that, they didn't let me experiment anymore, so I had to use new people. Sanji, if I hadn't been out of strength, I would have stood up and kicked you. After this, Luffy began to be cautious. His fighting style is to constantly learn in battle, find the enemy's weaknesses, and then break through. After realizing that Lin Bei had this skill, he became more cautious. Luffy began to use his own conditions. For example, he is now pregnant, so he can just have a chicken with meat, egg, green onion. He didn't believe that there was any numbness on his stomach. Unexpectedly, Lin Bei was even happier. Isn't this delivered to the door? There is no numbness on the stomach, but it is full of acupuncture points. This time Lin Bei was a little more relaxed. Some acupuncture points are useless after testing, but when pressed, it hurts. So, White Eye's acupuncture points. Lin Bei gave his ability a name, but he didn't shout it out in a second-year way. Under the guidance of the White Eye, he kept poking the acupuncture points on Luffy's stomach. Luffy felt as if he was stabbed dozens of times with a big gun, and it hurt so much. Helplessly, he could only retreat. Luffy found out that Lin Bei was a hedgehog. If you hit him, he would hurt you. Even if you don't hit him, he can still hurt you. Luffy had no choice, unless he endured the pain and fought Lin Bei, so that he would definitely win with his strength suppression. But Luffy also knew that the reason why he was just in pain was because Lin Bei didn't poke at the deadly points on his body. Otherwise, he would not just be in pain. After all, he was almost poked away by Lin Bei once before. In the end, Luffy chose to try with the armament haki to see if the armament haki covering his fist could withstand Lin Bei's acupuncture. In fact, this is possible, just like Bai Zantang's mother's sunflower acupuncture hand in Woolen Wei's Zwan, which couldn't touch the person who knew the tortoise shell magic. There is a layer of defense on the acupuncture points, which makes it difficult for Lin Bei to deal with it. But the problem is that Lin Bei can not only see through the acupuncture points, but also see the flow of armament haki. Luffy's armament haki was found by Lin Bei. When he operated it, the haki turned, and Lin Bei saw it instantly. He took a step forward and directly broke the armament haki that was flowing to his fist. Luffy shouted out, and this time his waist hurt more than the previous few times combined. No more fighting. Luffy's body shape has also returned to normal at this time, and he is eating the things were digested along with this battle, and there would be no result if he and Lin Bei continued to fight. After all, both sides had fatal blows, but it was useless. This was just a competition, not a life and death fight. Lin Bei could only hurt and numb Luffy, but could not defeat him. Unless Luffy really used all his strength, he could not deal with Lin Bei, but would be hit instead. Without risking his life, this was an unsolvable draw. Chapter 80 Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. That night, Lin Bei slept very deeply and at ease. He finally had a little self-protection power. These days, he actually had a bad sleep every time he went to bed. Just worried about his life. Fortunately, there were a few people who made him feel safe sleeping around him, so he could sleep well. Today was the first time since Lin Bei crossed over that he fell asleep without alcohol numbness. When he woke up the next morning, he was even more refreshed. But at this time, it seemed as if he had really entered the Grand Line, and it started snowing in the sky. Lin Bei, who got up early, saw that everyone was still sleeping, so he enjoyed the snow scene alone. After confirming that no one came out, he peed 3 feet in the heavy snow. You are young after all. Lin Bei sighed. A voice suddenly sounded behind him, and Lin Bei quickly put away his tools. Nami. Is this something you can see? Nami curled her lips. You have done far more excessive things to me, okay, this is nothing. Lin Bei thought of the superb ability he had randomly obtained before, and was embarrassed, but he had a little hope to get it again. That ability, so cool. But I can't say this little hope in my heart. Ahem, what are you doing out so early? You think it's easy to be a navigator yesterday, when you were competing and sparring, I was trying to adjust the course. This damn place, the Grand Line, is calm sometimes, but without even a glance, the ship turned 180 degrees, and we didn't feel it at all. The only thing we can rely on is the record pointer. There's no way, I can only get up and check it every once in a while. I didn't sleep well last night, and I have to watch you splashing water in the snow this morning. How come you didn't freeze off? Nami said a little viciously. As a result, Lin Bei went up and gave Nami a slap on the head. This little girl can rule the others on the ship like a demon king, but she can't rule him. This slap on the head, it should be slapped. How long will it take to get to Whiskey Mountain? Nami covered her head and said unhappily. Half a day. Nami-san, you are also beautiful today. What do you want to eat? In this cold weather, a bowl of warm soup is the best. Sanji has to make breakfast for everyone, so he has to get up early. Every morning, seeing Nami and going up to her to flatter her has become a familiar process that everyone can't be more familiar with. If one morning is missing, it will make people feel that something is missing. Lin Bei walked forward. I think. Sanji's face turned cold instantly. Wait a minute. When he turned his head to look at Nami again, his eyes became loving again. Nami-san, as long as you say, I can serve you. Lin Bei spat. Forget friends for beauty. Turning around and heading to the kitchen, Sanji was serving his master, couldn't he do it himself? He was not the kind of guy like ABIs who would make breakfast and blow up the kitchen. After he finished breakfast, he pulled Zoro up to start fighting. I won't do physical training today, or I won't be bothered to do it in the future. As long as he eats, he can continuously strengthen his physique, until he becomes a monster like Big Mom or Kaido. What is he still working hard for? What he needs to do now is to enrich his combat experience as soon as possible. It is still difficult to deal with those experienced veterans with only strength and skills. He fought with Zoro for a long time, and the ship arrived at Whiskey Mountain. Although Nami, the navigator, has just arrived in a new environment and all her previous experience in navigation is useless, but a genius is a genius and adapts very quickly. JJ.BR. And with the slippery fruit, she can easily solve some small problems without the help of Luffy or Zoro. For example, if you encounter an iceberg that comes suddenly, you can directly use the slippery fruit to slide away. If you are tired, throw Luffy out and use him as a cushion to prevent the ship from hitting it. This is already one of the methods of using Luffy recognized by the Straw Hat Pirates. Interestingly, when they were close to Whiskey Mountain, Vivi and that .9 jumped into the sea and escaped again. Linbei was too lazy to look at these two weaklings, and Luffy ignored them. He focused all his attention on Whiskey Mountain. Hey, is that Whiskey Mountain? It's so spectacular. It looks like a lot of cacti. Luffy sat in the sheep's head special seat, sighing with his hands on the awning. Linbei narrowed his eyes slightly, and when he opened his eyes, he could easily see that the cactus-like mountain was full of tombstones. But from a distance, it looked like the thorns of a cactus. Luffy, be careful, those cactus mountains are not trees, but tombstones. The tombstones are densely packed on each cactus mountain. This place doesn't look like a place with good people. Usopp's legs began to tremble when he heard it. In addition, the ship began to enter the town of Whiskey Mountain at this time, and the fog began to spread, which made Usopp even more worried. He carried a long spear on his back and held a gun in his hand. The upper body was still very stable, but the lower body was shaking as if it was powered by a battery. Hey, there must be something unclean in this place, so there are so many tombstones. How about we bypass this island and go next one? Nami shook her head. Unfortunately, no. The recording pointer must fully record the magnetic force of an island before it can guide the direction of the next island. Usopp's shaking legs became faster again. That is to say, no matter what kind of monster we encounter, we have to stay on this island until the recording pointer is fully charged. That's what I mean. Usopp swallowed his saliva, then suddenly rolled his eyes and fell to the ground, shouting, "I'm sorry, my old illness has relapsed. This is a disease that will kill you as long as you land on the island." Luffy ignored Usopp directly. Well, let's go up and take a look. I'm curious about what a town that can bury so many people looks like. Will it be scary? Zoro also laughed. My sword and I are also curious. Usopp, hey. Hey. I said my old illness has relapsed. Sanji lit a cigarette. I hope the beauties here haven't been caught by monsters yet. Usopp, it's really going to kill me. Can you treat me like a human being? Linbei's eyes gleamed, he knew what was going on this island. This time he had a physique comparable to Luffy's at this stage, he also wanted to have a good fight. But seeing Usopp like this, Linbei suddenly thought of the attitude of the people on this island towards outsiders at the beginning. With a turn of his eyes, Linbei patted Usopp on the shoulder and said, "Usopp." Usopp's eyes were filled with tears. Finally someone treated him like a human being. Linbei. You're still the best. Well, you should stay on the ship and provide us with firepower support as before. No matter what happens, you can't leave the ship, understand? You are our last bottom line. Usopp was moved like a bastard. Linbei not only took care of himself, but also entrusted him with an important task. It was really too touching. Don't worry. Leave it to me, no matter what happens, I will not leave this ship. Chapter 81 Usopp, this time, I must be a hero. The fog dissipated and the ship docked. To the surprise of the Straw Hat Pirates, there were no scary monsters on the shore, but a large number of warmly welcoming people. Usopp was relieved to see this. What, they are all human beings? I thought we were greeted by monsters. Lin Bei shook his head and put his hand on Usopp's shoulder. Usopp, don't let your guard down. Some monsters can transform into humans and lure humans ashore. Maybe everything in front of you is an illusion. The drinks over there are an illusion, the band over there is an illusion, and even the beauties over there are illusions. Usopp started shaking again. What? There is such a thing. What is there on this sea? Let's go down and explore the way. As I said, Usopp, if we get into trouble, you are our last bottom line. Usopp nodded vigorously, and then watched Lin Bei, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, and Nami go ashore and receive a warm welcome. A man with curly hair stepped forward and said, "Welcome adventurers from afar. Our town likes to entertain adventurers like you. This is a town famous for brewing and music, Whiskey Peak. Hosting guests is what we are most proud of. There are as many fine wines as the sea here, and we will use your adventure stories so far to drink. Please follow me, let me entertain you and start our party." The townspeople cheered and the band began to play. Luffy was happy when he heard there was a banquet, because a banquet meant he could eat delicious food, and in this regard, Lin Bei now had the same desire as him. Sanji automatically ran to where the ladies were, and Zoro also picked up a glass of wine and drank it in big gulps. The scene was joyful and lively, which made Usopp on the boat a little shaken. Could it be that they really just like to welcome guests instead of monsters? No. Lin Bei's eyes are rulers, and it is impossible to make mistakes. He said that the mountain is full of tombstones, so it must be. But, that banquet looks really good, with delicious food, good wine, and no one. Sanji must be so happy. No. Don't be fooled by appearances. But this is the last bottom line of the Straw Hat Pirates. If anything happens to everyone on the shore, only he can save them. Usopp resisted the urge to smell the wine and food, resisted the urge to watch the performances of the beauties and the townspeople, and shrank himself in the cabin. In the reception hall in the town, the Straw Hat Pirates were already having a great time. Lin Bei and Luffy had already exhausted a cook, and the cooks in the town were still making food for them. If Lin Bei remembered correctly, it seemed that these people could not even eat, and they had to send people to hunt whales to eat. Now they have to satisfy him and Luffy, two big eaters, and it can be said that they really spent a lot of money. Lin Bei, you are really bad, you already know what the situation is here. Zoro took a sip of wine and said. Lin Bei stuffed food into his mouth, but it did not affect his speech. Hehe, what does it matter? Usopp is different from us, he is really drunk when he is drunk. If he can only enjoy it but cannot stand up after enjoying it, it is better to let him stay on the boat. After all, he said that he has a strange disease that will kill him if he goes to the island. Zoro shook his head and continued to drink. The people here suddenly proposed a drinking competition. Whoever drinks the most can get 100,000 Baileys. This directly attracted Nami, and Zoro also joined. However, looking at the mayor who proposed the drinking contest, his eyes were a little deep. In fact, Lin Bei didn't need to see through anything, the people here were also very explicit. What so-called drinking contest, it's nothing more than wanting to get them drunk. But as the saying goes, if you have the strength, you can be willful. Even if you know it's a trap, Zoro still doesn't care to accompany Nami to participate in the drinking contest. The remaining Sanji has already sunk into the secular beauty of the young ladies. He has already courted 20 young ladies. This lively banquet lasted for half a day, until dark. Luffy was so full that he couldn't eat anymore and fell asleep. Lin Bei is a bottomless pit, but the people here will only take action after they fall asleep, so he also fell asleep with Luffy. Nami over there fell asleep slowly after drinking all the opponents and Zoro fell asleep. Sanji couldn't help lying on the little sister's legs. He felt that this was the peak of his life. Everyone fell asleep slowly with a satisfied smile on their faces. Only Usopp on the boat was unhappy and couldn't sleep at all. Listening to and smelling the lively banquet for half a day, Usopp could only eat the cake. How could he not understand that he was played by Lin Bei? He was a big scapegoat. How could he forget that Lin Bei's eyes could see through the fog? This guy must have seen through the fog at the first time, and there was a lively banquet behind it. Seeing that he was afraid and didn't want to go ashore, he simply choked him with words and had to stay on the boat. What bottom line? Usopp's face was full of pain. Who can understand the pain of having a banquet so close but not being able to attend it? Pain. Too painful. Usopp could only look at the town on the deck, with bright lights, laughter, and sneaky. Just when Usopp came back from the toilet, he suddenly found that the atmosphere in the town had changed. In the town that was full of laughter and joy the previous second, everyone was dancing with a glass of wine. The next second, it became quiet and weird. And everyone was holding a gun in their hands. A group of people holding guns were slowly surrounding the entire banquet hall. Usopp's forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat. Lin Bei was right, there was really a problem here. At this moment, Usopp suddenly felt that the burden on him had become heavier. He was a big nemesis before, but now, he is really the last bottom line of the Straw Hat Pirates. There were more than 100 gunmen. If he didn't take action, Lin Bei, Luffy, and the others would definitely have to go through a fierce battle. Usopp felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. This time, is it his turn to be a hero? Bang! Usopp used the simplest and crudest way to notify his partners, that is, fire. The familiar explosion sound directly woke up all the Straw Hat Pirates who were originally asleep in the banquet hall. Zoro slowly raised his head from the table, his face still flushed from drinking, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Usopp is actually reliable for once. Lin Bei, Sanji, and Luffy all entered the state instantly. Nami hid immediately. Although she had the ability of the fruit, she was indeed not good at fighting. But this was only temporary. The Straw Hat Pirates were such a magical group. They were obviously just a profession like navigator who was not good at fighting, but they were forced to fight Big Mom. Chapter 82 Today's Superpower. Come here. Although the Straw Hat Pirates had fun, they never forgot what Lin Bei said at the beginning. The mountains on this island are all graves. Zoro drew out the Sandai Kaititsuo and easily dealt with the few people left in the banquet hall, then he resisted the knife with one hand and kicked the door open with a domineering kick. Lin Bei held the revolver in his left hand and followed Zoro closely. Looking at the more than 100 bounty hunters outside the door. What a big scene! Sanji lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and slowly exhaled the smoke and said, "You got it right, Lin Bei. This place is not only a happy place, but also a huge trap. There is no free lunch, dinner, or midnight snack in the world. Everything will be taken from our heads. They are eyeing our bounty." After Lin Bei finished speaking, a bounty hunter suddenly said in the next second, "You are not on the bounty. We don't like you." Bang! The head of the bounty hunter who spoke disappeared. Lin Bei had a dark face. When he had no strength, he thought it was a good thing to be more stable. If he could avoid his own bounty, he would not appear. This way, there would be no danger. But after he became powerful, why did he feel so unhappy when people said that? Luffy clapped his hands beside Lin Bei. "Lin Bei, Lin Bei. I want to see today's performance." Luffy's words aroused the curiosity of all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Lin Bei gains some very strong superpowers every day, and some very weak. Although the weak ones are not suitable for fighting, they are very performative and artistic. Watching Lin Bei show his superpowers during boring voyages has become the most enjoyable thing in daily life. However, Lin Bei is not very willing to show today's superpowers, because today's superpowers, how to say it, there is no need to show them. Don't do it, today's superpowers are nothing special. Luffy is like a child, no, he is a child, and he is acting like a spoiled child. I want to see, I want to see, I want to see. At this time, someone among the pirate hunters in Baroque Studio couldn't help it and shouted at this while shouting. You are too arrogant. We are more than 100 people besieging you, don't you have any sense of urgency? Lin Bei sighed, didn't the gang understand this truth just now? Looking at Luffy and everyone's expectant eyes, Lin Bei put away his gun and walked forward, pointing a finger at the pirate hunter who had just spoken. The man panicked immediately. The headless body of the guy just now was still lying there, not yet completely cold, and he was also afraid that Lin Bei would suddenly shoot him, so he quickly hid behind someone. After waiting for a while, he didn't hear the gunshot. The man leaned out a little to see. And when he leaned out a little, he suddenly saw Lin Bei's outstretched hand hooked at him, and at the same time, he heard Lin Bei shouting. Come here. After shouting, the whole audience was quiet. After a moment, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, it's really funny. What's this ability? Does it make people break the bottom line of shame? Even one or two pirate hunters from Baroque Studio couldn't help laughing after being confused. What, no wonder this guy doesn't have a bounty. He's just here to make fun of him. The next second, just after this man finished complaining, he was hit from behind unexpectedly. Hey! What's going on? The pirate hunter who was hit stabilized his body and looked at the thing that hit him, and found that it was the pirate hunter who spoke just now. At this time, he was like crazy, rushing towards Lin Bei, and it felt like he had completely lost his mind. He obviously had a gun in his hand, but he refused to use it. Looking at his posture, he insisted on hitting him with his head. Lin Bei raised the gun in his left hand and shot him in the head. After a bang, another Xing Tian appeared. This time, the whole audience was silent. The laughter stopped abruptly. What is that, magic? Why did Carls rush over like crazy, without even using the gun in his hand? Zoro raised his eyebrows and asked. Can this ability make people lose their minds? Not only that, it can also make the enemy abandon everything, and only have one thought in their mind, that is, to kill me. Lin Bei sighed, this ability can still be very useful at a critical moment. But the way to activate it is too second-rate. What is the combination of Lion Roar and One Finger Yang? Does the system also look at the Shameless Iron Fist? However, the task of this ability is really simple, as long as you can kill 50 pirate hunters in this battle. For him now, it's easy. Lin Bei considered whether to complete it and then expand his superpower library. Just as he was thinking about this, the mayor of this town, who was actually a Kalem, and whose public identity was Point 8 from Baroque Studio, shouted, we can't let him use that ability anymore. We have more people and the advantage is mine. Fire, take down these pirates. With this shout, seeing more than 100 pirate hunters all raise their guns, Lin Bei quickly stepped forward, come here. Suddenly, the whole place was silent again. After waiting for a while, all the members of Baroque Studio went completely crazy. They turned into berserkers, howling and holding the spears in their hands as if they were fire sticks, and rushed towards Lin Bei. At this time, they only had one target, that was Lin Bei. After Lin Bei used it, he said fuck, and solved the problem of the other party using guns, which was good. But there was another problem, that is, the other party was now completely crazy, and the target was only him. What should he do? Lin Bei picked up his double guns. Facing this group of crazy people, he felt like he was in a biochemical crisis and facing a tide of corpses. White eyes locked madly, shot, and killed. But the revolver bullets were limited. After killing 12, the number of people on the opposite side looked the same. He retreated quickly, and Sanji, Luffy and Zoro came up. Then Lin Bei saw a spectacular scene. This group of crazy people who had lost their minds did not fight Luffy and others, but came around to chase him. Get together. There was no time to change the bullets. Lin Bei could only put his hands together to make a sword finger, aiming at the crazy people rushing towards him and clicking their death points. This time, there was no need to worry about anything. If there was time, all the acupoints that had not been pressed before could be tested. Death point! Death point! Death point! Instantly, 3 people were killed. But there were more crazy people rushing towards him, almost drowning him in an instant. Lin Bei is not afraid of fighting alone, but if he is surrounded and these crazy people entangle his hands and feet, then it will be a big problem. He will be trapped to death by them. Chapter 83 I play Resident Evil in the pirate world. Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro followed these crazy people to clean up, but they could not clean them up completely. These guys who were ridiculed were not afraid at all. Even if there was a butcher knife behind them, they only had Lin Bei in their hearts. Just when Lin Bei was about to be surrounded to death, Nami's voice suddenly rang out. Catch me! The next second, Nami rushed out from the crazy crowd like a loach, grabbed Lin Bei's arm and slid out at a very fast speed. On the way, Nami shouted. What kind of ability is this? Isn't this just courting death? I know. That's why I don't want to use it. Then why are you using it? They have so many guns. If I don't deal with them, what if the bullets hit you? I'm your vice captain. It's my duty to prevent you from getting hurt. Nami looked back at the Baroque studio members who were running like a weirdo, and she didn't know what to say. Can't it be lifted? If it can be lifted, would I still need you to save me? As he spoke, Lin Bei's eyes kept observing the building in front of him. He would never have thought that one day he would be able to play Resident Evil in the pirate world. Fortunately, he had played similar zombie games. If you want to kill as many as possible in a short period of time while ensuring your own safety, it is best to find a high place. Unfortunately, this broken place is full of low bungalows, and the most seems to be a 2-story building. Suddenly, Lin Bei found a house built on the hillside, which was a high tower. Lin Bei hurriedly directed Nami. Slide over there, go up the high tower, I will deal with these ghosts. Nami said nothing, her physical strength almost supported her to use her ability there, and saying one more word would easily discourage her. Nami was like a short track speed skater on ice, skating at an extremely fast speed. While running with Lin Bei, she could actually reach the speed of CLO's silent step. If she could practice more, she would definitely be comparable to Shave in terms of speed alone. Soon, Nami took Lin Bei to the high tower. After arriving at the place, Nami sat on the ground, leaning against a mailbox and breathing heavily. She was obviously a little exhausted. It was Lin Bei's turn to pick up Nami. He kicked open the door of the tower and entered it, going to the highest point. But he didn't expect that there were still people in the tower, and they were old acquaintances. Point 9 and Wai Wei. Why are you here? After Lin Bei asked, he pouted. He asked a stupid question. These 2 people are also from Baroque Studio. Wai Wei can't die yet. This woman will be responsible for the process later. He won't be polite to the remaining one. Anyway, if he doesn't kill him, those crazy people will rush in, and he will definitely choose to follow the people from Baroque Studio to attack him. So. Dead point. Point 9 stared at Lin Bei, who was pointing at him with wide eyes. What ghost? Ah ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Nami. Isn't it the fatal point? You missed the point. It seems that this should be the laugh point. A new point has been developed. It's a pity that I don't have time to take a closer look. Lin Bei said to Wai Wei beside him. Close the door and don't follow him, otherwise you will die of laughter like him. Wai Wei nodded quickly, indicating that she understood. Lin Bei climbed to the top of the tower, and Wai Wei was curious about what was chasing them, so she looked outside. I suddenly saw the members of the Baroque Studio running over like a weirdo, which scared Wai Wei crazy. I quickly closed the door and used the cabinet and sofa to support the door. While she was doing all this, Point 9 was holding his stomach and laughing. Wai Wei had a headache from laughing. Can you stop laughing? Point 9, I can't stop, weevahahaha, weevahahaha. It was the first time that Wai Wei saw someone who could combine laughter and crying together. The key is, it's too damn ugly. At the top of the tower, Lin Bei reloaded 2 pistols, then opened his eyes and aimed at the zombie-like members of Baroque Studio below, shooting them in the head one by one, one by one. What made Lin Bei wonder was, where did Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji go? Logically, shouldn't they follow this wave of lunatics? Lin Bei wanted to use his eyes to see where they were, but the lunatics came too fast. He couldn't take care of it, so he could only deal with these lunatics first. Now he didn't want this ability at all. Bang! 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 Lin Bei almost used up all the bullets he carried. But there were still nearly 30 or 40 lunatics under the tower. What made Lin Bei feel amused was that this damn superpower task was actually completed. Cool. This is going to be difficult. We can only fight with bare hands. Lin Bei shouted to Wei Wei downstairs. Open the door. Wei Wei also shouted. Are you crazy too? These guys look like they are going to bite people. If I open the door, I will be bitten to death by them. Don't worry, they won't attack you. I am their only target. Lin Bei said, ready to block the position and kill. The door to the roof is very narrow, and only 1 or 2 people can come through at most. If these people have not lost their minds, doing this is tantamount to seeking death. But who made them all crazy? Open the door. Wei Wei gritted her teeth and finally opened the door, and then she quickly hid under the table. Somehow, maybe it was because Lin Bei was too strong just now, or maybe it was because there were corpses all over the ground outside, she finally chose to believe Lin Bei. And this time, she believed right. After the crazy people rushed in, they didn't even look at her, and rushed to the roof. Wei Wei breathed a sigh of relief. But when she saw the last man among the lunatics, her eyes widened, and she chased after him without caring about her own safety. The man she saw was Akalam. He was her most loyal captain of the guard team, and he was also the one who followed her to lurk in the Baroque studio. She couldn't watch Akalam being killed by Lin Bei. When she ran up with the lunatics in the Baroque studio, Wei Wei was shocked by the scene in front of her. Countless dead lunatics were piled up at the stairs, and they had no wounds at all. And the lunatics behind him continued to trample on their bodies and continued to attack Lin Bei. Then he was touched by Lin Bei's finger and fell to the ground directly. Incredible physical skills. Can this guy kill these people directly by just touching them? Wei Wei suddenly saw that the last lunatic was Akalam. He also rushed up. He quickly came back to his senses and shouted. Don't kill him! But Lin Bei's finger had already after clicking, Wei Wei's face was full of despair. Tears flowed uncontrollably. At this moment, she didn't care what kind of murderer Lin Bei was. She rushed up the stairs, stepping on the corpses on the stairs and hugged Akalam. Chapter 84 Wei Wei wants to cue the process. Wei Wei glared at Lin Bei. You! Don't get excited, he's not dead. Wei Wei, hey! The mood was interrupted. Lin Bei slowly sat down against the wall, panting and looking up at Wei Wei. I just pressed his acupoints, he can't move now. This ability to make him crazy will last for 24 hours. During these 24 hours, he will spare no effort to kill me. So if you don't want to kill him, you have to keep an eye on him. Wei Wei wiped the tears from her face and thanked Lin Bei repeatedly. I understand, I will keep an eye on her. Lin Bei thought to himself, this slightly delicate girl looks like Wei Wei. What kind of style was that before it was the same as Team Rocket? At this time, Nami beside him suddenly said. Isn't she also a pirate hunter? Where are your principles? Just throw away a pretty girl. Lin Bei rolled his eyes. What kind of jealousy are you eating? This is a key figure. She knows the process. How to go to Alabasta later. I'm tired. Can't I fight anymore? Nami sighed and said nothing. Lin Bei leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to calm his emotions. Today, too many people were killed. Physically, I don't feel tired because of the ability of the 6-vault immortal thief. But mentally, I am really tired. The feeling of weakness after the adrenaline is over makes people just want to sit on the ground and rest. After about 10 minutes of rest, Lin Bei opened his eyes and suddenly said, I didn't see Luffy and the others just now. Nami also noticed. Shouldn't they follow these pirate hunters? Lin Bei suddenly remembered that in the plot, it seemed that there were not only these rubbish pirate hunters in this town, but also 2 devil fruit users. They were both executives of Baroque Studio, one was a booger blower, and the other could reduce his weight. He quickly opened his Byakugan and scanned the town. Sure enough, he found that in an alley, Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro were fighting with the 2 Baroque executives. But it looked like it was about to end, and the winners were obviously Luffy and the others. Or, Luffy and the others didn't even have to work hard. There was no sign of injury on the 3 of them. Let's go and find Luffy and the others. They're done there, too. Lin Bei stood up and stretched. Nami nodded and followed Lin Bei to meet Luffy and the others. Wai Wei looked at Akalem, who was still frozen in time, thought for a moment, and decided to tie him up and take him with Lin Bei. Anyway, she was just trying to get information in the Baroque Studio, and now it was almost time to restore her and Akalem's identities. Compared to staying, it was obviously safer to be with these pirates who seemed to have a little sense of justice. After all, Lin Bei had spared her life, so he wouldn't kill her again. When she went down to the first floor, Wai Wei saw Point 9, who was almost laughing to death. She covered her forehead, and yes, there was this guy. Hurry up and catch up with Lin Bei. Sir. I'm Lin Bei. Mr. Lin Bei, please help Point 9 unlock the ability that makes him laugh. He's not a bad guy, he just has to help Baroque Studio. Lin Bei scratched his face embarrassedly. Well, I actually want to help him, but I only know where to click to make him laugh, and I don't know where to click to make him stop. Maybe he won't laugh when the time is almost up. But I don't know how long it will last, it depends on his luck. You can wait for him, and then tell me how long he laughs, which is very valuable experimental data for me. It's my reward for sparing your life. Wai Wei. Point 9 wanted to curse, but he couldn't laugh anymore, so he could only greet Lin Bei's family in his heart. Soon, Lin Bei and Luffy and the others reunited. After seeing Lin Bei, Soran was surprised. I thought you had been torn by that group of lunatics. Lin Bei turned his eyes, and you waited for me to randomly to superb power. Lao Tzu would not let you refine the king of Golden Man, Lao Tzu was not Lin Bei. The 2 suddenly came out and stopped us. Sanji, the man's body can explode, and then he bomb noses and let us violently. In fact, I hope she can fly in the sky. At first glance, he was stunned by a punch. This time, because I wanted to get information from them, I didn't kill them right away, I just beat them up. Zoro, after a rough interrogation, I found out that these 2 people and the people in the town belong to an organization called Baroque Studio. They specialize in recruiting pirate hunters, and I was recruited when I was in the East China Sea. According to these 2 people, they didn't come here for we are not here for us, but for someone who knows their boss's secret. Received an order to get rid of that person. It should be me. Lin Bei turned his head and found that it was Wai Wei who came with a large Pikachu, and there were 2 people on the duck's back. One Akalem, 1.9. Nami glanced at Lin Bei. This guy really looked over at the first time. In fact, Lin Bei was just thinking that Wai Wei finally passed the UE process. But Nami didn't think so. Aren't you also from Baroque Studio? Why are these 2 people chasing you? Wai Wei unsealed the seal on her hair and instantly changed to another style. Sanji instantly turned into noodles and twisted. He stepped forward and handed Weiwei a wet towel. Wipe off the filth, beautiful lady. Weiwei blinked, and seemed a little uncomfortable with Sanji's behavior. Thank you, thank you. She still reached out to take it, wiped her face and said. In Baroque works, information between members is confidential. The boss's information is even more confidential. If anyone inquires about the news, they will be punished. If you find out the boss's information, you will be dealt with, just like now. Oh, I see. Then there is another question, who are you? Why do you want to find out the information of Baroque works? Nami asked the most critical question directly. Vivi sighed, this is her biggest secret, but what can't be said now? I am, the Princess of Alabasta, Vivi. Chapter 85 Nami, do you eat oil cakes? Princess! Everyone exclaimed. Nami's eyes lit up. You must be very rich. Lin Bei, as expected of you. Your focus is so precise. Vivi shook her head slightly. The royal family has no money. Alabasta was once a rare peaceful country with a vast territory and a large population, so it is not short of money. But because someone secretly made trouble, a rebellion broke out. Now the whole country is divided into two factions. The country is in turmoil, so where is the money? Lin Bei didn't expect Vivi to answer Nami's question very seriously. But why did her statement sound so familiar to him? It seems to be a desert area, and it seems that someone also made trouble to create a rebel army, and then tried to seize power. The people over there are for black gold, and this side is for the ancient weapon Pluto. So when Oda drew this part, he should have brought some metaphors. Nami is very smart. It is not difficult to guess by combining the things just now. The one you are talking about messing up the country should be Baroque Studio, so you will lurk in it to find the boss behind the scenes. Vivi nodded. Yes, but now, it is clear that my identity has been exposed. Fortunately, I also know who the boss behind the scenes is, and now I can go back to Alabasta. Luffy came up with interest. Who is the boss behind the scenes? Vivi quickly shook her head and said. I can't say, I really can't say. The other party is a very powerful person. If you tell me, you will be hunted down together. Lin Bei spread his hands. Do you think we won't be hunted down now? We wiped out Whiskey Peak. But Vivi still insisted. I really can't say. That person is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. You, a pirate group that has just entered the Grand Line, will definitely not be able to beat him. After Vivi finished speaking, the whole audience fell silent. Luffy scratched his face. You said it out. Nami covered her face full of collapse. 7 warlords of the sea. We just entered the Grand Line and we've already offended a Shishibukai. Luffy laughed. Isn't this good? This is the most interesting adventure. Nami went up and punched Luffy. What the hell? Do you know what Shishibukai is? No, run away before anyone knows it was us who did it. By the way, Lin Bei, kill these 2 people on the ground. Lin Bei's eyes widened. Why do you let me do this? You're good at this kind of thing, right? Hurry up and kill them. We're running away. The man and woman on the ground immediately pupa up. The strong desire to survive made the 2 people who were tied up like maggots start to express their ideas with their bodies. Sometimes they made an S, sometimes a B. After Lin Bei raised his gun, they expressed it more directly and began to kowtow. At this time, Zoro suddenly pointed to the sky and said, it should be too late. There is a bird in the sky carrying something. I noticed it just now. They seem to be writing and drawing on us. Weiwei said immediately. That's bad. This is the unlucky duo of Baroque Studio. They are responsible for delivering messages. The beaver can accurately draw your portraits. Lin Bei sighed. Baroque Studio is really full of talents. Lin Bei felt that Lao Sha just came out too early in the early stage, otherwise the scale of his organization would be on the same level as Doflamingo. Just think about it, Lao Sha has so many awesome fruit ability users under his command. Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about this explosive man. It reminded Lin Bei of a character in a garbage comic that has already been forgotten, whose body can also produce explosions. How powerful is that? If you practice a little, right, practice a little, you won't be able to only shoot people with boogers. How what to do? Lin Bei, hurry up and shoot them down. Nami shouted anxiously. Lin Bei, really rolling his eyes. Do you think I'm omnipotent? They're so high, they're beyond my attack range. Luffy still grinned. It doesn't matter, we'll just go to Alabasta next, it's going to be a very exciting adventure. As the saying goes, people can only make progress when facing a crisis. Zoro, with his sword on his shoulder, also looked eager to try, which made Nami speechless. In fact, Lin Bei's idea was similar to Nami's from the beginning. They both treated the Straw Hat Pirates from the perspective of a normal person seeking benefits and avoiding harm. But, as the saying goes, when a scholar meets a soldier, he can't explain his reason. Nami met Luffy, and Luffy would not give up his persistence even if he was beaten up by Luffy. This should be the reason why Nami was forced to become a combat navigator in the future. Nami sighed. Since you have to go, I can't help it. But it's always okay to make a little money. Princess Vivi, it must be difficult for you to go back alone with two burdens. However, how about we escort you? I know your royal family has no money. You can't take out 10 billion or 800 million, but 100 million should be no problem. Sorry, no money. In fact, the royal family does have this little money, otherwise how can they afford to support hundreds of thousands of troops? But she didn't want to drag this group of people into the water. As a princess, it's okay for her to sacrifice for her country. But if it implicates people who have nothing to do with this matter, she will feel uncomfortable. But what she didn't expect was that the more this happened, the more the Straw Hat Pirates wanted to take her. Nami wanted to bargain, but Luffy said directly. Well, what's the matter, just take it with you. Nami. Lin Bei pointed to the two people who were still in cricket pupae at his feet. What about these two guys? Do you still want to kill them? Sanji immediately said. How can you do such a cruel thing to this beautiful lady? Valentine and Point 5 on the ground breathed a sigh of relief and survived. That guy doesn't matter, just kill him directly. Point 5. Do you dare to pull out the seal on my mouth and open the voice communication channel to communicate? Lin Bei didn't care how he was cocooning, and carried him to an empty room. But he didn't kill him immediately. He now has a very bold idea. You said, can the 6-vault immortal thief swallow the devil fruit ability user and keep the fruit ability in his body? Lin Bei felt that it was feasible, but in this way, he would have to eat people. After hesitating for a while, Lin Bei finally sighed. Forget it, people still have to keep a bottom line, at least they can't eat people. Too cruel, too disgusting, it's better to kill him. Dead point. Chapter 86. Today's superpower. Press E to enter the tank. The Straw Hat Pirates still rested on this island for a night and left the next morning. How about it, did I save all of you yesterday? If I hadn't fired that shot, you would have been killed by those people in your sleep. The speaker was Usopp. Ever since he fired that shot last night, Usopp has been extremely proud, thinking that he is the bottom line of the Straw Hat Pirates and saved those people who were eating, drinking and having fun on the shore without him. Zoro's ears are calloused from listening. Is there any way to shut this guy up? Lin Bei stood up. How about I try? Usopp immediately dodged backwards and looked at Lin Bei very vigilantly. You don't want to hit me, do you? No way. Lin Bei smiled very sunny. I just want to try out my ability today. Luffy, who was still on the sheep's head of the Mary, came over immediately after hearing the words. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates also came over one after another, wanting to see today's performance. Usopp swallowed his saliva. This guy, he wouldn't get any BT ability randomly. I don't want to be your test subject. I am a hero. I shed blood for the Straw Hat Pirates, I saved you, you can't do this to me. Rua. Just as Usopp was shouting, Lin Bei suddenly moved in front of Usopp, just like the venom in Marvel, and entered Usopp's body. At first, Usopp could still control his mouth and shout. What a strange feeling. The next second, Usopp could no longer control his body. He was like a spectator, watching Lin Bei manipulate him in his body. In the outside world, Luffy and Zoro saw that after Usopp was integrated into Lin Bei, he suddenly shouted a few times, and then fell into silence. After a while, Usopp spoke. Success. Shuj. Luffy's eyes lit up. Nami asked him on the side. Do you know what succeeded? Luffy shook his head. I don't know, but, Shuj. Where is Lin Bei? Where did he go? Usopp said, I am in Usopp's body. With this superpower, I can freely enter everyone's body and forcibly control his body. In his body, I can freely release my abilities, such as the Byakugan. Usopp's eyes immediately turned white. Usopp, who was watching in the body, was stunned. It turned out that Lin Bei's perspective after opening his Byakugan every day was like this. If he used this ability, he would definitely become the strongest sniper. In addition to this auxiliary ability, according to depending on the strength of the person, the time I can control him is different. For Usopp, I can control him all the time, without time limit. Usopp shouted in Usopp's body. What a joke, I'm a demon gunner. How can I be as weak as you say? Usopp continued. I call today's superpower, press E to enter the tank. It can also be called, a bad cat. Luffy's eyes continued to shine. Although he didn't understand what pressing E to enter the tank and a bad cat meant, he thought this ability was really interesting. Shuj. Come on me, come on me. Usopp laughed and walked towards Luffy. Here I come. Rua. After getting close to Luffy, Lin Bei entered Luffy's body like a ball of jelly. Luffy's mouth opened into an O shape. Shuj. It's really a wonderful feeling. The next second, Luffy couldn't speak anymore, and Lin Bei spoke instead. Luffy, I can only control it for about 10 hours at most. Usopp could continue to speak now, and immediately shouted. It's not that big of a difference. Is the difference between controlling it all the time and controlling it for 10 hours that big? Lin Bei controlled Luffy's body and started dancing, ignoring the collapsed Usopp. The scene was very joyful for a while. And at this moment, Lin Bei suddenly felt that there was something else in Luffy's body besides him. It was something that could reside in other people's bodies like his ability. It was. As soon as Lin Bei touched it, he felt a burst of joy. This joy seemed to be contagious, making him want to laugh subconsciously. Fuck. It's poisonous. Lin Bei instantly thought of what it was. It was the will of Joy Boy who resided in the devil fruit. No wonder Luffy always had such a good mentality and always smiled brightly. This must be related to the devil fruit. Otherwise, which child would be so happy after being tortured to death by his grandfather? Specifically, you can refer to the normal state of the hunter world, which should be the Kipeptide eggplant after being abused since childhood. Cold and withdrawn personality. No, he can't stay in Luffy's body any longer, he can't help laughing. Rua. Lin Bei escaped from Luffy's body. Luffy scratched his head. Hey, why don't you continue, it's so fun, ha ha ha. Lin Bei was a little scared, the power of laughter is terrible. It can be a silly smile and sunshine like Luffy. But it is also possible to become a clown. Hisses. Lin Bei doesn't think he has a good mentality like Luffy. Maybe if he stays any longer, Luffy will influence him to become a clown in the world of pirates. Lin Bei clapped his hands. Okay, the performance is over, go do what you should do. Everyone was still a little unsatisfied, and they all said let's go for another one. They really wanted to see Zoro, this cool and handsome guy, dancing a silly dance like Luffy. As a result, Zoro directly drew out his knife, which was not a big reaction. There was no choice but to disperse. And at the moment of dispersing, a female voice suddenly sounded. It's so interesting. Can you perform again? I haven't seen enough. There were a total of 2 girls on the boat at this time, and everyone was familiar with their voices. Whose voice was this suddenly added? It happened that some fog suddenly came over the sea at this time, and Usopp's legs started to tremble directly. There is something dirty. Lin Bei didn't even roll his eyes, and pointed a finger at Usopp's head. You sniper are also blind, the person is not there. Everyone followed Lin Bei's finger and looked over. On the second floor of the Mary, a dark beauty in purple was looking at them with interest. These people didn't know who this was, but Lin Bei could tell at a glance. It turned out that the real-life version of Robin looked like this. Sister, I'm good. Chapter 87 Robin's appearance. Sanji fell in love with her at first sight. Oh, what a beautiful lady, welcome to our ship, do you need a special drink? Robin sat on the railing and looked down at Sanji. Can I thank you? Sanji's eyes turned into hearts. It's my honor to serve you, beautiful lady. Just as Sanji was about to enter the kitchen, Nami punched Sanji on the head with a dark face. Sanji rolled his eyes and fainted. Really, Lin Bei really didn't understand. Does Nami also have a passive talent, and her strength is full when she attacks the crew? Hey! Luffy looked up at Robin. Who are you and why are you on my ship? Luffy's expression at this time was very serious and unhappy. After all, he had just fought with the people from Baroque Studio. This woman who appeared at this time didn't look like a good person. Vivi answered Luffy. I know who she is. Vivi had cold sweat on her head. She is SS All Sunday. Nami, is she from Baroque Studio again? Whose partner is she this time? She is, R.0, the partner of the boss of Baroque Studio. No one knew the identity of the boss before her. I also learned the identity of the boss by following her. Robin smiled slightly. Do you think you can follow me with your words? Vivi looked ugly. I know you did it on purpose. You also told Crocodile my true identity, what do you want to do? Robin said indifferently. I just thought you worked too hard, so I couldn't help but help you. But, for a princess who wants to save the country by being an enemy of Baroque Studio, it's really stupid. Vivi was directly upset by this sentence. Asshole! Don't underestimate me. After all, this time they were escorting Vivi, and the man in front of them was definitely an enemy, so everyone showed their weapons to Robin and prepared for battle. Only Sanji and Lin Bei, who fainted, did not do anything. Lin Bei said calmly. I think you look familiar. Robin was stunned. From just now until now, she has been in control. But this man's words made her a little panic. There is no other reason for her to look familiar, she has seen her wanted poster. JJ.BR the next second, as expected, I seem to have seen your appearance on some wanted poster. You were still very young at that time, right, Robin? Robin saw that her identity was exposed, and the atmosphere that she had managed to control just now was also broken, so she stood up helplessly. Actually, I have no ill intentions. This is Robin's cleverness. She knows what Lin Bei meant by the wanted order. This is a warning to her that if she doesn't want to attract the Navy, it's best not to do anything. So Robin took the initiative to show her goodwill. Anyway, she didn't show up this time to do anything bad, but really came to help. I didn't receive any orders to fight with you, so there is no reason to fight with you. I just want to tell you that your current situation is really unlucky. Whether you picked up the princess who was being hunted, or the princess who was protected by several pirates, it would be funny to tell others. But the most unlucky thing is not these, but the next island pointed to by the record pointer in your hand, the small garden. Even if I do nothing, you will never reach Alabasta alive by relying on this pointer. Nami's expression is serious. After saying so much, what do you want to do? It's nothing. I said I have no ill will towards you. I even want to help this lost princess. This is a record pointer that permanently points to Alabasta. With this, you don't have to take dangerous detours and can reach Alabasta directly. Robin said, throwing a record pointer to Nami. Nami hesitated immediately. If she had to choose, she would definitely choose a simple and non-dangerous shortcut. However, Luffy walked straight over and crushed the pointer in her hand. Nami bang! A fist hit Luffy's head. It's broken again. Do you have a grudge against this thing? Luffy shouted, covering the big bump on his head. I won't let this person decide the direction of my ship. Robin narrowed his eyes. Monkey D. Luffy, he is indeed a magical straw hat boy. The character in his name also caught her attention. Also, the person who revealed her identity. There is no shortage of magical people on the ship of the D clan. Since you have decided, I won't say much. I will wait for you in Alabasta. Usopp saw that Robin was about to run away, and he got bolder. Lin Bei, go to her. Lin Bei, your statement is easy to be misunderstood by others, okay? Lin Bei turned his head and said to Robin who was about to run away. Can I go to you, Robin? Ahem, I was infected by these idiots. I mean, in a place like Baroque Studios with a strict system, if your actions just now are not setting a trap for us, then it is a betrayal of your organization. Well, yes, so what do you want to say? Nothing, just want to say that I believe you really have no ill intentions. In other words, I believe that it was not the scholar's fault, and you are not the most evil people. You should be helpless now. Anyway, we are definitely going to Alabasta. If you want to escape from this organization, we can cooperate. Robin narrowed his eyes and then smiled beautifully. Okay. But wait until you can survive the small garden. With that, he jumped off the boat with a beautiful jump. Everyone looked over in surprise, but found that she did not fall into the sea, but on the back of an old turtle with a cigar in his mouth, and left quickly. At this time, Sanji suddenly woke up. Where is that beautiful lady? Lin Bei clicked his tongue, and he felt that this guy was just pretending to be fainted and pretending to be a fool. He couldn't do anything to beautiful women, so when he encountered such a scene, he pretended to be fainted. Let's go, don't worry about it. Sanji sighed. It's really rude. Such a beautiful lady didn't even get a drink I made. As he said that, Sanji suddenly saw Nami and Vivi. Oh, two beautiful ladies, what would you like to drink? The two of them rolled their eyes at Sanji and turned away. I know you are so hot, but you were still sighing about other girls in the last second, and asked us in the next second. Who can bear this? After the beauties disappeared from the scene, Sanji returned to normal, lit a cigarette, and asked Lin Bei, Luffy, and other men expressionlessly. Hey, what would you like to drink? Forget it, it's useless to ask, so I just left you some rum. Usopp pointed at Sanji unhappily. Lin Bei, go to him. Rua. Sanji immediately started dancing ballet on the spot, and Lin Bei even used Sanji's body to steal Nami's cosmetics, and made a new version, the she-male Sanji, in advance. Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp laughed like crazy. Chapter 88. I guess you can't help but read the chapter number, so in advance, hey! Today we set off from Whiskey Peak, the third day of the game. Except for the first day when I met Robin, the rest of the time became very boring. Even the ability was boring. On the second day, I gained an ability that no matter who I greeted, the other party would definitely greet me. What is the use of this ability of Gil? It only forces the other party to greet you, but not to force the other party to do anything else. In other words, if you meet someone stronger than you, he can greet you very enthusiastically while punching you in the face with great force. That feeling makes people even more uncomfortable. The ability on the first day is still more fun. Press E to enter the tank. Even if I meet Big, I can enter her for at least a few minutes. Unfortunately, the task to be completed that day was to find a vice captain other than the Straw Hat Pirates and communicate with him for at least 3 sentences. To be honest, it was not difficult. Lin Bei looked at the task as soon as he got up in the morning, and then defined it as an impossible task for that day. He remembered that the vice captain of the future 4 emperors' buggy seemed to be in the small garden, but there were still 3 days of voyage to the small garden. Even if he sped up, the time would have passed. Helplessly, he could only use it for fun. Otherwise, Lin Bei really wanted to control the dinosaurs for fun. After all, who doesn't have a dream of Jurassic Park? If he could keep it, he would definitely rub into the body of a Tyrannosaurus Rex and chase Usopp. Then came the ability of the 3rd day. The superpower of the 3rd day was very interesting, just 2 words. Feast. The ability introduction said that within an hour, the more creatures you eat, the bigger you can become. And the body size can last up to 24 hours. As long as you eat enough, it is not impossible to become a giant. But there is a premise that is worth noting: you must eat enough creatures. That's right, you can't just eat a bite of a sheep, you have to eat a whole sheep. His counting method is very strange. If you eat a bug, it counts as 1 count, and if you eat a sheep, it counts as 1 count. Lin Bei roughly calculated that he only needs to eat 10 counting units to become as big as a giant. In other words, as long as you can find 10 species of bugs and eat them, you can also become a giant. In the future, carry 10 species of creatures with you, swallow them when you are about to fight, and directly transform into a giant. The fighting power soars. You must know that in the world of pirates, giants are absolutely fighting. Some giants have not learned what hegemony and power are, but as long as they go to the navy, they can directly become admirals. There is no other reason, weight is strength. This ability. Lin Bei looked at Luffy. If Luffy uses this, wouldn't it help him develop the 3rd gear in advance? JJ.BR. Moreover, it is the kind that does not overdraw life. There is only one disadvantage: after becoming big, you can't change back for 24 hours. As for using it yourself, it's also very good. With this ability, you don't have to worry about not being able to use it after marrying Shirahoshi. Hey Lin Bei, it seems that we have arrived at the small garden. Luffy shouted excitedly. Lin Bei looked over there, and sure enough, a huge island could be seen. It's useless to think so much, just look at the task. If the task is not completed, no matter how strong the ability is, it will only be a Oneta experience card. Choose and complete it yourself. Publish today's personal task: start a gluttonous feast. Eat 100 species of creatures, and you can keep the ability permanently after completing it. Squinting slightly, this task is not particularly outrageous for him who has the 6-story Immortal Thief. The difficulty is only in how to hunt 100 species of creatures, but the small garden is a Jurassic Park, which is full of creatures from ancient times. It should be no problem to get 100. Lin Bei thought about it, and chose to check what task would be if he gave it to Luffy. Publish a gift task for teammates: start a gluttonous feast. Eat 100 species of creatures, and you can keep the ability permanently after completing it. They are the same. But, that's fine. When the boat docked at the small garden, Luffy was so excited. I've smelled the smell of adventure. Nami didn't want him to be so impulsive, but she couldn't stop Luffy at all. Hey, everyone, does anyone want to join me? Lin Bei raised his hand. I'll join you. Nami's eyes widened. Lin Bei, why are you fooling around with Luffy? Shouldn't you stay in the boat to ensure our safety? Lin Bei shrugged. I'm a young man too, Mom. Nami's eyes widened immediately. Mom. Don't you realize that you are becoming more and more like a mother who is worried that her children will go out and die? The maternal radiance is about to overflow. Bang. It hurts to gently wake up the sleeping heart. This is the first time Lin Bei found that Nami's fist hurts so much. Is it really a full-armed salad for the crew? Nami clenched her fist and said, Who is the mother? I will go with you. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows. Are you sure there may be monsters in there, the kind that eat people without leaving any bones? Nami rolled her eyes at him. If you and Luffy can't protect me, then I deserve to be eaten. As he said that, the number of lunch boxes that Sanji should prepare +1. The team was quickly divided, and Luffy, Lin Bei, Nami and Vivi formed the Jungle Adventure team. Zoro originally just planned to go down for a stroll, and Sanji didn't even plan to get off the boat. As a result, Sanji just said something to Zoro and fought back. Let's get some prey, and then for some reason, maybe it was a subconscious reaction of the body, he added a nasty sentence. Forget it, I'll go by myself, you won't be able to hit anything with the green algae head. Zoro immediately got angry. Between these two people, they can spontaneously combust without friction. The two immediately planned to compete to see who can bring back the heavier prey. In this way, there was only one big grudge left on the boat. Usopp, I haven't got off the boat yet, I haven't got off the boat yet. Am I not a human? You guys just look at me. Zoro brother Zoro, take me with you, I'm scared to be on the boat alone. Sanji, Uncle Sanji, take me with you, I can see that you are more powerful than Zoro. But, no one responded. After all, everyone went out to play, there must be someone to watch the boat. In this way, Usopp was forced to stay on the boat. Lin Bei sighed. Hey Luffy, let's have a competition, let's see who finds 100 creatures first, and who finishes eating first, how about it? Luffy laughed. Adventure plus competition. He likes it. Okay. Nami reminded. Do you two want to make a bet? Can I place a bet? Lin Bei glanced at Nami speechlessly. If Nami went to an island without gambling, this guy could teach everyone how to gamble in 3 days, and then make money from all the unlucky people on the island. Chapter 89. I have ordered people and pigs, but not dinosaurs. A man's bet, the highest bet is, you are awesome. Lin Bei said with his head held high. Nami curled her lips. Childish. But there is indeed a different bet this time. Luffy. Let's have a competition. The first person to kill 100 prey can get an incredible reward. Luffy was still confused. He had no interest in rewards, but just liked the process of the competition. But Nami was smart and immediately figured it out. Incredible reward. I remember you said before that you can give your abilities to your partners, but you have to pay a price. Could it be this time? Lin Bei smiled mysteriously. You'll know after it's over. Hey, Luffy, let's start. With a start, Lin Bei and Luffy turned into Tarzan and started to do whatever they wanted in this ancient forest. And Nami and Vivi looked at each other and followed someone helplessly. Vivi followed Luffy, and Nami followed Lin Bei. Lin Bei looked at the various dinosaurs in front of him, as well as the various extinct creatures, and he was so excited. The last time he dreamed of seeing dinosaurs in person was because he watched the Doraemon movie. Unexpectedly, he actually saw these dinosaurs in person now. There was just one small problem. He had never pressed the acupuncture points on the dinosaurs. Seeing a triceratops in front of him, it was extremely thick-skinned and its body was completely different from that of humans. Using the Byakugan to look over, he could indeed see the acupuncture points in his body, but when did Lin Bei press the acupuncture points on a dinosaur? Nami, who chose to follow him, hid behind a tree. Hurry up and deal with it. Aren't we going to compete? I don't know where to press it. Nami was about to cry. Are you reliable? I should have followed Luffy earlier. Hey! It's coming! The Triceratops threw its hooves to the ground and rushed towards Lin Bei. There was no other way, so he had to take action in this situation. Fortunately, he had also developed his armament haki on the ship in the past 2 days. Although it was pitifully small, only the size of 2 fingertips, it was enough for him to use. Press the acupuncture points. The fingertips attached with armament haki penetrated the thick skin of the Triceratops, and the acupuncture points were successful. The effect was a bit strange. Why did this Triceratops start to breathe heavily after stopping? You are blushing like a bubble teapot. You are a dinosaur, and you are blushing when you look at me as a human. Lin Bei didn't dare to turn around, fearing that the flying stick would come if he turned around. But the Triceratops didn't care whether Lin Bei was standing upright or turned around, it was the same to him. So, it rushed towards Lin Bei again. This time Lin Bei didn't dare to act rashly, who knows if another tap would double his current clearing effect. He hurriedly let Nami pull him and run away, and the two of them slid all the way. The Triceratops behind followed closely, and there were 2 raptors on the road, which were smaller than the Triceratops. He was strolling carefree, and when he turned around, the flying stick came behind him. He fell to the ground and began to twitch. That scene was very bloody. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the Triceratops was exercising, Lin Bei quickly turned around and tapped hard at the position of its heart. Lin Bei felt that this time, it should have tapped its heart, which directly caused a sudden arrest. The Triceratops shook twice and lay on the raptor, which was dead. This can be regarded as hunting 2 species, but Lin Bei did not intend to eat these 2 things. Let them be a couple? No, Lin Bei glanced at that part of the raptor and changed the word. Let the couple rest here in peace, this can be regarded as a great love across species. Seeing that there was no danger, Nami came back and punched Lin Bei's head twice. Do you dare to be unreliable again? Accident, accident, this is my first time to order a dinosaur, it's good to have experience. Besides, don't you have you can take me away. We are a golden pair. Nami hugged her shoulders and turned her head away without saying anything, this is still wanting to be arrogant. But after turning her head, she found Lin Bei started looking for the next target. He cursed, but followed him. Mary. Usopp waited here carefully for a while. Seeing that there was nothing strange, he breathed a sigh of relief and took out a lounge chair to bask in the sun on the deck. He thought to himself that it would be better to let him guard the ship. It was so quiet and leisurely, and there was no danger. Usopp lay comfortably on the lounge chair and closed his eyes. And in the next second, Usopp suddenly felt a dark area in front of him. Even with eyes closed, people can still feel whether there is sunlight or not. Usopp slowly opened his eyes, thinking that someone had come back to play a joke on him, but when he opened his eyes, he was hit. A huge giant with a horned helmet, the big face was standing in front of him, laughing gagey. Usopp was scared crazy, and fell to the ground from the lounge chair. JJ.BR. Ah! The giant Dong Li scratched his head. He actually looked quite honest. Hey, do you have any wine? Usopp knelt on the ground with tears in his eyes. There are some on the ship, but not much. The wine is on our vice-captain. If you want, take all the wine on the ship. Please don't hurt me. Don Li, why do you make me look like a robber? Ah! Dong Li suddenly screamed. To Usopp, it sounded like he was threatening him to take out all the valuables. But in fact, it was just because Dong Li was squatting on the shore and talking to Usopp with his back to the jungle, so a Tyrannosaurus Rex bit his butt when he was not paying attention. The scene was very humorous, but Usopp didn't want to laugh at all. He only had one thought in his mind, that he should be with the big team, it was too scary to be alone. Not to mention that the next second, the giant suddenly swung out an axe and cut off the head of the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was biting him from behind. Usopp looked at the head of the Tyrannosaurus Rex rolling on the ground, and was so scared that he almost died. Dong Li picked up the head of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the terrifying amount of blood flowed down his hand to form a waterfall of plasma. And Dong Li used what he thought was the most kind smile, holding the head of the Tyrannosaurus Rex towards Usopp. "Want to eat together?" Usopp, het. With a plop, Usopp rolled his eyes and fell on the deck. Dong Li scratched his head. The giant who had lived alone for a long time didn't know how to deal with this scene, but the small garden was very dangerous. If Usopp fainted on the ship alone, it might be a problem. The kind giant Dong Li took Usopp and the body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex back to his residence. Chapter 90 Luffy activates his ability Feast. When Usopp woke up slowly, Broach had already roasted the Tyrannosaurus Rex meat. And what about Usopp? He quickly realized that he was not on the ship. He raised his head quietly and looked in the direction of Dong Li, and then immediately judged his situation. He was kidnapped. And he might become the dessert of the giant later. No, he had to run. You woke up. Usopp was alert and found that the giant Brokey had looked at his position. Usopp immediately changed his mind. A real man can stretch and shrink. He knelt on the ground skillfully. You can tell me anything, just don't eat me. Brokey was puzzled. Who said I eat people? Usopp pointed to a pile of dry bones that he had just noticed. Those bones were clearly human. Ah, you are talking about these things. They are all pirates of Xiao Yuan Garden over the years. Some wanted to challenge me, so they died here. As for you, don't worry. I drank your wine and won't attack you. Want to eat something? Brokey raised a piece of meat. Usopp was stunned for a moment before he vaguely felt that the giant was not fooling him. There was no need for him to kill him. If he wanted to kill him, he would have died just now. Usopp breathed a sigh of relief and secretly thanked Zoro in his heart. Fortunately, because he loved to drink, so many wines were prepared on the ship, which saved his life now. After getting the guarantee from the giant, Usopp also relaxed a lot. He walked forward carefully and began to enjoy the piece of barbecue handed to him by the giant. Then, it may be because the giant Brokey has been too lonely for so many years, so if he meets someone, he can't help chatting with people. Usopp also gradually understood the situation of Dong Li, and his heart slowly relaxed. Ha ha ha, I have hunted 100 kinds of prey. I won this time. 2 hours later, Luffy and Lin Bei reunited. This place is indeed rich in resources, with a large number of ancient species, and Luffy was thrown into such a jungle by his grandfather for training since he was a child, so his professional skills are matched. When he hunted 100 prey, Lin Bei and Nami only killed more than 50. But it must be said that hunting here has greatly improved Lin Bei's combat experience. Especially when facing this kind of enemy who likes to rush recklessly, Lin Bei is now extremely experienced. Next time if I meet him again, I can stop their hearts with ease. Lin Bei feels more and more like an old man in the food captives. He is also good at acupuncture, and can even stop the planet under his feet for a short time. He can't be that strong, but there is no problem using it for normal combat. Add to that various abilities, he is definitely the most difficult person in the battle. Okay, Luffy, you are awesome. Next you just need to take the one you hunted and 00 prey, just eat them all. Attention, you must eat them all. Wei Wei looked at the meat mountain that was piled up like a hill, dozens of times bigger than Luffy. How is this possible? You can't eat it even if you are full. Luffy also hunted a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Lin Bei shook his head. You underestimate Luffy. Luffy. Bet on the dignity of a foodie and find a place to deal with them. Luffy punched the sky. Okay. Nami walked to the side helplessly, as if getting close to Luffy would affect her IQ. Soon, Lin Bei and Luffy came to an open space, where they lit a bonfire. Lin Bei processed all of Luffy's prey by barbecue. Of course, he also barbecued the dinosaurs he hunted. After all, these things are ancient species, and their energy is definitely greater than that of ordinary animals. For Lin Bei, who has the 6-story immortal thief, it is also an excellent opportunity to improve his physical fitness. Moreover, even if Luffy completes the task and gives the ability today, he can continue to use his superpowers until 12 o'clock in the evening. In other words, when he eats these things, he can also activate the superpower feast and then turn into a giant. It's like playing the latest game mode of the league. After choosing Tam, he happened to randomly get the feast skill of the giant bug. How can you not try the joy of becoming bigger? It was more than an hour of barbecue. Lin Bei's poor barbecue skills made some of the barbecued meat half-cooked and some cooked into charcoal, but Luffy still ate it happily. Soon, he ate himself into a meat mountain. And when he finished eating 100 kinds of prey, Lin Bei finally showed. Teammate has completed the task, do you want to give the ability feast? Give. The next second, Luffy, who had eaten himself into a meat mountain, began to grow bigger. The 100 kinds of prey he ate made his feast skill effective. Normally, if you eat 10 kinds of creatures, you can become the size of a young giant, which is 8 meters tall. The height of an adult giant is about 12 meters. And the giant Dongli is a gifted existence among giants, larger than normal giants, about 13 or 14 meters. In other words, it takes about 20 to 30 kinds of creatures to become as big as the giant Dongli. And now, Luffy has eaten a full 100 kinds of prey. Ordinary people come to eat, he might die of fullness after eating one, but this ability is matched with Luffy, he can really eat 100 kinds of prey. So now, his size is comparable to the giant alien species such as Demon Ounce, and his height is several times that of the giant. And the official height given by Demon Ounce is 67 meters. If there is anyone bigger than him, then the only one left is San Juan Wolf, this guy is 180 meters tall. A real huge battleship. When Luffy became as tall as the sky, everyone on the island saw him. Zoro and Sanji, who were hunting in the competition, felt something, looked up at the sky, and then widened their eyes. Fuck, Luffy! The two giants on the island, the blue demon Turai and the red demon Broki, were also confused. Another giant tribe came to the island. This size looks at us like a son, is this the legendary demon? But isn't Demon Ounce dead? Is he his son? If so, why doesn't his son have horns? Why is his skin color the same as humans? The two giants were surprised by the huge Luffy, so they ran towards Luffy without waiting for the volcano to erupt. At the same time, another group of people were plotting something on this ancient island. In a candle house, the future vice chairman .3 and a little girl who looked like a Fujiya lollipop and SS. Valentine, who was spared by the Straw Hat Pirates, gathered together. .3 took a sip of coffee, and his glasses were flashing in the dark. Chapter 91: The Collapse of the Future Vice Chairman of the Four Emperors. It's so embarrassing, SS. Valentine, even your partner is dead. Valentine said unhappily while holding his umbrella. They are really strong, especially the one named Luffy, who defeated .5 with one punch. .3 at this time, he was not the vice chairman behind him. He was just an agent of Baroque Studio. He was meticulous and cunning. He was not good at real fighting, but was better at conspiracy. He was very disdainful of Valentine's words. I didn't expect that you two were not only brainless, but you couldn't even beat each other in a formal fight. This Straw Hat kid doesn't look very smart from the wanted poster. He's still a child. You can't even deal with a mentally retarded child. Valentine clenched the parasol in his hand. People under the eaves had to bow their heads. .3 took another sip of coffee, picked up Luffy's wanted poster on the table, took a look, and stood up. Next, watch my performance. I not only want to take down the Straw Hat Kid's head with a bounty of 30 million, but also the heads of these two people. As he said, he threw out 2 ancient wanted posters. Valentine's eyes widened when he saw it. Blue Ghost Turai and Red Ghost Brokey. Isn't this a wanted poster from 100 years ago? That's right, their bounty at that time was 100 million, and the total bounty is 200 million. And now these 2 people, like the Straw Hat Boy, are on this small garden island. It depends on how I deal with them. While talking, Point 3 walked out of the candle house he built. But the moment he walked out, Point 3's words stopped abruptly. Valentine behind him frowned. What is this guy doing? Following him out, looking up along his gaze, and then Valentine was also stunned. The 2 people's chins could be mopping the ground. You tell me that is the Straw Hat Boy? Mentally retarded child, 30 million Baileys. After a pause, Point 3 cursed loudly. The person who offered the bounty must have a brain on his ass. They made the giants of this size look like normal people. And a bounty of 30 million. 300 million is not too much. I can't fight anymore, goodbye. Point 3 turned around and was about to leave. Valentine came to his senses at this time and quickly grabbed him. Wait. Point 3, something is wrong. I know it's wrong. Whoever wants to complete this task can do it. I'm not going to die. My wax is not as big as his toe when it condenses to its maximum. He didn't feel anything when he stepped on me to death. How can I fight? That's right. In the original book, Point 3 was planning to implement a conspiracy to capture the Straw Hat Pirates and the 2 giants. He almost succeeded. He didn't dare to do this job no matter what. Valentine said quickly. That's not what I mean. We have fought with the Straw Hat Boys. Point 3 looked at Valentine with a hero-like look this time. No wonder Point 5 died, he must have been crushed to death by his foot. How could you survive, SS? Valentine. Valentine went crazy. Listen to me, he wasn't this big at the time, JJ.BR. It was the size of a normal person, and the size at this time must be abnormal, maybe it was just the development of the devil fruit ability. Such a huge body, it must not last long. In fact, Valentine was right. The next second after she finished speaking, Luffy quickly changed back to his normal size. Lin Bei at the scene was stunned. Can you change back by yourself? In the introduction of his ability, it must last for 24 hours. Luffy scratched his head. I felt so hungry, I couldn't stand it, so I changed back. Lin Bei hurriedly asked the system what was going on, but the system was like dead and didn't answer the question at all. This is a completely widowed system. Lin Bei could only guess that he was different from the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Because he had the system, he had no restrictions. Like the gravity of the moon at the beginning, no matter how he went, he would not consume any physical energy. But maybe once these abilities are given away, the recipients don't have the system, so they can't use them without limit. In other words, once they leave the system, these abilities will be gone. These superpowers began to obey the law of conservation of energy. If Luffy wants to use them, he has to consume his physical strength. He became as big as the demon ounce, but it only lasted for about 5 minutes before he couldn't bear it. You know, he ate 100 kinds of prey, and he consumed them all in 5 minutes. This is even more cruel than Luxgen. Isn't there a video that directly shows the fuel consumption of a car? The fuel injector of a normal car sprays several times a second. Luxgen is just like a shower head, spraying non-stop. Luffy's energy consumption is not much different from Luxgen. Hey, Luffy! How did you get so big just now? The one who shouted was Usopp, who came with the red ghost Brokey. He and Brokey had a good chat, so when Brokey saw Luffy, he brought him over. Brokey frowned and squatted on the ground looking at Luffy. You little guy, you can't be a devil fruit ability user. Luffy nodded. Yes. I am a rubber fruit ability user. Blue Demon Turai. No wonder it can grow so big, what a pity, I thought another giant tribe came to the island. So, it's just a devil fruit. Just as Blue Demon Turai said this, suddenly a volcano erupted in the distance. The two giants smiled at each other. Gajajajai. Yes, there is a giant who smiled like this. The time is just right, Turai, let's start fighting. As they said this, the two giants, one holding an axe and the other holding a big sword, started fighting before the Straw Hat Pirates could understand. Linbei and Luffy hurriedly took Nami, Vivi, and Usopp out of the battle range of the two giants, otherwise they would easily be trampled to death by them. Luffy looked at the two fighting giants in shock, his eyes continued to shine. Zke. Nami, what's going on, do they have a grudge, why did they suddenly fight? Usopp had talked with Brookie, so he knew the whole story. He told a story about two warriors on the sea who fought for 100 years for a reason that neither of them could remember. Nami called it cat cake. But Luffy was shocked, and Usopp also felt that this was the warrior on the sea. Nami. You two are also sick. Linbei, you are not the same as them, are you? Linbei didn't feel it very deeply when he read the comics, but watching the shocking fight between the two giants at close range, he was really involved. Perhaps, this is the romance of warriors that only men understand. The giants are a very different race from humans, especially the warriors of the giants. Because of their long lifespan, they can die as much as they want and regard death as the highest honor of warriors. They are not afraid of death, but only afraid of not dying in battle. To put it bluntly, this is a group of berserkers, and their leader can be called Olaf. Although Dongli and Brookie no longer remember why they fought, fighting is their life. Before the winner is decided, no one will choose to give up, even if time has passed, 100 years have passed, and their weapons have been tattered. But the warrior is still the same warrior. Chapter 92 Sanji and Zoro are defeated. Candle House. Point 3 Looking at the giants fighting in the distance instead, he was relieved. Fortunately, the Straw Hat Boy can't keep that state, otherwise we can run away directly. SS. Valentine, he must have no physical strength after using it once. This is our best chance. But are you sure you can deal with those two giants? Point 3 showed a sinister smile. Hehe, Golden Week and I have been here for a while. I found that the two giants will definitely start a war as long as the volcano erupts, regardless of wind or rain. Ridiculous warriors, even if they are seriously injured, they will go to fight at the moment of the volcano eruption. These two giant warriors who only have fighting in their minds, let them solve themselves. Valentine took a step back without leaving a trace. No one would be willing to stay with this sunny boy with a dark heart. What do you want to do? It's very simple, just make one of the giants hurt. The other one will definitely not hold back. When one dies, the remaining one will almost run out of energy, so it will be much easier to deal with. I originally wanted Point 5 to perform this task. His ability can easily detonate in a giant's body, causing serious internal injuries. But who let this idiot die? There is no way, I can only use other methods. Here. Point 3 handed a packet of poison to Valentine's Day. Your ability is convenient for escape. While they are still fighting, put this in a giant's food, and then you can come back. This poison can't kill a giant with such a terrible physique, but as long as it can weaken him, it is enough to achieve the goal. Valentine's Day felt that she was underestimated. She is also a cadre of Baroque Studio. But now, her partner has been killed, and she can only listen to this bastard for the time being. Valentine's Day went to a giant's residence with an unhappy mood. She chose the blue ghost Dongli. Coincidentally, there was a large piece of meat being grilled at Dongli's residence. As soon as she saw Dongli was walking in a hurry, the meat was almost burnt. Valentine turned the meat over, sprinkled the poison on it, and spread it evenly with her hands. Because the barbecue smelled very fragrant, she subconsciously wanted to lick her hands clean. At the moment when she stuck out her tongue, she suddenly remembered that she couldn't lick it, so she ran away quickly and wiped her hands when she returned to the candle house. Valentine's poisoning mission was completed perfectly, and no one found her. And Point 3 took advantage of this time to enter the jungle. Because he came early, he was familiar with the roads nearby and easily found Zoro and Sanji, who were alone. This was part of his battle plan to weaken the enemy's strength. The fewer people the opponent can use, the higher his chances of winning. So Point 3 chose to defeat them one by one. His fruit ability is wax, which can be made into wax figures that are indistinguishable from the real thing. And the little girl Golden Week is a painter who can help his wax figures paint in realistic colors. These wax figures are traps. As long as they are found by Zoro or Sanji, they will be locked up instantly. And obviously, Point 3 succeeded. Zoro and Sanji didn't know that there were unknown enemies in the small garden. When they saw the wax figures of their partners, they subconsciously walked over. The moment they approached, they were instantly wrapped by the wax figures. And Point 3 only needed to walk to the traps he set one by one and collect them. When the two people who looked like wax candles wrapped in wax were thrown together, Zoro and Sanji began to mock each other without hesitation. "Slutty chef, you only have this much ability, and you can still be caught. Shut up, green algae head, where do you think you are now? I can leave anytime I want, you know, slutty chef. Yo, move for me to see." "I moved." "Move." "I really moved." Point 3 cursed. "You two shut up. You are prisoners now, understand? Get lost." Point 3. At that moment, Point 3 was actually scared and took a step back. After it was over, he remembered, damn, what was he afraid of these two people for? He went up and kicked each of them, and that made Zoro and Sanji stop talking. His two kicks actually made the two mortal enemies unite. When Valentine came back, the two realized that they were pursuers from Baroque Studio. Point 3 began to formulate a plan to deal with the Straw Hat Pirates and the two giants in front of them. When they heard that Point 3 had poisoned the two giants to kill each other, Zoro and Sanji spat at him. This kind of person is not a man at all. He actually interrupted a battle that lasted for 100 years in such a despicable way. He is worse than you. Zoro said disdainfully. Sanji. Do you still want to quarrel? Sorry, I'm used to it. I'm a little worried about Luffy and Lin Bei now. That man is very insidious. We can't let his plan succeed. We have to tell Lin Bei about the situation here. Zoro was wrapped in wax all over, leaving only his head. Sanji took a look at his current appearance. How to tell them you can't shout? They can't hear you even if your voice is hoarse. Point 3, who was making plans at the same time, laughed sinisterly when he heard this. I didn't stop you from shouting. You can try to see if they can hear it. Maybe, they can hear it. Zoro was silent. He knew that shouting was useless. If he had one hand still out, he would definitely be able to kill this punk. Sanji, who was standing next to him, was in the same situation, but he smiled at Point 3. Come. You told us to shout. Point 3 was very disdainful. How loud can you shout? This is a jungle. Your voice is blocked by the dense branches and leaves at a distance of several trees. Point 3 Sanji moved his mouth and suddenly spit out a wooden whistle. He blew it 3 times with all his strength. That sound was so sharp. It penetrated through the layers of leaves and reached the ears of Lin Bei and others. Lin Bei immediately lost the intention to watch the giant battle performance. The meaning of this whistle was formulated by him personally, just to prevent everyone from getting lost or encountering danger after entering such a jungle. 3 short whistles represent that the matter is urgent and dangerous. The only ones who have not gathered together yet are Sanji and Zoro. Although I don't know why the 2 strongest people in the Straw Hat Pirates would blow this life-saving whistle. But Lin Bei immediately called the others, and then rolled his eyes and looked in the direction where the whistle came from. This time, he saw Point 3 rushing to Sanji and snatching the small wooden whistle from Sanji's mouth. Lin Bei's face darkened, and he asked how could someone threaten Sanji and Zoro, and it turned out to be Point 3, the sixth one. Chapter 93 The Crushed Vice Captain. Asshole, he actually has this trick. Point 3 was furious. Of course, normal shouting can't be heard far, but the sharp sound like an eagle's cry can often be heard from a long distance. The same is true for the whistle. Sanji looked at Zoro triumphantly. Who is the useless little trash now? Where is your whistle? Zoro's face was dark. He was the kind of person who only believed in the knife in his hand. He thought that if he still needed help, it would be too embarrassing for a swordsman. So he threw the whistle in the cabin. Now, we can only say that Lin Bei is worthy of being their vice captain, and he is too foresight. But don't be too happy too soon. If Lin Bei and the others didn't hear it, we would be dead. Sanji shook his head. I believe in Lin Bei. In fact, Lin Bei did not disappoint them. At the moment the whistle sounded, the Byakugan locked onto their position. Tell Luffy about Sanji and Zoro's situation. The veins on Luffy's head popped out. What he couldn't accept the most was that someone attacked his crew. Lin Bei also saw SS Valentine's Day and said unhappily. I told you to root it out. Sanji, that idiot, insisted that you couldn't attack women. Hey, Nami, I'll leave the attack on women to you in the future. Nami didn't refuse, and she was in a heavy mood. She didn't dare to imagine the scene of Sanji and Zoro getting into trouble. I'll take you to slide. Lin Bei, don't worry, eat something first. What time is it to eat? Wait, I know, you want to get bigger. Lin Bei and Luffy began to stuff barbecue into their mouths crazily. Before Luffy became bigger, he had eaten all his 100 kinds of prey. But Lin Bei only ate a little of the more than 50 kinds of prey because he was watching Luffy's performance of growing bigger. Now, it's just half for each person. Feast activated. After each person ate more than 20 kinds of prey, their bodies instantly grew bigger. They reached the same giant size as Dongli and Broki. Dongli and Broki were stunned. They were fighting, and suddenly two giants jumped around them. It is worth mentioning here that the feast also made their clothes bigger. Don't say it's outrageous. The big bug also has the gentleman's skin and wears clothes. I didn't see him lose his clothes after he became bigger. You guys. For the first time in 100 years, Dongli stopped fighting Broki. Luffy gave Dongli a thumbs up and a sunny smile. We also have a battle we have to go to. Is that so? Ha ha ha, go. Men have to fight. When the two giants heard about the battle they had to go to, they immediately ignored the changes in the body shapes of Lin Bei and Luffy. Now, Lin Bei and Luffy didn't need Nami's slippery fruit anymore. They just stepped out with their long legs and rushed to the position of Sanji and Zoro. Point 3 looking at the direction where Lin Bei and Luffy came from, his eyes were straight. On this day, humans remembered the fear of being dominated by giants. Dongli and Broki hadn't dealt with the original two giants yet, and now two more giants jumped out. I know who that Straw Hat Kid is. Who is the giant next to him who is wearing a suit? He is not on the wanted list. Point 3 shouted. Valentine's legs were shaking. Is it time to pay attention now? Facts have proved that in the face of absolute power, your tricks are useless. Run. After that, Valentine ran first. Her ability was indeed very convenient. She made herself so light that she had no weight, and then the buoyancy of the umbrella could carry her up and fly away. At this time, she was still a little far away from Luffy and Lin Bei. She thought that no matter what, she should be able to run away. However, she seemed to have forgotten one thing. Want to run? Gomu no harpoon. Luffy swung his arm. Because of his size at this time, the huge arm extended back a full distance of 2 or 3 islands, and then flew towards Valentine with terrifying elasticity. At this time, Luffy also forgot one thing. He wanted to catch Valentine, but he forgot that his size at this time had become too large, and his strength had become dozens or even hundreds of times that of before. With this power, let alone catching Valentine, it will break into pieces if touched. Valentine flying in the sky is like a mosquito, it will be slapped directly it became a blood stain. This scene was very similar to the famous scene in One Punch Man where the silly little brother accidentally slapped his brother to death after growing bigger. After Luffy was slapped to death, he retracted his arm and scratched his head embarrassedly. "Ah, I accidentally slapped him to death." Point 3 and Golden Week, who had not had time to run on the ground, were so scared that they trembled all over and their pupils were shaking. What kind of monster did they provoke? They can't run away, they really can't run away. They are dead. Soon Linbei brought Luffy to the place where Zoro and Sanji were imprisoned. Luffy yelled at Point 3 and Golden Week who didn't even want to run away. "What did you do to my teammates?" Point 3 came to his senses and quickly untied Zoro and Sanji, and then begged for mercy from Linbei and Luffy. "Please spare me, I just received an order, I didn't actually want to." Puff. Linbei was too lazy to listen to him, and didn't care if he would be a vice-chairman in the future. Anyone who dared to touch him would die. One finger, stabbed to death. Point 3. What future vice-chairman, from now on, is just a pile of mud. Besides, who is not a vice-chairman? Finally, the little girl Golden Week was left. After Linbei was silent for a moment. "Go away, I won't kill children. But don't go back to Baroque Studio, we will destroy it completely. If I see you again next time, I will not show mercy." After bowing to Linbei and Luffy, the little girl Golden Week hurriedly left with her drawing board. When she left, Linbei turned around and looked at Zoro and Sanji. At this time, it can be seen that there is a yellow-green mark on the edge of his shoe sole that is completely inconspicuous for his body size. With a turn, it was rubbed on the ground and wiped off. At the moment of wiping, Linbei turned his head to look in the direction of Golden Week's escape. But in the end, he turned his head and smiled at Zoro and Sanji. "Hey, you two are too weak. You were caught by such a rubbish." Zoro couldn't stand this the most. "He used a wax trap. I thought you were the ones who got caught. If I fight him alone, he won't survive more than 10 of my moves." Sanji was on the side. "Hat!" Zoro exploded immediately. "What do you mean? I don't know who didn't even bring a wooden whistle for help. If it weren't for me, you would have turned into a candle. You perverted cook." The two started to butt heads again. Linbei shook his head helplessly, picked up one in each hand, and returned to where he came from. Chapter 94 Learning from the Hegemony and the Power. When Linbei returned, the two giants had finished fighting. Luffy returned to normal, but he still looked like a giant. When the two giants stopped fighting, Nami talked to others and found out that the record pointer would stop on this broken island for a whole year. Nami was furious at that time and punched Luffy on the head. "It's all your fault. If we hadn't crushed the permanent pointer pointing to Alabasta, we could have left the island directly now." Luffy rubbed the place where he was punched innocently and asked the two giants, "Is there any other way to leave here early?" Dong Li shook his head. "It's impossible, but you can try to float on the sea. If you can reach the next island, you may be able to record the magnetic force." The group of people were worried, and Linbei suddenly thought of, "Those agents of Baroque Studio may have the record pointer of Alabasta. I was busy killing them just now and didn't search for anything." A word awakened the dreamer, and Nami stood up immediately. "Even if there is only a little hope, let's go and take a look." Luffy nodded frantically. Compared with staying on this island for a whole year, he would rather use a new record pointer. He swore that he would never crush it again this time. Led by Nami, Luffy and Sanji went to the candle house as bodyguards to collect the record pointer. The rest of the people continued to play music and dance. Linbei's ability, My World, there are a lot of wine cubes in the backpack, all taken from the Whiskey Peak. Although they are luring pirates to come, there is one thing they said that is true, they really have as much wine as the sea. This is the first time that the two giants have drunk as much as they want in 100 years. And because Lin Bei's body size can last until 12 o'clock in the evening, he can even clink glasses with the two giants. The giants have always been a relatively honest race. They like to make friends, and alcohol is the best thing to make friends in this sea. Almost instantly, Lin Bei and the two giants became good brothers. Dong Li, Brokey, if I remember correctly, you two are the leaders of the legendary giant pirates. That was 100 years ago, you were known as the strongest pirate group, and even the navy and the world government had to leave you alone. Hearing this, Dong Li and Brokey both laughed in a very colorful way. There is no other way, I can only describe it this way, the laughter of these two people is weirder than the other. They are still very proud of the past glory that Lin Bei talked about. Because they fought for it one by one. What a pity, the giant pirates are a thing of the past. I don't know what happened to our crew members after they disbanded. Hey, Brokey, let's go back to Elbaf after we decide the winner. Of course, but you have to be able to beat me. Gajajiji. Speaking of this, Lin Bei suddenly raised his eyebrows. By the way, I seem to know a little about the two crew members, and I got it by chance. Dong Li was excited all of a sudden. Really, who is it? I didn't expect that after the disbanding of the giant pirates, some crew members would become famous. Well, things may not be as good as you think. In fact, after you disbanded, it seems that two giants went out to sea to look for you because they were worried about you, and then they were deceived by the world government that you were imprisoned in the underwater prison. As long as they serve as guards of the world government for 100 years, they will release you. So now they are. Bang! Two huge fists hit the ground, and Dong Li and Brokey's faces showed extremely angry expressions. Are you serious? Lin Bei looked at their angry expressions and nodded. It's true, the two giants are said to be working for the world government for you now. In fact, Dong Li and Brokey don't care who the giants work for, but it's very annoying to deceive their former crew members. Especially using their names to deceive the crew. That's not something Dong Li and Brokey can accept. World government, how dare you? Dong Li's face was gloomy. It seems that the giants have disappeared for too long, and the world has forgotten how powerful we are. Brokey gritted his teeth. Thank you, Lin Bei. The news you told us is very important. From now on, you are our most important friend. If you need any help, just let us know. Lin Bei originally wanted to say no, but his mind turned and he suddenly thought of the giants' special moves. The two spears of glory, Baguo and Weiguo. Both Big Mom and the two giants have used them before, and their power is extremely terrifying. What he lacks now is such a big move. If he can learn it, it should greatly increase his strength. And Luffy can now grow bigger through the feast. When he arrives at Cake Island in the later stage, he will grow bigger and use Weiguo. Maybe he can really fight Big Mom. But he was also a little hesitant. As soon as someone said that, he directly learned the giants' special moves from them. Isn't it a bit? As if they saw that Lin Bei had something to ask for, the two giants were like hospitable big brothers from the northeast. Why are you being polite to me? What's the matter, say it. Well, actually I know that the giants have two special skills. I won't hide it from you. I want to continue to become stronger. So, can you teach me and my captain who just left, the giants' special skills, Weiguo and Baguo? After Lin Bei finished speaking, Brokey agreed without hesitation. In fact, this skill is not a difficult skill to learn in the giant tribe. As long as you are old enough, you can learn it. As for teaching outsiders, it is even less of a problem for the two old brothers who never pretend to be polite. If Lin Bei hadn't told them about that incident, they would feel very sorry for the younger brother who went out to sea to find them. For the two giant warriors of Elbaf, everything can be violated, except loyalty and fighting. I can teach you this, but it is difficult to learn. It would be great if you could stay here for a whole year. Unfortunately, the two of us may not be able to stay for another year. We will decide the winner as soon as possible and settle accounts with the world government. Dong Li said to Lin Bei honestly. Lin Bei also knew that this was difficult and the time was short, but if he didn't bring it up to learn now, he would never have another chance later. Go ahead and teach you, the master will lead you to the door, and the practice is up to you. Don Li and Brokey looked at each other and finally nodded. Let your friends come and see. We are also curious. Can you create a miracle? Chapter 95. Set sail and leave the small garden. Luffy, Nami, and Sanji came back soon. Sanji held a vulture in his left hand and a sea otter in his right hand. Lin Bei looked familiar. Isn't this the unlucky duo who ran away that day? Sanji explained what he had just found. They found a Den Mushi in the candle house, which was actually talking directly to Crocodile. Nami frantically signaled Sanji and Luffy to hang up the phone, but Luffy picked up and said, "Just wait in Alabasta for me to beat you up." After saying that, he hung up the phone. It must be said that this is very Luffy's usual style. After saying the bad news, there is also a good news. This unlucky duo came to check whether the mission was completed, and they arrived just when Luffy hung up the phone. Sanji kicked them to death. A permanent pointer to Alabasta was found on their bodies. Now, they can leave the small garden. Luffy shouted and set off, and Lin Bei told Luffy what happened just now. Lin Bei was afraid that Luffy's stubborn character would not learn, so he specifically said that in order to protect the crew in the future, he must become stronger. Luffy quickly sat on the ground and watched the teaching. Now everyone is watching Toli and Brochi's teaching on Baguio and Waiguo. However, since only Lin Bei was in the giant state at present, Lin Bei could only follow the demonstration. Dong Li and Brokey taught one step, and then Lin Bei learned one step, because their body sizes were similar, so it was more appropriate to adjust step by step. Soon, Dong Li and Brokey's teaching was over. Because of his body size, Lin Bei, who was almost taught by Dong Li and Brokey, had already understood a little. It must be said that he was really talented in learning. But he did not use weapons, so he combined acupoints with Waiguo, the strongest single skill. He tried it on a hill, looking for the weakness of the hill with his white eyes, and then attached the armed color to his fingertips, and acupoints Waiguo. He tapped a finger with power, and actually it cracked a small mountain. Of course, this is because of his huge size now. But even if his size returns to normal, it is enough to penetrate a person's body at once. The skill of Waiguo is really domineering. He has only learned the basics, but he has such terrible power. How powerful will it be if he fully masters it later? Lin Bei looked at Luffy excitedly. If everyone learns the giant's special skills, they can walk sideways. But Luffy fell asleep as expected. Sanji is a foot artist, so it is more difficult for him to learn. Not to mention Usopp and girls, only Zoro has shown extraordinary learning ability. As we all know, Waiguo is the strongest single skill, and Hegemony is the strongest combined skill. And Zoro has 3 swords, which can release 2 skills and can be combined with others. Lin Bei watched Zoro, with the size of a normal person, use Wado Ikimonji and Sandai Kaititsu to chop out a small power hegemony. Directly crushed a small forest. The ground was plowed flat. Both giants were stunned. You will definitely be a great swordsman in the future. Zoro put away his sword and bowed slightly to express his gratitude to the 2 giant masters who taught him skills. Then, it was the music and dance again. It was not that he didn't want to leave as soon as possible, but Lin Bei couldn't be released from the giant state until 12 o'clock in the evening, otherwise the boat couldn't accommodate him. As soon as the banquet started, Luffy woke up. Lin Bei was also very helpless, but it didn't matter, he would teach Luffy later. Anyway, he remembered the whole teaching process. The next day, the Straw Hat Pirates set sail. But Lin Bei didn't wake up. According to Nami's analysis, it might be because he drank too much wine after turning into a giant yesterday. JJ.BR. He and Dong Gli and Brokey drank a lot of wine, and they were all pouring tons into their mouths. It was very good that they didn't drink to death directly from alcohol poisoning. They could only carry Lin Bei onto the boat and leave first. Strangely, the two giants were not seen early in the morning. When the Mary followed the river in the island all the way to the estuary, they saw two giants standing there like two statues, one on the left and one on the right. Luffy was still wondering why they were standing there, and Dong Gli pointed to the sea in front of them and told them why there were few ships that left the small garden alive in so many years. A huge goldfish that could swallow the entire island was lying in the sea in front of the small garden. Usopp's lie came true for the first time. A huge goldfish in the sea, the feces it excreted were as big as an island, making people mistakenly think it was an island and land on it. When the goldfish appeared, Usopp was stunned. Because this scene was really inexplicably familiar, just like the lie he had told. He, Nami and Vivi were all trembling with fear, but in the next second, the two giants showed them what a real hegemony was. With the worn-out axe and sword, the two giants, with terrifying might, punched a hole in the middle of the giant whale. The Mary went straight through the hole. The weapons in the hands of the two giants were broken at this moment. Dong Gli turned to look at Brokey. "Let's fight the last battle with our fists. After that, we'll go out to sea to let the world government know what the giant pirates are." Brokey laughed, and with another eruption of the volcano, the two giants started the last battle on the island. After the Straw Hat Pirates went out to sea for 2 hours, Lin Bei finally woke up. It was just a terrible headache. This was the countless times he announced that he would quit drinking. Fortunately, Nami was still around to take care of him, but Nami's condition was not right. Her face was hot, as if she had a cold. Just like that, the moment she saw him wake up, she handed him a bowl of hangover soup. Lin Bei frowned, took the soup, and quickly reached out to touch Nami's forehead. "Very hot. Damn, it's hard to guard against." In the original plot, Nami was bitten by some damn bug because she took off her clothes. He remembered this, so he specifically told Nami to put on clothes because there were many mosquitoes in the jungle. But now it seems that she was still bitten by that damn bug. "Don't you feel uncomfortable?" Nami waved her hand. "Maybe I have a cold, it's okay." Lin Bei sat up from the bed and pulled Nami to the bed. Nami's face became even hotter. "Don't be so anxious, don't you have a headache?" "Lin Bei, are you okay? Your problem is much more serious than mine. We have to change the route, you must see a doctor now." "No, I'm not that serious, I just have a cold." Lin Bei held down Nami, who wanted to get up. "This is not a cold, just lie down." Lin Bei walked out of the cabin and immediately checked the superpowers that came with today. He now misses the superpowers of the indigenous tribal chief. Although it is socially dead, it can really come in handy at critical moments. I hope today's ability is related to treatment. Today's ability Smart IQ occupies the high ground again. Chapter 96 Today's Superpower Group Understanding Enhancement. The function of this superpower is to improve people's understanding, but both feet must be off the ground. And the higher the feet are off the ground, the more understanding is enhanced. The key is that this is a group skill that can be used on the companions around at the same time. This skill is really it is useful. With this skill, you can improve your learning efficiency. Whether it is Haki or the Kuro version of Razor, or the newly learned Haki and Wei, it can shorten the time of learning and understanding. But the problem is that what Lin Bei is most anxious about now is not learning, but Nami. We have to go to the Drum Kingdom quickly. But, without the record pointer to go there, it is impossible to be fooled blindly. Just when he was anxious, Lin Bei suddenly saw the task of today's ability. This task suddenly gave him inspiration. He didn't know where the Drum Kingdom was, but didn't Walpo know it? Today's task: obtain special Walpo alloy from Walpo, and you can keep today's ability permanently after completing it. Yes, this task awakened Lin Bei's memory. Originally, he really didn't remember when Walpo appeared in this plot, and what the overall plot was like. But when this task came out, Lin Bei suddenly recalled that it seemed that the Straw Hat Pirates met Walpo on the sea in advance, and then went to the Drum Kingdom. Thinking back to this incident, Lin Bei was relieved. Now we just need to wait for that idiot Valpo to show up. Then, Lin Bei was a little bit willing to use his superpower today. His feet off the ground. Lin Bei sat on the railing on the second floor of the Mary, and his feet were about 2 or 3 meters away from the deck. In an instant, Lin Bei felt as if his brain had been opened by someone. A ray of light entered his brain along the top of his head. JJ.BR. I gradually understood everything. Lin Bei's eyes gradually began to shine. Of course, this was a joke. In fact, Lin Bei began to have some new insights into the domineering, chloro version of the shave, and the Waiguo and Baguo that he had learned before. Originally, he really couldn't use the chloro version of the shave, but now, Lin Bei lightly jumped on the deck, combined with the navy version of the shave he remembered, and stepped continuously. He instantly jumped from the kitchen to the bow. This comprehension ability, use it well. Hey! Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, Usopp. On the deck, everyone looked over. Lin Bei, you're awake, where's Nami? She's feeling a little uncomfortable, she's resting, we have to find an island with a doctor to see her later. When Sanji heard that Nami was uncomfortable, he got anxious. Is Miss Nami okay? It's okay, I'll take care of it, don't worry. Now there's another very important thing. You want to get stronger, right? The people on the boat naturally nodded, and Lin Bei said. Okay, from now on, everyone will do it with me. As he said that, Lin Bei sat on the railing on the second floor. Instantly, that spiritual light broke through the top of his head, and the feeling of grabbing his head with a soul extractor appeared again. Lin Bei couldn't help but hum, then suddenly held it back, looking down at Luffy and others. As a result, he saw Sanji, Zoro and Usopp looking at him as if he were a pervert. Usopp even walked under Lin Bei and looked up from below. I remember there is no ball handrail installed on the railing on the second floor. Lin Bei's face was dark. Get lost. I asked you to try the feeling of your feet off the ground. Sanji lit a cigarette. Why do I feel like you are playing with us? Want to become stronger? Zoro nodded, of course I do. Then don't hesitate. Lin Bei patted the railing beside him. Zoro understood, it should be today's ability. He walked up to the second floor with a knife. If Lin Bei played tricks on him, he was ready to kill him at any time. As a result, as soon as he sat down on the railing next to Lin Bei, his feet were off the ground, the virus was turned off, and his smart IQ reoccupied the high ground. Zoro couldn't help but shiver, a blush ran across his face, and then he opened his eyes in surprise. I seem to understand everything gradually. Lin Bei began to explain. This is my ability today. As long as your feet are off the ground, I can influence your IQ and improve your understanding. The higher your feet are off the ground, the stronger your understanding will be. As Lin Bei introduced, Luffy's eyes lit up. Although I still don't understand what it means, but, when she saw that there was a spherical handrail installed on the escalator of the first floor, Vivi realized it. She hid in the cabin with a blushing face, and said shyly in her heart, this is the entertainment activity of pirates, too exciting. The few people who were in the process of enlightenment had no time to care about Vivi's blushing face. Each of them had a certain degree of enlightenment in their own direction. Zoro held the knife and felt that he seemed to have found the trace of air between all things. If he took out the knife now, he might be able to cut through the steel with one knife. Luffy listened to Lin Bei explaining to him how to use the Weiguo. Although he seemed to be out of his soul, he also had some ideas about his new moves. And Lin Bei, while explaining to him, seemed to have improved his understanding of the Weiguo to a higher level. If the previous beginners were just the fur, then now, it should be considered a step forward. Entered the threshold. Sanji also listened to what Lin Bei said, began to comprehend Weiguo, and began to integrate Weiguo into leg skills to create new moves. As for Usopp, he was probably the only one who wanted to learn Weiguo, and could understand how to use it, but just couldn't do it. However, Weiguo's inability to do it did not mean that he did not have enlightenment in other aspects. He had been studying new weapons before, such as the shipborne artillery that Lin Bei told him about, the kind that could hit the island from the sea with one shot. It's just that he couldn't do it, but this enlightenment gave him a lot of new ideas. As long as he could be given more time and materials, he could transform the Mary into a weapon comparable to or even surpassing the ancient weapon Pluto. Chapter 97. Isn't this a coincidence? We are just in need of a practice hand. Click. A strange sound suddenly disturbed the five brothers who were in enlightenment. Lin Bei frowned unhappily and looked in the direction where the sound came from. A human-shaped hippopotamus jumped onto the boat, patting his belly and looking around. Finally, under Lin Bei's gaze, this stupid hippopotamus bit the side of the boat. Fuck! Shut up! It was too late to shout. Valpo bit off a large piece of wooden side of the boat and swallowed it into his stomach. This idiot can eat anything unscrupulously because of the swallow fruit, and can even produce various composite products. Valpo is obviously a short and fat funny guy. When he looked up at Lin Bei, he looked like he was looking down at you. Your ship is good, I'll requisition it. Come on. At this time, Lin Bei saw that Valpo didn't come alone, but brought a boat full of soldiers. His ship was very large, 3 or 4 times the size of the Mary, and it was made of metal. It is very likely that it is the Valpo alloy required by the system. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. I didn't go to find you, but you came to me by yourself. Rows of soldiers followed Valpo and landed on the Mary. Each of them looked numb. Obviously, they were in trouble following a bastard king like Valpo. But they didn't dare to resist. They could only obey his orders, raise their guns, and control the ship. Seeing that his soldiers had already controlled the situation, and the 5 little ghosts sitting on the railing didn't even open their eyes, Valpo was immediately unhappy. As a king, Valpo couldn't stand someone who was more pretentious than him. Valpo's 2 lackeys knew what kind of character their king was, and hurriedly shouted to Lin Bei and the other 5. Hey! Hurry up and kneel down and surrender to the great King Valpo. Sanji, Zoro, Luffy, and Usopp, who were sitting next to Lin Bei, opened their eyes one by one. 5 people, including Usopp, jumped onto the deck in unison. The soldiers under Valpo were a bit timid. Seeing their actions, they raised their guns and shouted. Don't move! Zoro had a gloomy face and a knife, Sanji lit a cigarette, and Luffy smiled like a sunny boy. The next second, Zoro took the lead. The knife flashed, and the guns of the soldiers who surrounded the few people were broken into several sections, starting with the iron pipe. Before the soldiers were surprised, they saw another fast and blurry figure passing by all of them. When Lin Bei stopped, all the soldiers whose weapons were cut off died and fell on the boat. On the surface, they didn't have any scars, and they didn't even bleed, but their hearts had stopped. Quick, accurate, and deadly. This is Lin Bei after shaving with his new understanding. He can already be called a qualified fighter. Valpo saw that all his soldiers were gone in the blink of an eye, and he panicked immediately. He encountered a group of monsters again. Last time, it was a guy called Blackbeard who easily destroyed his country, forcing him to run away with some of his subjects and soldiers to become pirates. I just wanted to go back to see if Blackbeard had left, but I ran into this group of people again. Are all pirates monsters now? Walpo wanted to run away, but Luffy used him as a novice to experiment with the new moves he had just learned. Gomu Gomu no Cannon. A punch with terrifying power, like a spear, blew up half of Walpo's body with one punch. Luffy's eyes lit up. Zgay, this move is so powerful. Linbei smiled. This is just the beginning. When you have mastered it thoroughly, it will be even stronger if you use the giant's body to send this punch. Luffy smiled innocently. Linbei, thank you. Linbei raised the corner of his mouth. Don't be polite to me. Usopp. What should we do if they dare to shoot at us? In fact, without Linbei saying anything, Usopp had already prepared the cannon. Since the other party's ship was made of iron, Usopp increased the amount of Buggy's special gunpowder. One shot. A hole was punched in the other ship. After a few shots, the other ship began to sink. At this time, Linbei walked in front of Walpo, who had lost half of his arm. Are you still arrogant? Walpo was already trembling with fear, and when he heard Linbei's question, he shook his head quickly. Linbei went up and gave him a slap. Who told you to eat my ship's side? Walpo quickly spit out the piece of ship's side he had just eaten, and even wrapped it with iron sheets. As a result, Linbei took a look and saw another slap. Who the hell told you to wrap it with iron? Does this match my ship? Walpo looked at the wooden ship's side, and then at the piece that was wrapped in iron sheets and was a little shiny, and shook his head unconfidently. You admit it too, right? Walpo. Snap. 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 Pa. After a while, Linbei stood up and shook his hands. There is a layer of iron sheet, and it hurts to fan the face. Fortunately, after hitting him twice, he used the iron sheet wrapped on the side of the ship that Valpo spit out to fan the side, and it didn't hurt anymore, but it was a bit tiring. At this time, Sanji walked over with a bit of reluctance. It's too cruel, his face can't be seen. Hehe, this guy doesn't deserve sympathy. Do you know the Drum Kingdom? Sanji shook his head, and Linbei continued to introduce. The Drum Kingdom was once known as the world's strongest medical power, with the world's top doctors. And he is the current king of the Drum Kingdom. Since he came to power, he has persecuted all doctors, leaving only a few in his royal family. Do you know why? Sanji shook his head, but the reluctance on his face was gone. Because this guy thinks that as long as the people need doctors and the only doctors are with him, the people will not rebel, but will kneel down at his feet for the doctors. Up to now, there are only 2 doctors left in the Drum Kingdom who have not been harmed by him. Do you think he deserves to die? Damn it! Let me kick him too. Bang! Pa, so fucking hard. Alright, Linbei picked up the unrecognizable Walpo. This guy can't die yet, he can take us to the Drum Kingdom. Nami's disease can only be cured by the doctors there. Sanji wondered. Didn't you say there were only 2 doctors left there? Linbei smiled slightly. 2 doctors who escaped from such a brutal persecution must not be ordinary people. This time Sanji had no objection. Linbei carried Walpo and asked his men for the permanent record pointer to the Drum Kingdom. Then he tapped one of his 2 men and sent them on their way peacefully. Valpo is still useful, but Linbei didn't say that the 2 guys are still useful. After throwing the record pointer to the Drum Kingdom to Sanji and asking him to drive the ship to the Drum Kingdom, Linbei took the rope and jumped onto the sinking submarine with Valpo. After connecting the sunken ship to the Mary, Linbei ordered Valpo to start eating the submarine and then produce Valpo alloy. Linbei has not forgotten today's mission, which is to obtain Valpo alloy. Valpo alloy is a treasure. Usopp will make weapons in the future, and the Mary will be upgraded in the future, all of which can be used. Not to mention that Valpo can also customize the shape of what he eats according to his imagination, which greatly facilitates various manufacturing. To be honest, if it weren't for not being able to take this guy with him all the way, Linbei really didn't want to kill him. He is too useful. It's a pity that he can't give him the opportunity to turn around and mess with him later. After using him, he has to be solved directly. Ah! Under Lin Bei's surveillance, Valpo began to devour his original vehicle in big mouthfuls, and then produced pieces of pure Valpo alloy, which Lin Bei rolled into alloy cubes and threw into his backpack. In the next few days, this will become Valpo's only job. Chapter 98 Valpo, I'm not a human, but you're a real dog. Following the eternal pointer pointing to the Drum Kingdom, the boat soon arrived at the Drum Kingdom. On the way, Nami was worried that the boat would be driven away by these people, so she walked out with a headache. It happened that Zoro was directing the boat, and then Nami was not surprised at all to find that the boat had deviated. When she picked up the recording pointer and compared it with her current course, she stared at Zoro weakly and asked Zoro to see for himself that the boat had deviated to her grandmother's house. Zoro looked at it for a long time but frowned and said, "Isn't this very correct?" Nami was stunned. This is not a road idiot, this is a problem with her eyes. Sanji was quickly replaced, and the ship successfully sailed to the Drum Kingdom. Lin Bei, we're here, it's so lively. It seems like there are a lot of people welcoming us. Luffy was talking nonsense happily as always. Lin Bei looked over there. Wow, there were indeed a lot of people welcoming them. The shore was surrounded by residents holding shovels in their hands, looking at them with vigilance. Do you think their faces look welcoming? Hey, isn't it? Sanji lit a cigarette and frowned. It's a bit troublesome. Do you want to fight? The other party is just a civilian. Lin Bei waved his hand. He didn't have the leisure to attack civilians. He had a simple and crude way to quickly improve the civilians' favorability towards them. I'll take care of it. As he said, Lin Bei turned to Valpo, who was still eating his ship and pulling Valpo alloy. No need to eat for now. Valpo breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this pirate still had some humanity. As a king, even if he was not treated well, he could not work like a pariah all the time. Moreover, if he did not have the swallow fruit, which could eat things to transform his body, if it were someone else, he would have died long ago after half of his body was blown up. How should I describe his current image? It feels a bit like mechanical ascension. Finally, you still have some conscience. I am the king of the Drum Kingdom. Lin Bei smiled like a sunny boy, grabbed Walpo's collar and said, "Isn't this sending you back to the Drum Kingdom? Do you want to see your own subjects?" Walpo's eyes lit up. "Can you? Don't worry, as long as you can let me see those pariahs, no matter what you want, I can exploit them. Or you can just be my minister. I am optimistic about you. Let's exploit the people together." Lin Bei raised his eyebrows. "Good guy, this guy is really short of a street lamp. Don't you think so far? Meet your subjects first." As he said, Lin Bei carried Valpo back to the Mary. When the people on the shore saw Valpo, their expressions all changed. Valpo? Didn't he become a pirate? Why is he back? Is this his pirate group? Damn, it seems we are going to be exploited and oppressed again. All the people looked at a man in a green military coat. The man was particularly burly and his face was very embarrassed. He is Dalton, the user of the animal type Bulbul fruit. He is a strong competitor for the character of Green Bull with Aiken. After all, Dalton wears green and is a user of the Bulbul fruit. Green Bull, it makes perfect sense. It's a pity that it was confirmed in the end that this guy is not Green Bull. The moment Valpo saw Dalton, he laughed. "Dalton, my captain of the guard. Hurry up and organize these untouchables to kneel down and submit to me. Magnetic Drum Kingdom, your king is back again." Dalton gritted his teeth. They finally got rid of Walpo's oppression and exploitation, and were about to establish a new regime to make people's lives better. But this guy actually came back with his people. What should he do? Should he surrender, or should he? Just as Dalton was struggling, Lin Bei suddenly shouted to the people on the shore and Dalton. "Hey, the people of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom on the shore, I believe you all know who this is. He is the former king of your magnetic drum kingdom. Walpo immediately corrected. The current one. I am still the king. Your country is a fart. Lin Bei went up and gave Walpo a slap in the face. You beat me when I didn't return to the magnetic drum kingdom, and you still beat me when I returned to the magnetic drum kingdom. Then didn't I come back to this magnetic drum kingdom in vain? Dalton! What are you waiting for? Didn't you see someone attacking me? Do you want to rebel? Lin Bei slapped him again. Did I let you talk? If you dare to talk again, I will tie you to the stern of the ship, sink you in the sea, and take you for a ride. Walpo was frightened and shrank his neck, then looked at Dalton hatefully. He thought, just wait, I will definitely be able to get out of trouble, and then you lowly people, and you, Dalton, will all die. Don't worry, everyone, although we are pirates, we don't come to rob, kill, or burn. I came to Magnetic Drum for 3 things. Ahem, I said it smoothly. I came to Magnetic Drum for only one thing, that is to see a doctor. As long as you don't make things difficult for us, the former king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, you don't need to worry about what he will do to you. JJ.BR. He is just my tool. Even if you want to vent something, I fully support it. So from now on, I declare that as long as you spend 10,000 Baileys, you can go forward and give this evil king who once oppressed you, exploited you, and even refused to let you see a doctor a blow. No matter how serious it is, it's all one blow, first come first served. If you get beaten to death, there will be no fun. Valpo's eyes almost popped out, there is actually such a move. Hey, bastard, it will kill people. Lin Bei turned his head and laughed. Feel the enthusiasm of your subjects, every blow they hit is the care you once showed them. After a brief silence, the people on the shore raised their hands. Me. Give me 50,000 yuan. My mother died of illness because she couldn't afford to see a doctor. Today, I will make this bastard king pay with blood. Someone on the side reminded. The other party is a pirate, is it really okay for us to do this? The people who shouted for 50,000 yuan righteously retorted. What pirates? I only saw a brave sea merchant who came to our drum kingdom with his brand new entertainment game. That merchant warrior, please come over here, I will help you stop the boat. Oh yes, go this way. Sanji watched this scene, and the cigarette he lit at the beginning accumulated a long piece of ash. It was not until the cigarette burned his mouth that he reacted. His vice-captain, really knows how to play. This is the first time he saw the people welcome pirates so much. Chapter 99 Chopper appears, who would refuse a soft and cute chopper? The Straw Hat Pirates received unimaginable high-quality treatment because of Lin Bei's move. Everyone had good food, drink, and accommodation. When asked about the witch, the people even said that they could help find the witch. The Straw Hat Pirates only need to wait here with good food and drink. The people in this place are really enthusiastic, Luffy said with emotion while eating the meat brought by the people. Thank Valpo, the enthusiasm you received was exchanged for Valpo being beaten. Lin Bei drank the hot coffee that was unique to this place and looked outside. The snow was still falling and Valpo was still being beaten. Originally, there were only about 40,000 residents here. Because of Valpo's shady operation, only 30,000 people were left in just a few years after he came to power. Because of the arrival of Blackbeard Teach and Valpo's escape, the number of people dropped sharply again. Now there are only 25,000 or 26,000 people left. It can be said that not only are there few people, but they are also extremely poor. Such a group of people who have been exploited and oppressed for such a long time can still take out 50,000 or even more each person just to give Valpo a blow. This is really true love. Yes, they fought twice more. As a supervisor, Zoro was exercising in the snow with his bare chest, and he was too lazy to argue with others. It was only because Valpo had eaten the ship before that he was covered with a layer of white iron armor, otherwise he would have been beaten to death by now. Lin Bei turned his head and looked at Nami, who was still having a headache and fever, and said helplessly. I say, you are almost the same. You are sick, very seriously. You can even get out of bed and count money. Nami's current state is quite contradictory, Lin Bei called it a last gasp. Undoubtedly, she was very sick after being bitten by the insect, but now, except for the obvious blush on her face, she is like a normal person. No, she is even more energetic than normal people to count Bailey. There are more than 20,000 people in the town, and each person has at least 10,000 Baileys, which is 200 million Baileys. Don't mention those who feel unsatisfied after fighting once and queue up again to continue fighting. I'm fine. As long as you can give me all this money, my illness may be cured directly. Ka. Sorry, that's impossible. The door was kicked open, and a tall old woman walked in with her hands in her pockets. It was still snowing outside, but this old woman was wearing cool clothes and sunglasses. A blue-nosed fawn with a hat followed her. Have you prepared the money? My fee is very expensive. Sanji walked forward. Money is no problem, but can you really cure Miss Nami? Gariva laughed. There are only two situations in which a patient disappears from my sight. 1. The disease is cured. 2. Death. This means that as long as the treatment begins, I will not give up. But Sanji couldn't accept the word death. He stepped forward and wanted to say something, but was kicked away by this old woman. Sanji didn't even have time to react, and was kicked against the wall, and couldn't be knocked down. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Bei stood up at this time, ordered 10 million Baileys from the table, and threw them to Gilhua. Medical expenses. Nami was quite normal at first, and looked like a healthy person. But because Lin Bei threw away the 10 million she ordered, she glared and fainted. Lin Bei reluctantly stepped forward to help her to the bed. You will die for money sooner or later. Lin Bei turned to Gilhua and said. Start, doctor, I believe you. Gilhua's eyes looked deeply at Lin Bei through the sunglasses, and then she began to treat Nami. During this period, Lin Bei looked at the little deer that Gilhua brought with her. Sure enough, so cute. Chopper has a kind of cuteness that can melt people instantly. After realizing that someone was looking at him, Chopper panicked and hid behind the door. Then he carefully observed Lin Bei, who was looking at him in a state of hiding his head and showing his tail. Which Gariva sensed what was happening here and said, This is my stupid son, don't do anything to him. Lin Bei wondered why Gariva said this, he just thought Chopper was cute. Turning his head, Luffy was staring at Chopper and drooling. Luffy, you can't eat this. Hey, is that so? But it looks delicious. Chopper was scared and hid further back. Seeing this, Lin Bei stepped forward and took out a lollipop. He said to Chopper in a tone that was like kidnapping a child, Do you want to eat candy? Chopper's little blue nose moved, and then he nodded cautiously. He was regarded as a monster by people and deer since he was a child, so now his personality has become very introverted. Even when he looked at the atmosphere inside the Straw Hat Pirates, he envied the atmosphere between the partners of this pirate group very much, but he still dared to hide it in his heart. Lin Bei handed the lollipop to Chopper. Chopper looked at Gilhua, then at Lin Bei, and then carefully reached out to take it. At this moment, Lin Bei made a move instantly. He grabbed little Chopper and held him in his arms and started to rub it. So soft, so cute. Chopper was naturally panicked and began to struggle frantically. Hentai human, what do you want to do to me? I don't know if you have seen an up master named Mrs. Ayato. Lin Bei didn't care about the little guy's shouting, he just held him and sucked it. This is what he wanted to do most since watching One Piece, except for eating a devil fruit. It's really soft, so cute, and smells good. Pets should be able to go to the toilet by themselves and wash themselves fragrantly. Wow, Gilhua doctor, save me. The next second, Gilhua, who was treating Nami, suddenly appeared beside Lin Bei and kicked Lin Bei. Sanji was watching the fun. If nothing unexpected happened, this kick would make Lin Bei fly higher like him. Unexpectedly, Lin Bei had just learned how to shave, so this kick missed. Lin Bei hugged the soft and cute little Chopper on the snow outside the house and rubbed him a few more times. "Doctor, this guy is so cute, how about letting him go out to sea with us?" Guriva took off her sunglasses. "Are you interested in my stupid son? He is just a weak little reindeer, and he can turn into a human. People here call him a little monster. Are you sure you want to take him away?" After saying that, Luffy widened his eyes. "Can you transform so interesting? Transform 1, transform 1. Chopper may really be unable to bear the rubbing, and suddenly transformed from a soft and cute little deer into a strong man. And Lin Bei was hugging the abdominal muscles of this strong man with his hands. The scene suddenly became strange. Chapter 100 Theory, Perfection. Looking at Chopper, who looked like a demon king, Lin Bei felt bad. Chopper, this guy, can't turn into an adult form. He should be cute. Lin Bei quickly distanced himself from Chopper. After Chopper found that Lin Bei let him go, he hurried to Gilhua. If he stayed with Lin Bei, he would be rubbed to death by him. However, Gilhua thought a little bit and could get along with these pirates. If possible, she might let her stupid son join them. Stupid son Chopper didn't say it, but she knew it. He yearned for group life very much, and even more for the life of a pirate. These two obsessions came from the experience of being driven away by a herd of deer when he was a child, and from Look, the man who claimed to save the country with cherry blossoms. He was the person who had the greatest influence on Chopper. Seeing this, Lin Bei did not attack Chopper again. Anyway, Chopper would definitely get on the ship. Let's talk about it after he gets on their pirate ship. As for how little Chopper can get on the ship in this situation. In fact, it is very simple. Just close the door and let Luffy go. After seeing Chopper's human fruit civilian form, Luffy has become very interested in the food stored on this back. Next, just put Luffy, the partner collector, in the room for a while, and Chopper will definitely not be able to escape. In fact, the key is still on Guriva. This old woman is like Zeph, who is investigating past pirate groups and then choosing a suitable pirate group to send his son to the world stage. In this regard, Lin Bei is not worried about Luffy's personality charm. He has more important things to do now. Lin Bei called Usopp, Sanji and Zoro over. The newly acquired superpowers must be used while they are hot. If he remembers correctly, there seems to be a particularly high mountain in the Drum Kingdom, right? On that mountain is the former castle of Walper, which is now the residence of Guriva and Chopper. That place is definitely high enough from the ground. Before, at such a high distance from the second floor of the deck, the inspiration seemed to pour directly into the top of the head. If you can lift your feet at such a high place, the spiritual light will irrigate your whole body. In a word, the whole body is enlightened. So while Nami was recuperating, he also hurriedly took people to upgrade. After all, they will fight Crocodile later, and Lin Bei always feels that Crocodile in the original book is too weak. Is there a possibility that this old guy is pretending to be a cow? In short, no matter what, it is always okay to become stronger. So after a brief explanation, he took this group of people, as well as Walper, to the former castle of Walper. After all, Walper is a humanoid manufacturing machine, and Usopp can use him if he wants to upgrade his weapons and equipment. Soon, taking the cableway, the group reached the top of the castle. Lin Bei stood on the edge of the cliff, looking down at the height from the ground below. His heart was trembling. It's not that he is afraid of heights, but he is afraid that his feet will leave the ground in a while. What should he do if he screams out in pleasure? Looking around at the people around him, Lin Bei gritted his teeth and said, "Let it be embarrassing, anyway, it's embarrassing for everyone." Lin Bei sat down with his buttocks, and then... The people behind him looked at the snow under Lin Bei's buttocks. Is there a stone sitting in it? No, that's not right. This is the side effect of this ability. Zoro, Sanji and Usopp suddenly realized that they might do the same thing later, and Usopp and Sanji hesitated immediately. No other, just face. Only Zoro stuck his neck and sat down without hesitation. No other, just strength. As long as you can become stronger, what's unacceptable about a little embarrassment, not to mention that these are all brothers. Lin Bei killed the hippopotamus in 2 days, so there was no possibility of embarrassing himself. In the end, Usopp and Sanji were left. After looking at each other for a while, they sat down with gritted teeth. Sanji couldn't lose to Zoro, and Usopp didn't want to fall behind. He was the second highest bounty before, but Zoro and Sanji were both very strong, and he couldn't let anyone surpass him. When all 4 of them sat down on the edge of the cliff, their feet were off the ground, and their smart IQs occupied the highest ground. This wave of enhanced comprehension ability is absolutely unprecedented. Lin Bei sat on the cliff, and when he thought of Weiguo's skill, he had a completely new and completely different understanding of Weiguo. And if he looked back at his previous understanding of Weiguo at this time, it might feel like looking at the understanding of a kindergarten student again. After sitting on the edge of the cliff for just half an hour, his theoretical understanding of Weiguo's skill can be regarded as a great success. As long as he improves his physical fitness and strength, he will be able to exert the same might as the 2 giants, Dongli and Broki. At this time, a lot of snow has accumulated on Lin Bei's body, but Lin Bei doesn't feel cold at all. His heart is burning. Finally, he is going to get rid of the 2 titles of little idiot and useless little trash. He dare not waste time and continues to comprehend the shaving, observation haki and armed haki. 3 hours later, a snowman suddenly shook, and all the snow on his body fell off. He can do the hardening, entanglement, and externalization of armed haki. The shaking just now, shaking off all the snow from the body, is the technique of externalizing armed haki. Haki is really interesting. Although it is related to physical fitness, the stronger, the more haki. But Lin Bei is sure that it is also related to the individual. It has something to do with something that is hard to explain. At the moment of his enlightenment, the amount of haki in his body increased tenfold. Now he can cover his upper body with haki, and in a streamlined hardened state, he can also cover his fists and forearms. In addition, his observation haki and armed haki have made considerable progress. He also has a new understanding of shaving, and even Lin Bei has realized the moon step based on the use of shaving. After realizing all this, it is impossible for Lin Bei to realize anything else. Because to put it bluntly, this superpower is to increase your understanding, not to let you learn things for nothing. Next, only by continuing to fight, gaining combat experience, and continuing to learn new physical skills can Lin Bei continue to realize new things. And there is no rush for these, because Lin Bei is a little tofivi at the moment. His theoretical knowledge is great, but his physical aspect cannot perfectly match his theoretical knowledge. This feeling is actually very strange, as if you clearly know how to release a more powerful Weiguo, but you just can't release it because your strength is not enough. This is the matter of the 6th treasury immortal thief. He would hunt more powerful beasts to eat, so that his physical fitness and theoretical knowledge could be perfect as much as possible. If the physical and theoretical knowledge were perfect, Lin Bei's strength would leap to the level of Vice Admiral. JJ.BR